We're right to go and
Better to do it face to face.
We're right to go and we're live. Welcome to the public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I would also like to pay respect to elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. I welcome Deputy Premier Paul Toole and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of Regional New South Wales. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website. A transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural fairness resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In these circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If a witness wishes to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Deputy Premier, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you are free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. In terms of auditability of the hearing today, we have witnesses in person and via video conference. So can I ask committee members to clearly identify who questions are directed to, and could I ask everyone appearing remotely to please state their name when they begin speaking, and could everyone please mute their microphones when they are not speaking. Finally, could I ask everyone to please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Deputy Premier Toole, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I would also like to remind the following witnesses that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing. That is Mr Gary Barnes and Mr Scott Hanson. So for all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title, an agency, and swear either an oath or affirmation, and the words of both have been provided for you. So I'll start with you, Mr Chowdhury.
Thank you, Chair. Untitled Chapter, Chief Executive Officer of the Corporation of New South Wales. I will do an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms Beattie?
Thank you. Georgina Beattie, Deputy Secretary of Mining, Exploration and Geoscience in the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30am to 12:45pm with the Minister, and from 2pm to 5:15pm with the departmental witnesses, with questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and if required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of each session for government questions. So as there is no provision for any witnesses to make an opening statement, I'll throw to the opposition for questioning.
Thank you, Chair. And Deputy Premier, again, congratulations on your elevation to the role. And these estimates hearings are more about your new role, your new department. Did you receive an incoming briefing from the department?
I've received quite a number of briefings from the department on various issues and various matters. The answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. This morning, Alexandra Smith has got an article in the Herald. The Premier apparently is going to conduct a review into how grants are being distributed in New South Wales, amid concerns of pork barrelling, and I guess a fair bit of which was explored at the ICAC. Were you consulted on the scope and the type of review that's going to be undertaken?
Absolutely. So I've had conversations with the Premier in relation to the terms of reference for the grants review, and I certainly welcome the review. I think it's important that when you're talking about grants, that there is a transparent process. I think it's important as well that there is equitable funds that are being shared across the state. And even before the review, you asked me a question at the very start, did I get a briefing from my department? The answer is yes. And one of the very first things we discussed was in relation to grants and the processes around them.
Okay. So I guess what you're saying is that pork barrelling, as it's referred to, which has been, the topic of on everyone's lips over the last couple of weeks in particular, Do you see that it's become quite widespread? Would you agree?
Well, I think it's important that we actually, fight for regional communities, and I think, I know my predecessor was very strong and very passionate about regional New South Wales and making sure that we got a fair share of investment into our communities. I can tell you as the Minister and the Deputy Premier now, I'm actually wanting to ensure that that strong investment does continue into regional communities, but I also want to make the point, it shouldn't just be for large regional centres. I want to make sure that some of those smaller towns, some of those smaller local government areas are also given the opportunity to receive funding. And we have a number of grants programs that actually deliver that. So there is a fair and equitable approach, but also a fair share of funding that is given to all local government areas across the state for some of our programs.
Thank you. What's you may not know this, or maybe you do, but the time frame for the announcement today, what's the time frame the Premier's putting on that review of the grant process? April.
It's April next year.
April, okay,
yes.
Thank you. There's quite a number of funding buckets in the Department of Regional New South Wales, as we all know. Have you implemented your own internal review of the processes within your new department?
Yeah, look, I've had a conversation already in the department about some of those processes, and I am of the understanding that there have been a number of changes that have been made, and I wanted to make sure that they were appropriate, they were transparent, there was probity in relation to the programs that are already there. And I think from the department that I'm now in charge of, I think they've already got some gold standards in place already. And I know Mr. Barnes would be very happy to talk about the grants programs and how they work. But one of the very first things I did when I became the Deputy Premier was to have that conversation with the department. Obviously, being the Minister for Regional Roads and Transport, we have a number of grants programs where I've actually set processes in place, and I wanted to make sure that they were tight in relation to Department of Regional New South Wales as well. But I've got to say that I'm very happy with what they have done. I'm very happy where they are, and I'm very pleased with the work that has been undertaken previously.
Is pork barrelling dead, do you think?
I think now we'll fight for fair share in the bush, and I think a classic example is our Stronger Country Communities Fund. I think that's an important program that allows every regional local government area to be able to be given a base amount of funding. That then can be used for community projects. It can go towards improving amenities in local areas. And when I say a base amount, it doesn't matter what the size of the local government area is. Everybody gets a same base amount. On top of that, it might actually see some additional funding, but it's based on population. So therefore, I see that as a fair and equitable approach. As the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, my Fixing Local Roads program's got about $500 million. In the last round, we spoke about $153 million being rolled out, but that actually went to every eligible council that applied for funding. So there wasn't a winners and losers. Everybody who was eligible for that funding received funding, and I think that's the important factor here. We'll continue to do that. We'll continue to deliver for regional and rural parts of New South Wales because it is critical that we have actually fought so hard to get that funding into our communities, and we will continue to do so.
But essentially, as pork barrelling, as we know it, has been put under the spotlight, a pretty harsh spotlight. Do you think it's changed the way in which people are going to go about promising funds for electorates?
Well, I think the Premier's made it very clear, even with the review today, that this is a government that's going to govern for all. Yep. It doesn't matter what seats it might be. It doesn't matter where you live in New South Wales, whether you're in the city or whether you're in the bush. We'll continue to provide grants and we'll continue to provide fundings right across the state. And I welcome the review. And I think if there are processes that we can improve upon to ensure that there is greater transparency, there is a greater fair share of funding, then I welcome that. And I think that's important.
So what the highlights, Deputy Premier, is that lessons have obviously had to have been learned from previous programs. You mentioned your own in the regional transport road space. Are there any programs, as you reflect upon the last couple of weeks at ICAC, is there any of the programs you've rolled out that you look back on and think, wow, we could have done that a bit better, or maybe there was a more transparent process we could have put in place? Have you?
Do you know what you should always review programs, and even if there is a review today, I don't think you should always. I don't think you should ever end in that space. I can tell you with some of the grants programs that I've been responsible for, In some cases, we've actually put a focus on those communities that may have been impacted by droughts and bushfires, so that they were a higher priority when it came to eligibility around funding. But that's because those communities were hurting. That's because those communities were doing it tough. So it was important that we actually put a spotlight on those communities at that particular time. But again, I don't think you should actually set in stone processes without ever going back and reviewing them. I think that is a continual process about how you can actually make it better, but how you can actually ensure that funds are being distributed fairly across the state.
The ICAC fundamentally put on the stand the processes around allocating grants, and you talked about transparency and in the allocation of funds. So, as a part of this review, will ICAC be consulted about measures that can enhance, strengthen the way in which public funds are allocated in New South Wales?
Well, the Premier's made it very clear that we're not waiting for the findings of ICAC, and that who knows when that's going to happen. The Premier, irrespective of ICAC, the Premier has actually said that we're going to do a review of all grants, and I welcome that. So this process is going to be done well and truly before any findings or any handing down has come from ICAC, and I think that's important. You've got a Premier who's been proactive, looking at the grants that the government are delivering across the state, and I welcome that.
So, and you're right, ICAC does take quite a while to deliver their reports. So, because of that period of time that they're going to take, do you think it's important that ICAC be consulted in the interim as a part of this review?
Well, the review will be, there, and I'm sure there's an opportunity for many people to be able to put forward their views. But look, I think there's a lot of grants processes in place already. I think they probably won't even change because they are of highest standards already. They have the systems in place. They have probity officers. In some cases, those grants are actually done at an arm's length, even in some cases from deputy premiers and ministers when the decisions are being made. And I think they are important processes that we will continue to go through.
But will ICAC be consulted as a part of this process? I guess that's part of my question.
That's not my understanding, but obviously that'll be a matter for the Premier. Yeah. You can ask him tomorrow.
With regard to funds under your remit previously, the Stronger Communities Fund, when you were the Minister for Local Government, it came under a fair degree of criticism, as you're probably aware, and would have had a chance to reflect upon. Would you have done that differently now, years later in hindsight? Would you have done that, rolled that out differently?
Oh, no. When I was the Minister for Local Government, we actually put a program in there to actually support those councils that actually had merged. I would say to you that we put funding there to be able to support councils through the merger process to ensure that they had funding to be able to put it into community projects. That was why it was established, and that's exactly why we had support for councils. When, what I saw previously when there was mergers that took place, and it was under your government at the time, there was absolutely no financial support. What the decision was at that particular time was to support local councils with infrastructure when it came to actually merging those new entities.
Okay, how did Hornsby get in the mix then?
That was after me.
Yep.
So
if you look at the program.
Well, I can say my program when it was established. Obviously, there have been other ministers after me. I can't comment on those processes. You'll have to ask the appropriate minister at the time. I established the program. You'll need to refer your question to the Minister for Local Government.
Okay. Minister, on Monday, we spent a bit of time talking to Minister Marshall about mice. If it's possible, the then Deputy Premier had a pretty firm hand on this program, the $150 million. As we discovered on Monday, and I know Mr Barnes, Mr Hanson might correct me here, but I think in totality there's about $27 million that has been distributed to date from those funds, which leaves a large amount of unexpended funds out of that program. We look like we're getting through the spring with low mouse numbers, fingers crossed. But even as late as last night, I was reading some stuff on the CSIRO that it looks like maybe the autumn could become problematic again. Are we looking at rolling this program over and those unexpended funds? What are you going to do with the unexpended funds?
Well, look, at the moment, as you're aware, we've actually provided the $150 million there to support our communities, the farming sector, because we know that mice are a real problem. And when you actually travel to some various parts of the state and you see the... That's right. Yeah. But even, but probably not even my electorate, probably, other electorates further west and north were actually impacted. And when you start to see those mice getting into people's homes, when you start to see, crops being decimated and seed being eaten up because of the mice and the number of mice in those areas, the government needed to act. Look, I am pleased that there was $150 million that was put on the table for zinc phosphide. I know that a number of farmers have come forward, and I really encourage others to come forward. It is undersubscribed at the moment, but I think, importantly, we do know that there is a real potentiality of a spike of the mice or the mouse plague in some of those areas as well. So look, I know it sits, with the Minister for Agriculture, but I also know that being the Deputy Premier, I have a, very important area to actually have a focus over the top of it to ensure that funding is going to be able to be delivered to those that are in need. But I'll get Mr. Hanson to actually provide some additional info for you.
I want to explore that a bit later if I could, Mr. Hanson. At the moment, so Minister, you were talking, Deputy Premier, sorry, you were talking about reviewing programs. A program like this, which is actually has an underspend, have we reviewed why there was an underspend? Was it too difficult for people to apply, or was it the retrospective date where people didn't keep the receipts that would have assisted in lodging their claim? Like, have we looked at why people didn't
look, that'd be a question for the Minister for Ag, but I do know this. What's important here is that we actually have enough funding to be able to support the farming sector and also those businesses that were impacted by mice. So I think it's important that we have enough funding for that. These programs, again, will be reviewed if there's additional funding that's left over. It doesn't sit there for perpetuity to actually say that the next mice plague that might come in 10 years' time is going to continue to use those funds. So that will be looked at. I know that the Minister for Agriculture, knows that there is probably, it is undersubscribed, but importantly, what's happened here is the government has provided funding to support those that are in need of this time.
Mr. Barnes, if I could, and you may well be going to answer this, so I don't. But Deputy Premier, I think you have. Is this the fund? You have a control or responsibility for a large portion of this fund. Is that not correct?
I'll just have to get advice as well from because I know that there was a lot of work done with the previous Deputy Premier and the Minister for Agriculture as well.
So the money that has been set aside for small business and households, and that fund is administered out of Services New South Wales, as we discussed on Monday.
Yep.
That money has been the remit, if you like, of the previous Deputy Premier and the Department of Regional New South Wales. So Ms. Dewar, who will be called as a witness later today, helped design that fund. She did it with the Farmers Federation. Yep. She did it with the small business groups concerned, and she did it with groups that represented households as well. And we have a general rule of trying to plan for the worst and hope for the best. And it's true to say that as the plague sort of rolled out, it didn't advance as quickly as we had predicted. So there's no call at the moment for, because the money exists for the financial year, there's no call for that money to come back in a consolidated revenue at this point, though Treasuries typically will look at unexpended buckets of money through their mid-year review process. But
I guess that's one of the next sort of series of questions I had, Mr. Barnes, is essentially, and if there is such an underspend, that Treasury is not going to put pressure on the Deputy Premier to pull that money back into general revenue, that people can be rest assured that those funds are there, particularly
in fact, Mr. Hanson might give you an update on the zinc phosphide, because we've just extended, I think, the time frame around that.
So the difficulty about calling too early underspend on zinc phosphide rebates is the fact that it's a single application, And so producers are able to go back to the 1st of January this year, so it is retrospective.
But they need receipts.
They do need receipts, and to be honest, with the level of expenditure you're talking about, they would have been keeping them for taxation purposes anyway, one would expect. But with a single application piece, you're expecting many of them would have been utilising the baiting, in-crop baiting all the way up to just before the withholding periods for harvest, have rolled straight into the harvest period, and we're expecting once they get off the headers, when they finish with the trucks, they'll be sent down to do their paperwork, and so we're keeping a close eye on those applications in coming weeks as they get the opportunity to do their paperwork. So we'll be tracking that closely to see whether what kind of surge in applications come through at that point in time. And as with all the programs you've seen through the RAA, if amendments need to be made to make it simpler, to make it faster, to make it more effective, then we'll be recommending those through to the Minister and Deputy Premier.
Deputy Premier, did we roll this program out too late? Were we too late to start this process? Because it was pretty clear, you and I reckon everyone else from regional New South Wales, every other MP would have been receiving representations around the impact of mice on farmers, households, small business. Did we start the program too late?
Look, I just think at the end of the day, the importance here is the program was actually introduced. I think the most important thing here is we actually had funding to support our farmers. Yes, I know that a lot of our farmers and ones that I speak to as well had already put measures in place to try and combat the situation. What we did was actually, again, provide support, work side by side with our farming and business community to be able to give them support and some funding to be able to deal with the problem that was ahead of them. In hindsight, you can always look at how you can do things different. It's no different to the program. I mean, always should review it. You should look at making improvements, as Mr. Hanson said, because you can always learn from how these programs roll out and if you can make them better into the future.
Okay. Now, speaking of reviewing programs and having a look at how things do you agree with Minister Pavey when she says, Minister, we stuffed up water policy for the bush?
Well, I read that article, and also when you do read the article, I mean, the Murray-Darling Basin Plan is very complex, and I know that it's a matter that cuts across all levels of government, the Commonwealth government, other states as well. It is complex, but I also think what's important here is about getting the right outcome. It shouldn't be a static document. I think that's important. I think you need to also engage and listen to stakeholders along the Murray-Darling Basin, because I think they are living and breathing it each and every day, and I think that's actually going to be able to achieve the best outcome. So, look, I think there are various views in relation to how that works, but it is a very complex system. And it's one that I think is ever going to be evolving. But again, you need to talk to those that are involved in the system.
Did you talk to Minister Pavey about her comments, just to get a feel for why she said that?
Look, I know that Minister Pavey went out west, and I know that there was a significant funding announcement as well made with Keith Pitt. I think it was over $330 million that was announced, and I think that was important for some of those projects for the Murray-Darling Basin. So again, it's not an area that you stop working on. It's an area that you continue to actually work with those that are involved.
Also on Monday, we did explore with Minister Marshall the agricultural workforce issues, and I'm quite surprised. I quoted you from a document, from an article in the Telegraph by Matthew Benz, and Minister Marshall said it was a beat-up, that it was actually incorrect. Essentially, it was a beat-up. Do you agree?
Look, I think it's not a beat up. I think it was actually an interview that I had with Mr. Benz about what was happening around the seasonal workforce, the need for extra workforce here in the state, critical shortage. So, and it is something that Minister Marshall as well has had conversations with me previously in my role where I sit on the COVID committee, where I've actually been able to take forward on behalf of any of his concerns in relation to seasonal labour shortages.
Thank you. The bell's gone.
I'll pass to Ms Hurst.
Good morning, Deputy Premier. Last week you announced a $35 million regional housing package, which you said will drive construction in the regions and deliver improvements to accommodation for health workers with a view to help attract and retain health staff. You may be aware at the moment the Health Committee in the Upper House is actually running an inquiry into the health systems in regional and rural and remote New South Wales. And one thing that we've constantly heard throughout that inquiry is that it's really difficult to get students into placements in a lot of these regional and rural areas. And one of the reasons, of course, is the accommodation, the fact that these students are actually having to pay for that accommodation. I'm wondering if the package that you've announced will be broad enough to help cover some of those accommodation costs?
Well, firstly, let me say I actually welcome the regional health inquiry, because I think that's important to be able to put the spotlight on the needs of health in regional and rural parts of the state. And I think, that's important. But I also make the point that it is very complex. And, is there going to be a blanket solution? No, there won't be. There will need to be localised solutions for localised areas. And I think that is something that is, coming out already with some of those that have appeared before the inquiry. The announcement that we made last week was part of our $200 million regional economic stimulus package. So the importance here was actually having $35 million to support health workers to be able to go into regional communities. In a lot of cases, and of that 35 million, only 30 of it is actually dedicated to attracting health professionals and health workers into regional and rural communities. At the moment, accommodation is being found or is being paid for by local health districts. So what we're trying to do is to find a permanent accommodation so that we can actually attract those GPs, those nurses, those clinicians into those areas to be able to retain them rather than have a fly in and a fly out on those services being provided. So, So
the focus of this money will be on attracting permanent medical health staff into those areas rather than the student placements in other areas?
Well, it'll be both. I mean,
Both.
it'll be
Okay.
both, because it'll be both. So we won't just target just those that are going to move in. In some cases, it might be placements in my area as well. We have students that actually work alongside our doctors at the hospital. That happens at many of our hospitals across the state. But we want to make sure that there is adequate accommodation, whether that's pods being built. We need to make sure that we've got a space for them to be able to go into those communities so that we can actually have them working alongside our clinicians. And we all know that if our doctors of the future are going to be working in these communities, there is a greater chance that they'll actually finish their degree and their course and actually move into a regional community and practice into the future. So that's why it's important that those opportunities be given towards them.
And I understand Hunter, New England and Western New South Wales local health districts will be the first to trial the new accommodation. Why were these two areas identified for that trial? Were they assessed as being areas most in need?
Yeah, I'll get Mr. Barnes to actually elaborate.
Ms Hurst, again, later on today, I think for the final session, Ms Dewar, who's the Deputy Secretary who's been working with the Ministry of Health on this, can explain to you exactly why those two were chosen. The Deputy Premier's exactly right. The trial or the piloting of this new approach to the provision of housing will cut across a broad range of employees, all the way from those that are finishing off their undergraduate studies and doing placements, to GPs that refuse to travel into some of our regional areas because of the availability or the quality of housing, which causes issues. But certainly Ms Stewart has been working for some time. And I know that those two LHDs, or the local health districts, had indicated not only that they had issues in this space, but a preparedness to try things. Okay. So, Ms Stewart can do that this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr Barnes, and I'll definitely come back to that this afternoon. Minister, I know the government has announced funding for a range of infrastructure projects as part of the COVID-19 economic recovery. One issue that I'm constantly hearing about is rural and regional pounds in New South Wales that are in desperate need of upgrades. I've actually heard that several of them are literally running outside of tips and dumping yards as their local pounds. And so I was just wondering, is that something the government is considering investing in regards to construction grants as part of the COVID-19 recovery plans for new pounds or pound upgrades in regional and rural areas?
Well, firstly, let me say that there are opportunities for councils to be able to apply for funding for pounds. I can tell you right now, my council in Bathurst is actually building a brand new animal rehoming centre. This is worth millions of dollars, and they applied for funding through our Stronger Country Communities Fund, and we're actually funding the brand new adoption pavilion that's going to be constructed as part of that particular program. So there are opportunities already for councils to apply for infrastructure grants to be able to do that. In some cases, councils themselves, would need to put this forward as a priority for funding. When we have our infrastructure grants that go out there, there will be an opportunity for councils to be able to put forward their funding for the projects that they see as the priorities in their local areas. And I'd encourage you to actually, talk to councils if, you feel as that's a priority.
It is something that we've certainly been talking with councils, and we did actually hold a roundtable on this issue, and a lot of these councils felt that they couldn't prioritise the funding in this space. And I guess that's why I was asking if there was any kind of those COVID-19...
Well, it's already there, and so in my area already, it's already been, funding's already been given. So, there is availability for funding. It's up to the councils whether or not they put forward the application.
So it won't be considered as part of any kind of COVID-19 construction grants?
It's already part of it'll be part of the package, but is it going to be specified to pounds? It'll just be specified to infrastructure, and it'll be up to the councils to determine whether it's community infrastructure, however that's going to look.
Yeah, I'll throw to Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Welcome back to the Forestry Ministry role.
Have you changed your attitude?
The what? Forestry? I suspect that the direction might be heading towards what I've been advocating for a while, Minister, and I think you might know that. Have you received a brief on the NRC report that's been done? It was commissioned to look at forestry operations, provide advice on forestry operations under the Coastal IFA as forests recover from the 2019-20 bushfires?
Yes, I've had an overview that's been provided by Anshul in relation to forestry, and obviously the NRC report did come up in relation to that conversation.
So obviously that report was commissioned in response to a bit of a public spat, really, between the EPA and Forestry Corporation about logging in bushfire-affected forests. Why hasn't that report been made public yet?
I'll have to ask Anshul if he'd like to comment on that at the moment.
So maybe I can actually take that one. So as you'd be aware, and as you heard in evidence from Ms Mackey last week, that report's still with the Cabinet for consideration, and it'll be at their discretion as to when and how it gets released.
Who's got carriage of that within Cabinet? Whose responsibility is it for bringing the report and a response to Cabinet?
It's jointly between the Minister for Forestry and the Minister for the Environment.
Minister, what's wrong with making a report like this? It's very sensitive. It was designed to basically provide independent guidance with regards to this dispute between the EPA and Forestry Corporation. Forestry Corporation are still logging, including in some of the identified high-risk forests by the EPA. The government's had this report since at least June. Would you be opposed to it being released publicly? Why shouldn't the public be able to see it?
Well, there's a process, Mr. Field, firstly as well. You've just heard that it will need to go to our Cabinet, and that'll be a decision that Cabinet will make as to how it will actually go forward.
How long do you think is reasonable? The NRC actually has an obligation under the Act that established them to make public their reports. How long do you think is reasonable for it to be considered by Cabinet before the public is made aware and before the various players are able to look at how they apply their obligations under various laws in New South Wales?
Well, I think obviously it's important that we do get slots in the Cabinet when these reports do come up, and I'll certainly be taking it forward when the opportunity comes.
Minister, you may be aware that a yield review was done after the bushfires. It suggested a hit to the sustainable yield of about 30% on the south coast, less on the north coast. That assessment was largely based on desktop work because the forests were not accessible in large part because of the impact of the fires. Will additional work be done to verify those sustainable yield assessments?
That'll be Anshul.
Sorry,
Anshul.
So just before we go into, as you'd be aware, that was done immediately after, and there was a combination of desktop plus on-site assessment for those areas where we could get into.
There's a lot of uncertainty even from the reviewer about the assessment. That's quite clear in the report.
Yeah, and as you also know, it was independently reviewed post the completion of the report.
And that raises substantial uncertainty about the data given the limitations. That's quite clear from that independent reviewer as well.
Yeah, but as you also know, these sustainable yield reports are done on a regular basis, at least every 5 years, or as the need arises in between.
Sure.
This was a as the need arises one. It wasn't one of the scheduled ones, and so there are scheduled reviews of that and reruns of those reports using the frames model.
Sure. When's the next one due?
I'd take that on notice and come back to you on that date.
I mean, and the reason I ask is because we know a substantial number of wood supply agreements, particularly on the North Coast, are due to conclude in 2023.
That's right.
What's the status of any negotiations, or what's your plan, Minister, in terms of renegotiating those wood supply agreements for North Coast forests?
Well, obviously, that process will be underway, and that will actually be looking at those wood supply agreements for the future. So, obviously, there'll be conversations that will be had with Forestry Corp and those individuals that have already got contracts, and looking at how they sit today and extensions.
Well, and this is my point, we're nearly in 2022, they expire in 2023, I'm not exactly sure of the month or date. You've had a substantial hit to wood supply agreements. You're sitting on advice from the Natural Resources Commission that I think we all know probably raises some substantial concerns about long-term sustainability. At what point are you going to give the mills on the North Coast, the communities that are concerned about the impact of forestry operations on their forests, including the burnt forests, about the future of these agreements? Have you started negotiations yet?
Well, I can say to you, I've been in the role for about 26 days.
You were there before, Minister. I know
absolutely,
and
I can say to you that wood supply agreements are around giving certainty to industry and to those mill owners. And let's be very clear about this. There are a lot of mill operations that are reliant on employment in some of those smaller towns and communities as well. And it's important that we actually give them certainty for the future. And I obviously believe that the wood supply agreements are critical in actually supplying that.
They don't have that certainty at the moment, and these are due to expire.
Well, I support the industry. So I support the industry because I think it's critical. I mean, that table that you're sitting on in front of you is actually made of wood. So, I'd like to point out to you that there's a lot of
unlikely to be North Coast hardwood forest.
It's the ultimate renewable at the end of the day.
Yeah, when no one's arguing about softwood plantations.
Forget how important it is when it comes to creating jobs in our regional communities and towns. And yes, we know that the Forestry Corp will continue to actually work with those individuals to actually look at those wood supply agreements.
But they have no uncertainty now. You're talking about businesses that make long-term plans. They don't know what's happening in contracts that expire in just over a year, effectively.
So I know that was the buzzer.
I just got in before the buzzer.
In which case, I'll
Mr. Hanson, you're free to answer.
If I can, because you would be aware that the previous minister, the former Deputy Premier, did commit publicly to a negotiation of extension for the Type A high-quality sawlog wood supply agreements on the North Coast, and that as a result, Forestry Corporation has commenced negotiations of extensions to bring them in line with the 2028 contract that exists up there as well.
We'll come back to this because that's not actually what he admitted to, is my understanding, Mr. Hanson, but we'll come back next time. I'm sure he ruled that out.
Welcome, Deputy Premier. I want to start by asking some questions about the Tamworth intermodal, but noting that obviously this is a project that sort of hovers between portfolios. One of them's yours, but it obviously has some impact on forestry export trade. So if there's questions that you can't answer or they sort of sit in that transport, just let me know and I'll...
Sure.
He can answer everything, don't
I'm sure he can. All right, so I just want to talk about what was get some answer around what the total funding figure was from state government. I know in 2017, I think there was 7.4 million announced by the local member, and that was about reactivating one of the lines. And then there was a second tranche of about 27.8 million, which would take us to around 35 and a bit million. Is that a fair assessment, or have I missed some funding somewhere?
Look, Mr. Barnes said they can help me with this one, so I might go to him if that's okay.
Look, and I will help by suggesting that Chris Hanger, who oversights those funds, will be here after 3:30.
Okay.
And he will be able to give you details of the funds that were released and the source of those funds. But there was an initial allocation.
Yep, sure.
And then a further allocation was made. I can't tell you off the top of my head the numbers, but Mr. Hanger has those in his notes.
Okay, we'll get the definitive figures from Mr. Hanger after 3. Was there a business case for this project, or was it sort of wrapped up in this global gateway case that was put forward by Tamworth Council?
I'd have to...
Again, one for Mr. Hanger.
One for Mr. Hanger, okay.
I believe there was a business case.
And that was produced prior to the expression of interest?
I believe so.
Okay.
Well, we'll get him to actually provide that information later in the hearing today.
Yep, sure. Going to that expression of interest, that was conducted or announced on April 14, 2017. Minister, are you aware that EOI, essentially, even before it reached its first anniversary, was halted and the contract was awarded to Cube?
My memory, if I go back, knows that understand that Cube were involved in discussions at that point, but I'd have to take the question on notice.
As a former Minister of Local Government and also being in local government yourself, is that a common practice where an EOI is essentially halted midway and it's awarded to somebody? Is that something that's common or uncommon?
Well, I don't really know the context of the actual, program, so it's a bit unfair to actually talk about the context of this one because I don't really understand as to what's the pathway here. So I would say that, expressions of interest, councils do go out to actually see what relevant players are involved in particular projects that are being put forward. That's not uncommon. And I don't know the status of, whether there was 2, 5, 10 players that may have been interested in the particular project. Sometimes expressions of interest actually might clearly define that there is only one party that's interested in actually pursuing it any further. But that's, I'd have to take it on notice, the actual question. But in relation to councils going out with the EOIs, that's not common.
That's not common.
It's not uncommon.
Not uncommon,
Yep.
but you're unsure as to whether it's common that they're halted midway.
I'm not sure of this particular project yet.
Okay. So, were you aware that Crawford's Freight Lines were also one of these interested parties at all? I know you said you didn't know whether it was 10 or 15.
Yeah,
were you aware that Crawford's Freight Lines was one of these interested parties as well?
Look, I know Crawford's. I've met with Crawford's about different proposals that they've actually put forward in relation to other matters. So in relation to this particular one, I can't recall. So I don't really know at the end of the day.
Okay. You aware that they, at least for timber, hold at least 50% of the freight volume that would possibly go through this intermodal? But now they've set up their own operation at Werris Creek.
Yeah. So, and I've met with Crawford's, who I understand are an important operator within that area.
Are you aware that your former predecessor in the roads portfolio, the member for Oxley, was made aware that these loss of freight volumes because Crawford's had set up their own essentially intermodal at Werris Creek would severely hinder the commercial viability of this intermodal?
Look, I have to take it on notice.
Sure. Let's see. Do you have any understanding or vision on what the requirements are between Cube and Tamworth Council in terms of running this intermodal, in terms of arrangements in ownership of land, or is that sort of beyond your scope?
It's really with council at the end of the day, the question. But I mean, look, there's always arrangements that are made between councils and operators, and obviously they've got processes that they have to follow under the Act as well. But importantly here, it's, councils, when they do go into partnership with various projects, it's about driving the local economy, it's about providing jobs, and in a lot of our communities, that's a critical process that's undertaken.
Yeah, okay. My understanding that Cube will have the land for 15 years and then the ownership will revert back to council. Has there been any work done by your department in terms of how Tamworth Council will benefit from that arrangement, or will Cube be the major benefactor in that arrangement?
Yeah, but look, one to ask
Mr. Hanger?
again, Mr. Hanger, but I am aware that through the various funding programs that are made available, that government also supported the Werris Creek intermodal by putting a flyover across a rail line because of the dangerous conditions of land transport getting in and out of their site. But again, as the Deputy Premier said, once business cases have been done, processes have been followed, it goes across to local government to engage, in securing or moving forward on those projects. But look, I'm sure that Mr. Hanger can come along at 3:30 and give you all that he knows on that.
Awesome, thank you. I'll throw to Ms. Jackson.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister. I wanted to ask a few questions about the Regional Housing Task Force. Are you aware when the final report is going to be made available?
Well, it won't be that far away because it was only about last week. I've actually had a briefing from the Regional Housing Task Force as to some of the work that they've undertaken. I mean, this was actually something that was put forward by the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces back in June of this year. They've actually presented me their findings, and I would say that it's not too far away before we actually see that full report.
And have you read the interim findings report that was handed down by the Regional Housing Task Force? I think it was probably in September this year.
Look, I've had a high-level briefing that's been provided by the task force and members of the task force as well. And look, what I do commend them is the fact that in August of this year, they did go out and actually engage with many stakeholders, getting their thoughts and their views about housing and the shortages in a number of regional communities.
Yeah, I mean, and you would agree with the sort of the reason for the genesis of the task force, and you've talked publicly about the sort of serious housing issues that there are in regional New South Wales. That's something that you would agree is a pretty urgent priority right now.
Well, I've actually indicated this is going to be one of my key issues to actually deal with, because I think what we've actually found is, especially with COVID, people have actually realised that they can work at home. People have realised that they don't need to be in the city any longer. So we've actually seen thousands of people that have actually moved out into the bush. They've bought up homes, they're living there now, but they can also work there. And regional New South Wales is a great place to live, work and play at the end of the day. But what we've actually seen is pressures that have been put onto the housing market because of and rental prices because of people moving out into the region. So, yeah, look, it's a challenge. It's going to be complex. It will have a number of players that will need to be involved in this space, but we need to look at supply. We need to look at opportunities as well, and I think that's something that we'll do. And I look forward to the final task force report being handed down.
Just something to note more than anything is that when that housing task force was announced, it was jointly announced by Minister Stokes and the then Deputy Premier Barilaro. And the reason for that is that he had already tasked his department to look at housing affordability and housing supply and tightness in the market. And so in our department, when that task force was announced, we'd already stood up a team within the department to begin working, if you like, in the hotspots across the regions, particularly with a focus on housing supply. And again, if you wanted to talk this afternoon with Ms. Jewell, she could give you some real examples on how we're putting downward pressure on housing prices by opening up supply in places like Cooma and on the North Coast. So it's a big issue out there. But
I mean, it's interesting, that you've mentioned supply, and I read your comments, Minister, in the newspaper where you said we are going to open up more blocks of land, we're going to cut through the red tape through the planning system to allow housing development to occur. But it's just that in the actual report, the findings report of the Regional Housing Task Force, they say the New South Wales housing system is not being seen as a planning system is not seen as inherently restrictive. With many reporting there is sufficient zone land available for housing, and they in fact cited the failure to provide infrastructure as the barrier to realising the potential of this land.
Well, firstly, let me just say I think it's the investment that this government's actually made into infrastructure in regional New South Wales is why it's so attractive for people wanting to pack up and move into our communities, and I think that's actually a positive thing. But what it also does is comes with other pressures. What we've actually got is, councils that are actually, in some areas, they're actually in the land development. So it's about working with councils potentially to be able to open up those blocks in a more timely manner for those communities that want to grow and actually deal with the housing supply. So in many cases, it's not even going to be, the levers will also involve, Commonwealth government, could involve state government, it could involve non-government organisations being all part of the solution that is going to be required. This is not going to be fixed overnight, but what we do need is to actually ensure that there is a process in place to deal and tackle with the issue of regional housing supply in our areas.
It's just that you keep talking about supply of new houses, which is important, but the task force specifically addresses that and says actually the barrier is that the infrastructure is not there to support the supply of new houses. And so how is it that after 10 years in government, there isn't sufficient infrastructure to support the provision of new houses in regional New South Wales? That was the finding of the task force.
Well, look, the task force's report's got to be finally handed down, so we need to actually see that report in its full detail. But I do say this, it's this government that's actually invested more strongly ever in local government. I can tell you, I sat on councils and we didn't get very much funding at all from the previous government. It's this government that actually is supporting councils when it comes to building that infrastructure. So whether it's the roads, whether it's the headworks that are involved, we actually have programs to support councils to that. We also have, through our Growing Local Economies Fund, there's opportunities there for councils to be able to put in infrastructure, to be able to deal with issues around building the right infrastructure for future housing development. So there are opportunities there for councils. I'm happy to talk to those councils that indicate that they haven't got funding for infrastructure, because what I find at the moment is there are a lot of councils that are struggling to spend the funding that they are receiving from the government at this point in time, which is an important thing, but an exciting thing as well for those areas.
I mean, I hear the words that you're saying. It's just that when you actually read the report, it says infrastructure provision is the major barrier, commonly cited as the major barrier to the provision of new houses. So it's actually substantial evidence was received by the Regional Housing Task Force to suggest that the land is there, the zoning is fine, that new houses could be built, but the infrastructure is not available. And you've been in government for 10 years and you want to tout your record, but the finding of the task force was that your failure to invest in infrastructure has actually caused the regional housing crisis.
What's the question?
What do you say to that?
I don't agree with the premise of your question, but I will say this. When councils actually, or when areas are opening up for housing and development, we all agree. You don't just open up a block of land available. You have to build the infrastructure behind that. You have to put in the sewer pipes. You have to put in the roads. You have to ensure that the water connections are available. Nowadays, it's also having that digital connectivity. There are opportunities for those areas to be able to do that. So that's all part of the package of looking at the availability and the supply of regional housing. We are very committed to ensuring that that does happen, and there is support there for those councils and communities. But we also want to make sure we cut through some of the red tape. So when there are planning processes, you can actually do it in a more timely manner. I think what we've actually found is it's crept up a lot quicker than people thought. If we were talking about regional housing shortage 2 years ago, it is a very different situation today compared to 2 years ago. And that's because of the number of people that we've seen move into regional New South Wales. And I think that's where the pressures have come from. And this government's not shying away from that. Mr Barnes has already said the department has started to tackle this even before the task force was actually put together. So we understand it's an issue, it is complex, but at the end of the day, we're going to be looking at how we can assist those councils, those communities, those regional areas that have a shortfall in housing supply.
And a big focus of the task force was looking at housing supply in and around the outskirts of Sydney. So I know that they also looked at, by definition, the regional areas that the Deputy Premier has responsibility for. But it may well be, when you look at their interim recommendations, that reference to some of the infrastructure provisioning may be in the peri-urban areas. But it is not a one-size-fits-all scenario. In places that we've gone to, yes, they do need support with making land available. In others, there's plenty of land, and we need to help them to turn that land off. But like, the shift is on, and there are places up and down, and inland as well, where houses are being snapped up sight unseen by people from Sydney and interstate, and then that locks other people out of the market and pushes prices up. So it's a complex set of conditions, and it will require complex and well thought through strategies to address it.
Well, I hope to see the findings of the Regional Housing Task Force soon that presumably address some of that. But in the short term, it's going to take a while, as you accept, to turn this situation around. What are the kind of short to medium term solutions that you're going to put in place? Because as you know, as you said, people are sleeping in cars. There you are.
Good photo.
This is
Good
something
photo,
that you have identified.
It's creepy that you're carrying it around with you.
And, always keep it close. This is something that you have identified is an urgent issue right now. I have similarly heard reports, people sleeping in cars, people sleeping in tents, people living permanently in caravans. So what kind of solutions are going to be put in place in the short term to try and prevent people in regional New South Wales falling into homelessness?
Yeah, look, absolutely, and I think I think we both agree that this is an issue that has crept up very quickly. So I think we're both on the same page in relation to dealing with it. Look, I've already said that this is a key focus for me. As the Deputy Premier and been in the role for 26 days, one of the very first briefings I got was in this particular area, because I know that this is an issue in regional New South Wales, and it is something that we need to actually address and we need to tackle. It's not going to be fixed overnight. And as Mr Barnes said, there is not going to be one solution or one size to fits all areas. So we're going to also need to be looking at different localities as to how we can address that. Look, last week as well, and we said it previously in the hearing, we just even announced $35 million as part of going towards housing as part of our $200 million regional economic stimulus package. Now, admittedly, about $30 million of that is going to go towards assisting health workers to be able to go out into the regions. But we've also got another $5 million of that to try and actually tackle some of the issues that we've got right here now. It's not going to be an easy solution, but I'll tell you what, when I hear stories of people, sleeping in cars, that's heartbreaking. When I hear stories of people, paying only $250 for rent, and all of a sudden now, because of the market, someone can actually get $400. They push them out of the home. They've probably been there for 10, 15 years. That's pretty heartbreaking. So we need to be looking at various solutions. There's not going to be one solution that fits everything, but we need to make sure that there are various solutions to address those needs of those individuals, those families that are going to be caught up in this situation.
One issue that you have identified is, the increasingly common pattern of people being evicted from their rental property only to see it on the market a few weeks later with, $100 or $200 added to the rent. That's possible in this state because we have no-fault eviction laws. And so one practical measure that has been suggested in the short term is to look at tightening the laws around eviction so that that doesn't happen to people. Is that something that you would be open to?
We're going to look at various measures. I'm not going to sit here today and provide a running commentary about what is going to be the solution. Obviously, we're going to be working with the findings of the Regional Housing Task Force. My department has been doing some work as well. I've got some ideas of my own that I would actually like to see addressed as well, and that's how we're going to be able to tackle the situation, which is a real issue in regional New South Wales. And you've actually, also admitted that it is something that, we need to look at, but it's not one size fits all for those communities.
But you could literally change the law in the November sittings to stop people being evicted who have done nothing wrong.
I
only
can't
to
change
see
the law
their
because it doesn't fit under my, premise as
The Deputy Premier now?
Well, so it doesn't fit under my portfolio to change the law. But as I said,
Speak to Minister Anderson about it. He's responsible.
I'll hear the point of order from the Honourable Wes.
I've been very patient, but
you have.
Look, the interjections from the Honourable Rose Jackson while the Minister's trying to provide his answer are just unbecoming. And look, I'd just ask you to ask her to allow the Minister to provide his very detailed answer, and then she can interject and insert her commentary all she wants, but allow him to finish his answer first, please.
I don't believe it was unbecoming, but if we could allow a couple of seconds breath between the interjection.
Pause the other day, wasn't it?
Apologies,
Yeah.
Continue, if you're saying it's not in your area.
Continue, Minister.
Look, but I mean, this will cut across various portfolios, and as I said, it's something that I'm keen to tackle, but it'll also be in conversations and discussions by pulling the levers with other ministers in other departments as well. So it won't be something that, as the Deputy Premier, I'll do on my own. Yes, I've actually said this is going to be a key area that I'm going to be working on. I'm committed to that because I know of those stories of individuals that have been caught up in terrible situations, and I think we all have a responsibility to address it.
So you will commit to at least talking to Minister Anderson about the protections that people who are renting have?
What I'm going to commit to is talking to various ministers about various matters that could be addressed in this holistic solution. And also at a Commonwealth level as well, there is a part that I believe the Commonwealth can play as well.
Just quickly before I hand back to my colleagues, I just wanted to follow up my colleague Mr Veach's questions about Minister Pavey's comments on the Murray-Darling water plan, because my understanding is that government positions on the MDBP, which obviously are negotiated with the other states and the Commonwealth, require approval by Cabinet. And I wondered whether her recent comments and commentary on the plan represented a shift in the Cabinet's position. Did this go to Cabinet? Is that something that you ticked off on?
Look, I think Minister Pavey is experienced enough to be able to, make comments about, what happens around water. But I do make the point, in New South Wales, we'll continue to put the interests of our people and our state first. We make no apologies for that, and we will continue to do that. We've advocated very strongly in the past in relation to this particular area, and we'll continue to do that. Some of the comments that are made there, are true. You need to make sure that you do listen to various stakeholders that are involved in the Murray-Darling. But, above that, there are other states that are involved. The Commonwealth is involved, but we also need to make sure that we're getting the best deal for our farmers and our landholders and our stakeholders here in the state when it comes to the Murray-Darling Basin. We'll continue to advocate that. What I think is important here is the fact that, everyone has indicated that they want to be at the table to actually find a solution. And I think that's the most important thing here at the moment for our communities.
Should it have taken Minister Pavey and her predecessors 10 years to figure out that consulting with local communities was an important part of water policy? Seems like a long time to come to that realisation.
Well, look, water is complex. I mean, what I've actually found even in this space, just getting briefings on water, in the last couple of weeks as well, it is complex. It cuts across a lot of different areas, a lot of different agencies, federal level, state level, various stakeholders that are involved. So, what we need to do is to be all working for the same outcome, and that's for those people that are on the ground. And I think at the end of the day, listening to the needs of those on the ground is actually going to ensure that we provide the right policy and the right solution going forward.
I mean, literally no one is proposing a policy in which people on the ground are not listened to. It seems that it has taken Minister Pavey and her predecessors quite a long time to realise that that might be something. Is that Do you want to apologise to the local communities who've been sitting there for 10 years and have now, after a decade of this government, finally had an acknowledgement that someone should be talking to them?
No, I think, what's important is the fact that, we continue to actually work with the Commonwealth, and I think the announcement that was made when Minister Pavey was out there was around the $330 million for infrastructure and that, and I think that's actually a positive announcement, but that's one that is important about dealing with some of the situations that have been confronted with them in the past, and I think that's something that's important here that Minister Pavey is addressing, and will continue to work with the Commonwealth, but also the other states in relation to this. Look, it is complex. There are different requirements, in the southern part versus the northern part of the state, and I think getting a solution for all is always going to be challenging, but I think it's something that can be achieved by actually getting everyone sitting down at the table to try and address it.
My last question before I go back to my colleagues is, yes, it's complex, but there are some baseline legally binding requirements that the New South Wales government has signed up to under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan that require us to achieve water-saving targets and deliver water to the southern states. Are you still committed to doing the right thing by the other states and by our legally binding agreements to meet those water-saving targets?
So, we'll continue to...
Yes or no question?
Well, no, first I'll say this. We'll continue to listen to our communities, and you can ask Minister Pavey on Friday while she's here at Budget Estimates, but I also say that we will continue to stand up for the interest of residents and stakeholders here in New South Wales, and I don't think that's something that we've been afraid to do in the past. Yes, I understand that there are requirements around the Murray-Darling Basin system, but we also need to make sure that our communities are not forgotten and our communities have a voice at the table when it comes to decisions being made and put forward as they go forward.
I'll throw to Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister. Minister, have you had a briefing from your department on the Hawkins and Rumka potential coal release areas in your electorate?
Well, I can just... I am aware of the Hawkins Rumka proposal that's been put forward. It is one that's north of my electorate. It's not actually in my area, but it is in the northern part of the state across from my electorate. Yes.
It's in the electorate of Bathurst, though, is it not?
No, it's actually just outside the Bathurst electorate.
Okay, so
it does cover into some of the Ralston, very small part of the Bathurst electorate.
Yeah.
But I am aware of the project, and yes, we've spoken about it from a department level. And also through my office as well.
Yeah, so let's go to you as the responsible minister, therefore, that will take the proposal, as I understand, to Cabinet as to whether there'll be a recommendation, I understand, as to whether Cabinet supports this. There's the preliminary regional issues assessment being undertaken, and I understand you might be the responsible minister taking that to Cabinet. So have you had a briefing, for example, from industry in relation to this area?
Well, let me say this, okay? It is my intention to take this proposal to my colleagues, and it is my intentions to actually rule it out. So that will be my proposal that I'll be taking to my colleagues. I take that view because of what I've seen already shows that there are issues around commerciality of the project, and also there are social issues around the project. This still fits in line with our government's commitment to the future of coal statement, acknowledging that coal needs to be put into those areas that are appropriate. But I can tell you now, I'll be taking a proposal to my colleagues to rule it out.
Well, Minister, there is a ute muster happening at Ralston this weekend, actually in opposition to this proposal. So I think all of the locals who are going to be attending that ute muster will be very happy to hear that. Can I check with the Gangadi Kelgoola area, which is a different, I understand, I think there's 14 potential new release areas for coal that within the statement, the coal statement that has been already issued by your government. What about that particular area?
So I've had nothing come through on that one at this particular point in time.
I think that's the next one.
So without preempting, but I'll certainly be keen to see what comes forward in relation to that proposal, but it's preemptive today.
Okay. Did you come here today thinking that you were going to make that announcement that you would be recommending not to open up the Hawkins-Rumka areas?
Well, I formed a view before budget estimates in relation to that particular project. I mean, I drive that part of the world as well, so
It's
I can
very
actually
beautiful.
see it is a beautiful part of, the top end of my electorate, but even as you go into the neighbouring electorate where it was even being proposed, it's actually a beautiful area. And as I said, there are commercial issues around its viability, but there's also social issues that have been identified as well. And I think it makes it very clear for me to actually say to my department that when we put the report going up to my colleagues, it will be actually indicating that we rule it out.
Okay, and what about, because I understand that you have the strategic statement on coal exploration and mining in New South Wales, there's like a resources assessment as part of that, and I've had a number of community, like members of the community, say that they would like that to be released publicly if possible. Is there a reason that that assessment hasn't been released publicly for community feedback as well? I understand people have asked for it and it.
So what's this
it's
one?
not. It's a resources assessment underpinning the strategic statement on coal exploration and mining in New South Wales.
So this is separate to the future of coal statement?
Yes.
I'd have to ask Mr. Barnes or
well,
Georgina.
I think Ms Beattie, who has now rejoined us, bottom right-hand corner of the screen there, Ms Fairman might be able to answer that one. Georgina?
Thanks, Mr. Barnes. So the future of coal statement was based on known coal resources across the state, and that statement, as you know, identified a limited number of areas that might be considered for potential release. I think there's 7 or 8 of those, and the Hawkins-Rumka represent 2 of those areas. When a preliminary regional issues assessment is done, that involves a more comprehensive resource assessment of that area as part of the consideration of that preliminary regional issues assessment, and that report is publicly released after the government's made a decision alongside the preliminary regional issues assessment.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Chair, because I did have a fair few on Hawkins and Rumka, but you picked me up the post. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All that
Thank you, Chair.
Great, Minister. That's
And Minister, I acknowledge your statements this morning about Hawkins-Rumka. I've been working with that community. They'll be very glad to hear your advocacy.
Have you got a ute?
I was invited. I don't have a ute. I couldn't make it this weekend, but I reckon that you should ride in on the back of yours and you'll get a good reception.
You know I've got a ute too, so.
I do. I've had a few ute musters in my time. They're worth attending, no doubt at all. But thank you for your statements this morning about that, and hopefully that is a clear sign of the direction of the government when it comes to new coal exploration in this day and age, which seems quite strange indeed. Minister, I wouldn't mind just turning back to where I was going before around the renegotiation of wood supply agreements, and I might just go direct to Mr. Chowdhury if I could. And sorry, Mr. Chowdhury, I'm going to be doing this a bit, so I'm not sure if I should be looking at that camera and asking the question, then turning around to watch you. Can you just, based on what Mr. Hanson said before, that the Deputy Premier had committed publicly to negotiation on extension of Type A high-quality sawlog wood supply agreements and negotiating extensions to bring them in line with 2028 contracts up there, can you just explain what directions you have been given by the former Deputy Premier about entering into those negotiations and what the status of those negotiations is?
Well, Mr. Hill, thank you. Look, first of all, as you know, we undertook the Sustainable Yield Review and released that in March this year, so we needed that piece of advice before we could open the negotiations. You rightly pointed out that the previous DP had made some public announcements indicating that the wood supply agreements would be extended to 2028. And I guess Forestry Corporation recognised that our customers need the certainty of investment and the time is approaching. So with the release of the Sustainable Yield Review, we wrote to our customers earlier this year indicating that we will commence good faith negotiations and conversations with that group, and that actually cuts across both type A, but as well as the B and C wood supply agreements. With the previous Deputy Premier's office, we were working on the extension parameters. You can appreciate there's contracts involved, so the state of South Wales is also party to this contract, so we need to make sure that the Deputy Premier's office was comfortable with. Now, with the change in the Deputy office, this has somewhat delayed the process. So we just need to brief the incoming DP through all of this and then get on with the process of negotiating the contracts with the customers.
So thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. Just to my first point, though, I mean, the Deputy Premier made public statements. I think in like previous August estimates, I asked you about this.
Previous Deputy Premier.
That's right. Just to be clear, the previous Deputy Premier, they switch them around, you know, just... but in previous estimates, you had indicated that those, and that was just in August, that those negotiations, I don't think had commenced at that stage. Can you just be clear? There was public statements by the Deputy Premier. Did you get some sort of direction or request by the Forestry Minister at the time to enter into those negotiations? How did that process commence?
So no, there wasn't a formal direction given by the Deputy Premier. There was simply that indication in the public announcement that he had made, and then we have been working with the DP's office on what the next steps are and how can we make that happen.
So you've written to wood supply agreement holders. Is it possible, and we've done this before, and I'm not after personal information or commercially sensitive information, but is it possible to get a redacted version of the letters that went out just to understand the nature of the parameters that are being put forward in terms of the negotiations?
Sure, Mr. Toole. Let me take it around notes and just check the commercial and confidence issue there. But
I assume that given the state is party to these agreements, the shareholder ministers and Treasury would need to sign off on any final renegotiated or extended contracts?
That's correct. So we have been keeping the shareholder ministers with Treasury officials.
So they're aware that you are involved in negotiations at this stage with wood supply agreement holders on the North Coast about possible extensions?
Yeah, so just to be clear, we haven't commenced negotiations. We have written to our customers indicating that we will commence those negotiations. So we just need to iron out the extension parameters, as I mentioned earlier, and then we should be on the way.
How is sustainable yield being factored into this? I mean, have you got a view of the total volume of timber that would be renegotiated between 2023 and 2028?
So yeah, Mr. Field, if you recall, the sustainable yield review indicated that the impact on the North Coast on wood supply was minimal. It was about 4%. And just remembering that the sustainable yield resource review goes over an extended period of the year outlook. So we don't commit on every available stick timber that is available in the forest in our contracts anyway. So there's always a headroom, and our analysis has indicated that we should be okay in extending the contracts with the current volumes on board.
With the current volumes? Was that right, with the current volumes?
With the current volumes, yes.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to some of this afternoon, Mr. Chowdhury, but I appreciate that. Possibly one for you, Mr. Hanson, or the Minister. I asked questions in the August estimates as well about the status of the Sweetman wood supply agreements, the timber mill up around Kurri. I know that the mill is being purchased or was in the process of being purchased. Have those wood supply agreements now been transferred to the new owners?
That'd be a question for Mr. Chowdhury. And just before you do throw back to him, can I close out? So the Sustainable Yield Review is actually due next year. That's part of its 5-year cycle, and so the work's already started and underway on that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Well,
to that transfer of wood supply agreement?
Yeah. Well, I'm happy for Mr. Chowdhury. I think it was someone else that answered last time, but if you could, Mr. Chowdhury.
Yes, absolutely, Mr. Field. Look, the contract as I understand, we have done our part in the assignment of the agreement, but the sale transaction, as I understand, has not been completed with Slickman, so that is a matter obviously for them. And until that happens, the assignment doesn't take into effect.
I suspected that could well be the case. Mr. Chowdhury, I guess I thought I might have one more in. All over to you, Chair.
You thought wrong. Just picking up from where we left, Deputy Premier, you mentioned that you thought there was a business case on this intermodal. Perhaps I can't find it publicly. Maybe on notice you can see whether it is available for us.
Yeah, so we'll have a look.
Yeah,
We'll
sure. Thank you.
Just be aware though, like in a lot of regional projects as well, and I'll just make the point, and I'll find out for you on this one. Just be careful. Like there's a lot of projects in our regional communities that will never stack up to have a BCR.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of projects that will be required, are needed. If we put a BCR against them, they'll never pass. So therefore, it's important in regional communities we look at the need of the project, and that might be in other projects. For example, give you examples around water projects. If you put a BCR to it, it'd probably never stack up. But the worst thing you could do is not have a project happening and see a town running out of water. There are exceptions as well.
Yeah, sure. Can we talk about the delays in the project, and understand that some of this has been under the stewardship of the former Deputy Premier, but in 2017 the council stated that it'd be a 6 to 9 month build with trains in and out of the site by 2018. Then the local paper reported that we had an ambitious timeline of August 2019, which has then again been pushed back because designs haven't been finalised. And we're now in the final months of 2021. What are the causes of these delays? And do we have an actual projected date as to when this will be operational?
So can we get Mr. Hanger maybe to just this afternoon just provide you with that information? We'll just take the question and provide it to him to come back to you.
No problems at all.
Thank you.
I'm just going to pass you up some documents so you can sort of see what I'm referring to. Just turning towards the economic viability of this project and obviously how it relates to our exports.
Thanks.
So the first one is just some graphs that come from Transport for New South Wales. Very, very handy sort of program they've got there where they can actually isolate geographical regions in terms of their commodities. So looking at 2016, we looked like we had 9.7 kilotons coming out of Tamworth for coal. Then in looking at the projected freight for 2021 this year, that's jumped to 10.1 kilotons. Can you see where I'm drawing that from, Minister?
Not really, but
underneath the map. There's a little table with like a bar graph. Yes, yeah. Presumably that $10.1 million was under the assumption that Shenhua was still going to be operational. Would that be a fair assumption?
I'd have to ask Mr. Hanger to comment.
Shenhua never moved into production, so I doubt that there would be any assumptions made on volume.
Okay, so where are these assumptions on coal volume being drawn from? Because there's significant increases all the way through to 2056. So how would they have come to this figure, do you think, Mr. Barnes?
I'd have to go back to Transport for New South Wales, who pulled this together, but they may well have been looking at coal in the Liverpool Plains, and the amount of coal that would go, I think, through or adjacent to Tamworth to find its way to Newcastle.
Okay. So, I accept that. If we go to...
So we'll take it on notice. It'll have to be referred probably to transport anyway.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
If we look at the agricultural commodities then, and assuming that includes timber, this year it's at 1.5 million kilotons, and then it's projected in 2056 to increase to 2.3, and then you've also got oil seeds going from 170 kilotons to 240 kilotons in that same time period. Given that Crawford's has 50% of the timber contracts, a lot of the oilseeds come from the Liverpool Plains. They've got an operation at Werris Creek, which has the capacity to take this in, and is probably more convenient from a geographical perspective. How is this project going to be viable? If a lot of these projected increases in freight are actually probably going to be more sensible to go through Werris Creek.
Yeah, I'd have to take your question on notice. Otherwise, Mr. Hanger might have some information this afternoon for you there.
Okay.
Yeah. As I remember back, some of the expectations of the Tamworth intermodal may be that some of the coal storage freight from the big abattoirs that were in and around that Tamworth area, and as you know, there are three big ones, Thomas Foods, Tees and Baida, may in fact shift some of their freight off-road and onto rail.
Yeah, I have heard that, but I've also heard that a lot of those abattoirs are actually looking at centralising their abattoirs, that they're making them exclusively for freight to actually reduce those compliance costs that obviously naturally come with exported meat, and that may include actually shifting that export meat to an area other than Tamworth. Now, obviously, that's not confirmed, but that would possibly
There's
cause some
three
issues there
massive
too.
processing plants, and Baida have indicated a desire to expand their volume there, so they've got to take that product somewhere.
Yeah, my time's expired, but obviously we'll probably explore this a bit further. Mr. Veach, you've got about 2-3 minutes before we go to break.
I think you said you've been in the gig 26 days?
Yeah, what is it, 27 days, Thursday tomorrow, 4 weeks, so yeah,
Meetings.
28.
How many meetings?
How many meetings?
Well, they'll be disclosed in my diary, so happy for you to see them when I do. But I'll tell you, I think we asked this question last week. Already in this space, I've already met with, New South Wales farmers, which I indicated to you. In my last budget estimates hearing as well, met with stakeholders like the CWA. I've had a lot of departmental briefings as well in relation to different portfolios. So continue to do that. So, and my diary will be disclosed, and you'll be able to see the number of meetings that I've had and who they are. I know you're keen.
Cut to the chase, Mick.
Yeah, I've already got what I needed out of that. Okay. Deputy Premier, I understand you've just ruled out the Hawkins-Rumpke proposal. Resource Strategies were awarded a couple of contracts to prepare reports, as I understand it. Did you use those reports to form the basis of your decision?
Well, I think obviously some of the information that's coming back to me, but I also know the area quite well. I think I travel that area. I know the sentiments. I've also seen some of the information that's been provided by I think it's the ABSR as well, their particular report. And I do have concerns around it, so that's why, I've made the definitive decision to actually rule it out quite early.
So the Resource Strategies reports, would you release those publicly?
I'll see them, and then obviously that'll be a matter for going to Cabinet as well to actually determine next steps.
But did you use them, though, as a part of your decision, I guess is what I'm saying?
Oh, a number of factors, were made because before this, for my decision. So there were a number of factors. It was, one of the factors, but there was a number of factors that actually came into consideration when I made this decision.
Okay, but you're not going to release them publicly, or you are going to release them publicly?
No, we'll actually this will go to Cabinet first, before decisions are made as to what's released.
Okay, and Minister, so there was 2 contracts awarded to Resource Strategies. I guess what I'm getting to here is if you use those reports as a part of your decision making, that was a good spend on taxpayers' funds. But if you didn't use them, that wouldn't have been a good spend on taxpayers' funds.
Yeah, look, I might get Mr. Barnes to answer the question, or we might go to Georgina, but
So Georgina can answer this, but the ABSR is an independent body. It's a requirement for them to provide reports to the Portfolio Minister. And of course, their reports are taken into consideration along with other things. But Georgina?
Thanks, Mr. Barnes. Yes, so the resource strategy contracts they were engaged by the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment, who are responsible for preparing the preliminary regional issues assessment that we talked about earlier. So those documents were technical reports, and resource strategies are well experienced in assessing constraints and opportunities from coal mining and exploration. So they provided information to the department, and then the department provided information to the advisory body on strategic release, which, as Mr. Warren said, is independently chaired, and then that group provides advice to the Deputy Premier to make a decision.
Thank you.
Okay. We might just stop there because we're bang on 11 o'clock for our Glen 20 break. So we'll see you back at 11:15. 16 minutes of their questioning.
Minister, can I ask you, you're familiar with the Gig State project, aren't you?
I am a little bit with the Gig State, yes.
Yeah, can you give us an update on the rollout, please?
Yep, I can. Just bear with me. We spoke, I think it's about a $100 million project, but I'll
Yes.
just double... Yep, I did remember it, so
Yep.
let me just pull it up. So the Gig State is $100 million. It's actually to bring metro-level internet speeds to regional New South Wales through investment in network infrastructure, including data hubs. So it is replacing the NBN. The department works collaboratively with the Commonwealth and the NBN to ensure no duplication.
Yes, where's it up to? Because tenders were asked for in early 2021.
I'd have to ask Mr. Barnes if he can provide some additional information there.
And again, Rebecca Fox will be here this afternoon. She looks after all of the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, including the Gig State. And I think in fairness, Rebecca will be able to take you through each of the component parts and where things are at in respect to Gig State.
But you can confirm it hasn't been canned.
I can confirm it's still continuing, Mr. Primrose.
Yep.
In fact, I think Rebecca will tell you that we're actually in the market at the moment for one of the components.
Will Rebecca tell me what the target locations will be first in the queue?
She may well do, but we'll leave that for her.
So you guys aren't aware of that?
That it's been canned?
Whether it's been canned or not?
No, not at all.
Minister?
I'm not aware of that. I understand there's even commitments in some areas, so my understanding is they are still continuing.
Good.
Mr. Primrose, what I would say is that government, for example, indicated very clearly that they wanted to go to market, for example, to put data to the edge and to enhance backhaul. And pretty much in the 3 to 6 months that followed us stepping into that marketplace and being definitive around government's expectations and remembering that IT and communications is typically not an area that state governments lead in. But upon doing that, we had several approaches from the private sector that said effectively to us, you don't need to go to market and underwrite this. We're going to do it anyway because it makes sense. So Rebecca this afternoon will talk to you, for example, about a data storage facility that is proposed to happen in Dubbo and a number of others, which are exactly the places that we had been envisaging that data to the edge would make sense to give fast connectivity. So,
yes, Mr. Barnes, I've read through the briefings and I've read through the request for tender.
Yep.
The initial target locations were Wagga Wagga, Parks, Dubbo and a corridor west of Cobar. Can you just confirm that they're still the targets?
Let's let Ms Fox take those questions this afternoon, but
Thanks, Scott.
my understanding is that those are still the areas of interest.
Well, I'd hope so, but let's, if Minister doesn't know, I'll ask.
Well, Minister's been in the portfolio a very short period of time and making big decisions as they come along. You heard one of them today, and he has received a briefing, in fairness, on all of the Snowy Hydro, but not one particularly on this matter.
Good. Well, maybe you need to give him one. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to take a point forward here.
I finished my question.
Well, no. I just think that the commentary is inappropriate, and certainly given that the Minister and the Secretary had both indicated that Ms Fox this afternoon was able to provide a detailed response commentary around, what the minister may or may not have been provided a briefing on at this time is probably not appropriate.
Well, further to the point of order, I'm asking the minister for his views. I can ask the public servants this afternoon. Minister's indicated he doesn't know. Mr. Barnes has covered for him. I can accept that. Let's move on.
Well, I'm going to that point of order, commentary around, covering for minister is not appropriate, and it's unbecoming of the opposition, I think, in what is supposed to be a truth-seeking exercise.
Well, before someone else jumps in and makes a comment on the point of order, commentary about a minister's questions or one of the bureaucrats' questions is not really a valid point of order. The member is free to actually, ask the minister for their opinion, and the minister is free to not give it or answer it in any way he so wishes, and which he has done. And also note that Mr. Primrose had actually finished his line of questioning. So, in the interest of moving on, I'll pass to Mr. Veach.
Moment to collect your thoughts there, Deputy Premier. I want to go back to
I was
the
thinking everywhere, mate. I was going everywhere.
the ag workforce stuff. I just want to go back to that. And the article in the Telegraph.
Yep.
So 55,000 Pacific workers. So, Deputy Premier, how many of those will actually be coming to New South Wales?
So that's actually going to depend on industry itself actually putting forward applications that they will need for the workforce. We've had conversations around obviously working with New South Wales farmers to be able to do that.
Yep.
So obviously where the needs are to be able to address the shortfalls and where they are required. So that's one of our initiatives. And look, it's one of those...
To be fair, it's a joint initiative with the Commonwealth. 55,000.
Absolutely, and it's I know Mr. Hanson will provide some additional information in a moment, but this is...
I'll explore this afternoon with Mr. Hanson, he knows. Yeah.
Well, I think it's just important that 55,000 number is the number of eligible workers who have registered interest in the Pacific Islands, not the number who are boarding flights. So,
Yes, okay. So again, that sort of comes back to then, do we have any idea how many of the 55,000 would be coming to New South Wales?
Not at this point, but it's actually... But I think this is on top of the initiative we had with our public servants as well, the opportunity to go and take a week's leave to be able to go and support some of our farmers that need labour right now. Some of those...
We explored it with Minister Marshall and Mr. Hanson on Monday, so
was it 8?
We'll leave that there for the time
being.
Yep. The skilled workers thing, so there's a critical... No one disagrees, there's a critical labour shortage when it comes to particularly the harvest season, which we knew about for quite some time. The Pacific Islander numbers are predominantly unskilled workers. Is that not correct?
But the Pacific Islanders are also a country that's got low cases of COVID. They obviously can't come into the country unless they've had a TGA-approved vaccine. They have to be double vaccinated. The issue here is taking away that 2-week quarantine period. So before, that comes at a cost, but also it means that when they do come into the country, they actually have to have quarantine for 2 weeks before they can go and work on some of these farms. These farms need the workforce right now.
Absolutely.
Because, right. you know and young. I mean, cherry's got to get off now, blueberries up in Coffs, you've got grapes down in Murray, so...
My issue... So you're talking about, so there's a registration process for employers, so that would be farmers and labour hire companies. In that registration process, do they sign off on a guarantee that they are going to pay award wages and provide decent living conditions for the Pacific Islanders when they come here?
Look, I'd have to get Mr. Hanson to actually talk about that process there in a bit more detail.
Yeah, so in fact, the approved employers accreditation is actually managed by the Commonwealth, and they're the ones who set the conditions that need to be met by those employers, but it is in line with ensuring that they are treating the workers appropriately once they arrive, that they're recording where the workers are going to. Back to your earlier point about whether they're skilled or not, there's obviously a mix. A number of the Pacific Island workers actually have this in a regular rotation in terms of their coming over to Australia, providing assistance and then returning back to their countries. And so we have a mix between skilled workers who have been here previously and unskilled workers who are coming over and are skilled up on the job here.
So can I ask then, so there are skill sets that are shearers, harvester operators, even truck drivers in the harvest season become a shortage.
Drivers.
What's the plan to ensure we have sufficient shearers, harvest operators, truck drivers, which is a bit more skilled than is required? And I'm not demeaning the work to pick fruit, but it's a bit more, the skills required are a bit more enhanced, one would suggest.
So as we talked about, there's a range of medium-term and long-term actions in play here. The short-term actions are about getting the quarantine arrangements and the border open. So as you know, we regularly rely on a flow of shearers out of New Zealand who are skilled and qualified for the task. And so the re-entry of those back into the workforce over here will be well appreciated. The ability to move them seamlessly from north to south across the eastern seaboard, and then hopefully at some stage be able to get them traversing across to West Australia for that flock and back here as well, will also enhance the availability of some of those skilled labourers. We have the training that we talked about on Monday in terms of the work that both Tokel's doing and Australian Wool Innovation in terms of shearer training and shearer shed hand training. So there's a range of activities. It's not purely a government solution, but obviously an industry and government solution in various components.
Okay, so Minister, Deputy Premier, you're in the Telegraph talking up to 55,000 Pacific Islanders. When it comes to the conditions that they're going to be living in and their wages, the state wipes their hand. We don't have responsibility there. It's the Commonwealth's responsibility. But surely, if we want people to work in these industries, the state must have some sort of responsibility and obligation to ensure that they're treated well when they're here and they are paid adequate wages.
And I think Mr. Hanson's actually made that point already, Mr. Veach, but I do make the point that, the bush is booming. I mean, we're going to have some of the biggest harvests that we've ever seen. So this is a conversation that I took up straight away, with DFAT and the Minister, Maurice Payne, to talk about the need for labour to be able to be expedited to get into this country, to get into this state, to be able to provide some of the shortfalls that we're experiencing. So, I can tell you right now, it was something that I've raised through the COVID and Economic Recovery Committee, and it's something that I've actually pursued since I've been the Deputy Premier to ensure that we are allowing those quarantine requirements to be exempt so that we can get the workforce on the ground quicker in our communities.
Deputy Premier, isn't the risk here that we're going to have grain and fruit and vegetables rotting on the ground because we won't be able to get the bumper harvest in? That's the first thing. And as Mr. Hanson and I explored the other day, what that means then for the cost of fruit and vegetables in particular at the supermarkets, risk going up because of that shortage.
There's a couple of things. I think we all, we've had conversations even with New South Wales farmers. Obviously when these workers come in, we want them to be housed appropriately. We want them to be looked after. I think that's critical. We agree with that. That is an important part of the process. But we also need to make sure that we're marrying up the right workforce to the right requirements as to where they are going to be needed. So again, this is something that we are trying to expedite. I'm pleased that we're able to make it happen faster by working with the Commonwealth to actually deal with this. You are right. If we don't get the fruit off some of those trees, we don't only see the farmer sitting there and actually seeing the crop rot this year, it actually spoils the season for next year because it sits on that tree and it rots. So that's why when our farmers have probably had some pretty tough years around droughts and bushfires and floods, mouse plague, a global pandemic, that's why we're trying to actually work with them to ensure that we can get a workforce availability on the ground to support them to be able to get those, fruit from the trees, bumper, people driving chaser bins, opportunity for people to be able to drive harvesters that can as well. These are critical at this particular point in time.
So are there state agencies that will have responsibilities, Minister or Deputy Premier, in ensuring people are paid the right wages and they are accommodated properly?
We would expect, and we will be making sure that people are paid appropriately and housed and looked after. That's part of the requirement of these workers coming into this state and working on those farms. There'll be checks and balances done as to where people are going to be going, where they're going to be working. That'll be part of the work that we'll be undertaking with the Commonwealth, organisations like New South Wales Farmers, looking at where those skilled shortages are and then trying to marry up the right person to the right location to be able to assist. Obviously, they'll have different skill levels, and we need to ensure that they are put into the appropriate situation. We're not going to put someone in a situation where they're put at a high risk because they've never, driven a harvester, for example, ever before. I think that would be an irresponsible act, but it will be putting people into areas where they have the right skill to be able to accommodate those areas.
Minister, I just want to go on to another topic in the couple of minutes I've got left before we hand over. I think it might be to Mr Shoebridge, but so you spoke earlier about having one of the many meetings you've had in the 26 days.
Yep.
Clearly more meetings than the Minister for Agriculture had in 26 weeks. You spoke to New South Wales farmers. In that discussion, did you talk to them about the proposed land tax reforms?
We did. That was one of the topics that actually came up during our meeting. So there was a whole list of topics, and that was one of the topics that we discussed through that particular meeting.
And do you support their views on the land tax reform proposal?
Well, I think it's only a proposal. The government hasn't actually adopted anything around a land tax, and I think when we went out there, we actually wanted to hear the views of the stakeholders and various community representatives from that particular proposal, and that's all it is at the moment, is a proposal. And I'm certainly not going to be. I think as a government, we shouldn't be afraid to be looking at new initiatives and new ideas, but again, we're not going to be putting in things that are going to hurt our regional and rural sector.
Mr Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Minister / Deputy Premier, nice to see you.
So, yeah.
So you were going to make an announcement on the 1st of November about the quarantine arrangements for Pacific workers to come. Where are you up to in terms of your negotiations with the federal government?
Yeah, look, I might just get Mr Hanson to actually just elaborate a little bit further in relation to that. But 1st of November was a big day. Regional travel commenced again. International travellers back in as well. So
where are you up to with the quarantine arrangements, the 2-week quarantine arrangements with the federal government?
So we've reached agreement with the Commonwealth around the fact that provided the incoming arrivals are double vaccinated,
Yep.
And if they're from countries, a list of the Pacific Island countries for which there's an exemption from the PCR testing prior to departure because of lack of availability of the PCR testing in country, then they're able to be immediately released upon arrival into the hands of the approved employer to go out to work.
All right. Which I've got to say is welcome news, because farm workers were coming from Tonga or Vanuatu, where there's literally no COVID.
Yeah,
they were more likely to have COVID at the end of a 2-week stint in a quarantine hotel than they were when they arrived in the country. It was just ridiculous. But having made those arrangements to ensure that people can get out and do the work, Minister, why aren't you making parallel arrangements to ensure that they get paid properly and to ensure that they're not being exploited? Because there has been a troubling history from a minority of farmers exploiting particularly farm workers coming from the Pacific.
Yeah, well, I've got to share your views, Mr Shoebridge. I'd be disappointed if that is happening to those individuals that are coming in. I mean, at the end of the day, the workforce is there to actually help those farmers. I would expect them to be accommodating them in the most appropriate manner, but also to be paying them at the appropriate level as well. So,
well, are you going to have random checks on accommodation? Are you going to have somebody from your department actually go out and make sure that the accommodation is fit for purpose?
Well, who knows? We could be seeing thousands of workers that come in, but it may be random checks. But we'll work with the Commonwealth as well to make sure that there are processes in place to look after these workers. We don't.
Doesn't do it. So I'm asking you, in the absence of that, are you going to step up and actually make sure that
we'll be
accommodation
making
is fit
sure
for
that
purpose?
we'll be also making sure that as part of the process, when people are putting an application forward as to where a skill requirement is needed, they will need to be showing how they are going to be looking after workers as well. Obviously, they can't just take a worker on without providing appropriate accommodation in some of our areas for those workers. Now, that might be on farmhouses, it might be in the household itself. But again, we want to make sure that they're not left stranded in a community having to pick up and find accommodation, which we know in some areas is an issue as well.
Well, but that sounds to me like you're going to have a self-regulation model, that you're not willing to actually put any staffing, any resources in place to go and check even the most basic thing, which is that the accommodation is fit for purpose. I haven't heard you commit to send a single resource in to check on this.
Well, Scott.
So there are obviously two pieces to this story. The first one is around the Commonwealth's compliance checks on approved employers, that they are meeting their requirements as an approved employer to be able to bring these employees
All
in.
paper-based.
No, I believe that there are audits and spot checks conducted by the Commonwealth. I'm not aware of the frequency of those. But then secondly, obviously, the difference, there are two groups of seasonal workers here. There are the Pacific Labour Scheme, and then there's also the Working Holiday Maker. Now, the Pacific Labour Scheme is far more regulated. There's far more detail known about the people that are coming in, where they're going and why.
So my question was about state resources, Mr. Hanson, and if there aren't any state resources going in to ensure that the standards are being met, that people aren't being exploited, and that they're living in decent conditions, just tell me there aren't any state resources.
None
That's
within the
quicker.
Deputy Premier's remit, but I'm not aware of what might be elsewhere.
Minister, will you commit to reviewing the arrangements in place from the Commonwealth to see if you're satisfied that they're going to be protecting these workers who are coming here to help us? They're coming here to help us. They're coming here to help the sector. Will you commit to reviewing the Commonwealth arrangements to see if you believe they're effective or not?
Of course, we'll continue talk with the Commonwealth in relation to those workers that are coming in. What I think is pleasing here is the fact that we've been able to have those conversations very early in my role as the Deputy Premier with the Minister, with the DFAT, to be able to ensure that we are addressing a real issue that is being faced here in this state. And yes, we will continue to talk about how, with them, those workers are being looked after as well.
All right. We'll probably come back to this after the first few scandals.
Point of order, Chair.
I'll hear the
not a
point of
question,
order.
that was a comment. And look,
He's typing as many as he wants.
Moving on.
No.
Moving on.
No, we're not going to move on.
The chair decides that.
I'll hear the point of order, so finish the point of order and then
The
I'll...
point of order was that Mr. Shoebridge asked the question. He then gave some commentary. Then he re-asked the question. The Minister answered the question, and then Mr. Shoebridge gave some commentary. And I've been keeping a track of what's been happening here. Now, the process that we've been using is you ask a question and get a response and allow the witness to answer. What Mr. Shoebridge is doing is not providing procedural fairness to the witnesses.
Okay. There is no standing order that talks about commentary, and I listened carefully to Mr. Shoebridge's comment, and it could be, that last comment he made could be inferred as a question for the Minister to answer, because he said, well, we'll revisit this when we have the first scandal. Now, the Honourable Deputy Premier could have said, well, no, we won't, and answered the question. So that is your time, unfortunately.
Would you mind, could I trespass on you for just 2 minutes? Given we spent
I'm
2
looking,
minutes with...
I'm looking to Ms Hurst, because it's her time.
Sure.
So just before we move on, can I just say as well, I just got you can come back to it, but just the upcoming Regional and Rural Subcommittee of National Cabinet, we can also raise the issue with them at that level as well.
Thanks, Minister. Minister, I'll just show you this quickly. It's probably quickest if I do it myself. Minister, the Australian government has just signed on to the Glasgow Leaders' Declaration on Forests and Land Use. Are you aware of that?
I heard a report this morning, yes.
Yep. You aware the Australian government signed on?
I heard that report,
Yep.
yes.
Do you accept that when the Morrison government signs on to international agreements, it's important that they're complied with?
Yes.
In fact, we could say that for any Australian government. When you sign on to an international agreement, it's important they're complied with. Do you agree?
Yeah, but I'll also stand up for the interests of our state and our people as well, from time to time as well. So I'll always put the interests of the people of New South Wales first.
I'll ask you to turn to page 2 of this declaration.
Okay.
Do you see about point 2 on the page, just a little way down the top of the page? The commitment was we will strengthen our shared efforts to, and then the first one, conserve forests and other terrestrial ecosystems and accelerate their restoration. Do you see that?
Point 2?
Point 1?
Yep.
Conserve forests and other terrestrial ecosystems and accelerate their restoration. Do you see that?
Yep, I see well.
Yep. Given the federal government has just signed on to this this international agreement, will you now commit to complying with that agreement and finally ending, like WA and Victoria has done, the logging of native public forests in New South Wales?
I think if you read into this a little bit further, I mean, you heard the Commonwealth this morning talking about deforestation. I mean, again,
Yeah, which you do on an industrial scale in state forests.
But that's looking at alternative uses. That's clearing land and actually using it for alternative purposes. I can tell you now, Mr. Shoebridge, when you look at native forestry here in this state, it is a critical employer here in our regional communities. And I can tell you right now that there is a big difference between native forestry operations and deforestation. So we just need to make sure that we clear up.
So at the end of the day,
so we need to clear up
the agreement means nothing. At the end of the day, business as usual, keep logging state forests.
No, you're reading into this
business as usual.
You're reading into this as ending forestry. This is not what it's saying. Deforestation has a very different meaning to native forestry operations.
Yeah.
So we just need to clear that up. So happy to provide the definition to you.
Yeah, business as usual.
I will pass to Ms Hurst.
Thank you for that. In regards to your announcement of the $50 million Community Housing Innovation Fund, which will see social housing built in Central West, Blaney, Forbes and Parks by the end of 2022. You might be aware that we've been doing a lot of work, particularly around the domestic violence space and child protection space and the link between these forms of violence and animal cruelty. And one of the big things that has come out of a lot of psychological research is that many people delay leaving violence to move into any kind of housing system because they can't take the animals with them. And within our roundtables, it's been constantly pushed on us by all of the stakeholders that any future housing projects built by government are animal friendly. And so I just wanted to ask if you are aware if this social housing will be built and operated in a manner which will be animal friendly.
So I know there's a $50 million there, and there's a couple of components to that. I mean, you're also aware, you know, you speak about people moving out of homes. I mean, we also had a pretty large package around domestic violence there, announced a week and a half ago, $484 million to support those people that are in, terrible circumstances where they need to actually move out. So, there's a couple of components, but even with the $50 million community housing, that's probably a question that you could probably ask Ms. Stewart this afternoon when she's here at the hearing. She'll give you more of an update as to where that particular program and project is up to. But yeah, I'll take on the premise of your question in relation to that concern.
Could you also, I suppose I could ask Ms Stewart to take it on notice if she doesn't know if it's going to be animal friendly either. I just want to ask about an article that quoted you recently. The New South Wales government is launching an awareness campaign about road safety near horses. And it says that in the last 10 years there's been 9 fatalities that have been recorded in New South Wales. Is it the drivers that are at risk, or is it the people that are actually riding the horses that are at risk here?
I think it's both at the end of the day. I think this is about making sure that motorists are aware that, there are, riders, riding a horse in a lot of our regional and rural areas. So it is important that we actually communicate and get that message out to everyone. I travel the state and I've actually seen, horse riders on the side of the road, but it's also about making sure that road users are driving in a responsible way when they're travelling around these horses that are on the side of the road.
And you mentioned 9 fatalities, and this might be something to take on notice. I don't expect you to have it necessarily on you, but I'm just wondering if there is statistics on the number of people that have been injured, as well as fatalities, but also statistics or fatalities for the horses as well.
Yeah, I'd have to take it on notice, and I'd have to refer it to the other minister, myself, in the other portfolio.
Thank you.
Take one hat off, put the other.
It's an interesting conversation.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Does he listen to himself?
But we'll take it on notice and find out for you.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I've spoken previously with Mr. Barilaro about the great economic opportunity for regional New South Wales and investing in plant-based alternatives. Australia is the third fastest vegan growing market in the world, but unfortunately, a lot of the plant-based products are actually being imported from overseas, and a lot of the ingredients for the alternative products that are on the market are also imported from overseas. As the new Minister for Regional New South Wales, is this something that you see potential for investment within the New South Wales government, particularly to ensure that there's more of these products actually produced here in Australia?
Yeah, look, and can I just, there is, and there's even opportunities for that to happen. I mean, I met with a company in Dubbo this week, a lady who's got an oil seeds business, and she's actually just received through the New South Wales Government's Regional Job Creation Fund, she's got $200,000 to be able to expand her existing business. And I think that's actually going to see an additional, I think it was around 10 or 11 additional employees. So there are opportunities for businesses to be able to relocate, businesses to be able to take up opportunities like that, but also, you know, attracting new businesses from other states here into New South Wales. So, yeah, look, if we can bring those businesses, and I'll say to you, if I can bring them into New South Wales and see them relocated into a regional centre, that's the ideal spot that I want to see them setting up and providing employment.
Thank you.
But your federal colleagues are attacking them with
Are
their
you-
everything
Yes.
labelling thing. They're the
Mr.
same
Shoebridge,
party,
it's not
viciously
your-
attacking the whole industry.
Mr. Shoebridge,
Viciously attacked.
it's
Absolutely.
not your it's not your time now.
Oh, geez, mate, I thought you were again.
All right, I know you got a bit excited there. Minister, I'll just pick up from where we were before. I just want to draw your attention to the second document I passed you, and I do note that it may have been sent behind, so I'll just give you a chance to get it back. And just, I'm looking at page 25, there's a table there about full export container demand from 2016 to 2056. Can you...
The table down the bottom?
Yeah, the table down
Yep.
the bottom. Yeah,
Okay,
thank
yep.
you. So just working out, just doing some basic maths here. It's talking about a projected increase in 20-foot equivalent units, or TEUs, in 2056 to be 898,000. Now, if we operate under the assumption that the port will probably have 48 weeks of operations in a year, factoring in holidays, that equals around 18,703 full container loads being loaded each week. Now, if we, for argument's sake, if we say that 100% of that came from the Tamworth Intermodal, that would mean 360 wagons a week and three trains a week. But obviously that's not going to be the case. I've been credibly informed that it would actually take a small intermodal, like 3 train trips, would make it commercially viable. So my question is, what do we plan to fill these wagons with to make it commercially viable, given that Cube doesn't actually have any contracts at the moment for any products to go on these trains when the intermodal's built? Like, what are we going to fill it with? Post holes, fresh air, good intentions?
So, look, so this is the first I've seen the document.
Yeah.
So to be in fairness, just try to
I'll slow
take
down.
it in right now.
Yeah, I'll slow down.
But I might be able to ask Mr. Barnes if he's able to answer. Otherwise, it might be this afternoon or.
Yeah, like, what are we doing? Do you know whether Cube has any contracts? Because my best understanding right now, they don't.
Yeah.
So
the local government, the Tamworth Regional Council, would have formed some sort of contractual arrangement with Cube through whatever process they went to and through. The one thing we do know about intermodals is that volumes and assured volumes are very important to make intermodals work. And Cube would have to satisfy itself that there would be enough volume for it to operate a terminal. But like our department, and I believe the initial allocation of money probably came through transport to the Tamworth Regional Council, and I know that freight report looks as though it's come from...
It has, but I would have hoped that some of those figures would have been drawn from your department, given that they're talking about, meat export, timber, we would hope that you would have been involved in some way in drawing those figures to transport, who would then have produced this report.
At the time...
It was 2018.
Time in 2018, the department didn't exist.
Well,
and we didn't have...
DPI would have existed, so did DPI have any input in drawing these figures? I'm looking at for potentially Mr. Hanson to help out here.
Yeah, and I'd have to take that on notice, Chair. I'm not aware if we did. I would have assumed that it'd actually be the companies directly that would have been asked to provide forecasts of exports and what they thought might be the volumes, as opposed to coming through us. But I'm not sure what conversations we might have had. It's something I'm happy to look into. Yeah. And we could even come back this afternoon in the afternoon session to see what additional details we can provide you.
Based on these figures, and I appreciate that I've just given them to you, Minister, and you probably need to go away and digest, but it doesn't seem like it would be commercially viable, and someone like you would have to bear the loss over this across their other projects or their other income streams. Are we forecasting a bailout of this company or a bailout of Tamworth Council, who's entered into this contract? I just don't see how such a company could last 34, 35 years operating such a potential loss.
So, look, I mean, I'm not aware of the data that they provided up front. Okay, so this is a commercial decision that's been made in relation to what's been put forward, and obviously.
But we've handed this. We're potentially going to hand this asset to a private company, and it may or may not be commercial viable, and then we may end up bearing the cost of bailing this out, or it might just end up being a white elephant that we've actually spent 35, 50 million on. So
yeah, and I think we'd have to have a look at the data that's been provided up front as well. So I mean, was that actually, the information that was provided might have been the proponent at the end of the day that put all the information forward. So yeah, there's a number of factors that would need to be looked at in relation to it. But government just doesn't walk up and provide bailouts to any proposal that's that's not doing well.
So I think the best thing would be to allow Mr. Hanger to come. He will know about this particular project and the processes through which it's travelled to secure various funding streams, and I'm sure that given that Transport for New South Wales were involved through Fixing Country Rail in the early part of this, would have used or sourced their own data.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Barnes. That's why I premised the beginning of my questions that this sort of hovers across many portfolios. So I appreciate that. Mr. Veach.
Oh, thank you. Minister, I just want to close out our conversation around the Pacific Islander workforce issue. And you probably can't, I don't know that you'll be able to provide these details just yet, but if you could take them on notice, that would be pretty handy.
Sure.
But what I'm looking for is the numbers that come into New South Wales and which sectors they go to. Because there's a number of sectors that will be looking for these workers, I have no doubt.
Yeah, and we've asked New South Wales farmers to assist us there in trying to actually, work with those farms that actually need the skilled workforce to be able to then identify the Pacific Islanders that we can match up. So we also want, everyone has a part to play here to make this happen. We can pull the levers. We can get the Pacific Islanders here into the country and into the state, but we also then need to make sure they're matched up with the appropriate employer. A lot of factors, even looking around skills, to be able to send them to as well.
Yep. And Deputy Premier, at the end of this process, we will.
So,
Yeah.
just for clarity, so the numbers you're looking for are different to the numbers that we gave you on Monday as to arrivals and to.
No, I want like, sort of at the, as I say, so at the end of the program. Where
Oh,
are
so,
they?
so going
Yeah.
forward, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Two different sets of
Yep.
questions. And so, is there a plan to review this at some point down the track so we again learn some lessons and better inform our decisions going forward? Is that the proposal?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think there will be a review. But I also make the point that no one predicted a global pandemic as well. So this is what actually has caused a real shortfall here with the labour shortages. So this has been felt across different sectors, different parts of industry. So this has exacerbated the situation, and this is why we need to look at ways of trying to get the workforce here into the state. But it has come about because of a global pandemic where we're not seeing, backpackers, we're not seeing those overseas workers coming in like we have previously.
Yeah, with all due respect, Deputy Premier, last year this was an issue. We knew last year that it was going to be an issue this year. Been a bit tardy in our approach to trying to respond to this. So that's hence why I think we should have a review. And because of the serious nature of the shortage in agricultural harvest workforce, as the Deputy Premier, you're going to take a much more hands-on role in trying to develop the longer-term plans that are going to be required to address the fact that we need a domestic supply of shearers, harvester operators, fruit pickers. It's a very critical issue for the state's economy. Will you elevate it to your Deputy Premier status?
Well, look, I have a minister here that I'll actually continue to work with. But obviously, when you see issues like this that are important to our regional and rural parts of the state, then obviously I will have engagement and I will be involved in the process. But I also have ministers that actually, are proficient in their role and will continue to work in this area as well. And as the Deputy Premier, I'll come in and work with those ministers and assist them where I need to as well.
Okay. Minister, Deputy Premier, new into the department. Anna Paddy wrote a story a few days back about the Ombudsman report where the former New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment filled a senior executive vacancy under emergency provisions in 2018 when there was no emergency, and they hired an executive staff member on as a contractor and paid them $80,000 more than the normal salary for this position. As you've come into the department with a fresh set of eyes, have you sought to review your department to make sure the Department of Regional New South Wales to make sure that arrangement has actually not occurred in your own department?
What I do know is this, that we've actually got an opportunity for 900 senior public servants to be able to be given an opportunity when there is employment to be able to work in regional New South Wales.
I want to explore that.
I think that's actually an important initiative this government's put forward. And what that does is allow some of those positions and people in senior positions to be able to live and work in regional New South Wales. Technology has shown that we can do that, but also we don't need people to be living and working in Sydney when they can actually be living in regional communities and doing the same amount of work. And the thing is, when you've got those decisions being made, for example, if it's someone that's involved in education and they're involved in a senior role, then they're actually living and breathing what the needs are of that local community. So therefore their thinking is going to be quite different, especially if they've got kids that go to the local schools, because they'll have an understanding as to what the needs are. So that's an important initiative that this government has introduced. I think it's positive in relation to providing opportunities for those senior paid positions to be working in the regions.
I want to come back and explore that if I don't run out of time.
Sure.
I've got some questions around how that's rolling out, so to speak. Minister, do you Deputy Premier? I get mixed
That's
up.
okay.
Deputy Premier.
I'll accept both.
Are you going to continue the government's privatisation agenda in rural and regional New South Wales under your watch as DP? Is that going to continue?
Mr. Veach, I don't see us privatising anything at the moment. So I think you can try and run a scare campaign around it, but that's not what's happening. I mean, we've actually had recycling of assets, and that's allowed us to reinvest back into our communities a record amount of infrastructure.
Yeah.
I mean, we've never seen our communities
Are you gonna
that have
continue with
actually,
the
we've
asset
never seen our
recycling?
communities receive so much funding, whether it be for
Continue with
roads,
privatisation.
whether it be for bridges, whether it be for community projects that they cried out for decades when you guys were in government. What this government has done is actually turned that investment around, has got to a position where councils have now got to a state where they are struggling to actually roll the money out the door.
Some of them can
That is a good problem to have, but it's a problem that we will work with those local councils in delivering for those communities. That's why people want to move into regional New South Wales, is because our government and our investment and recycling of assets has allowed us to make it such a great place to live and work. And I'll tell you what, the bush is a great place to live, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to make it even a greater place for people here in New South Wales. I'm going to make it bigger, I'm going to make it better, and I'm going to make it the first choice for people when they're wanting to reach and relocate here in this state.
So can I ask the Deputy Premier around that? There's a body of work that needs to be done around jobs, job losses, job relocations within regional New South Wales.
Yeah.
Does the Department of Regional New South Wales undertake any of that work? So what I'm looking at here is, earlier you spoke about the smaller communities.
Yeah.
And I gather you're talking like the West Wyalongs or the Blainies, for instance.
Yeah.
That's sort of what I took from what you were saying. Has that body of work been conducted to work out jobs in and jobs out of those communities? Where those jobs, where the jobs are coming from and where they're going to?
Yeah.
Get a better idea of what's happening within regional New South Wales.
Absolutely, and I can tell you that since 2011 we've created over 114,000 jobs in the regions.
But how many have been lost? It's the pluses and minuses.
So let me finish. Monday, we have a fund called the Regional Jobs Creation Fund. That is a $130 million program that this government has in place. On Monday, I announced $55 million for about 69 projects across the state. That's actually seeing the private sector partner with us. That's actually seeing $180 million in investment. That almost is creating 3,000 jobs. And you said to me then, is that just big, small? Yes, we are keeping a track. Narromine, for example. I was there with a bloke called David Simmons. He owns this company called Simmons Global. He's actually packing up from Western Australia and he's going to relocate it to Narromine. Now, here's a town of 3,000 people, and he's going to create 250 jobs in that town. I mean, that's a game changer. That's going to transform that community.
So
But our investment is for. But these are jobs. This is like 3,000 jobs off the back of that. I've got fixing local roads.
What I'm asking.
I've got 5,000 jobs just coming out of that particular program. We can show you stuff. Yes, we are collecting that data. We have got jobs everywhere.
Minister, please. It's actually quite a serious question.
Yeah, that's a serious answer. I think investment and jobs that I just.
Minister, I want to talk to you about the other issue.
Yeah.
Here. There are jobs, you can't deny this, there are jobs going from some communities and they're relocating to the larger centres. That is actually happening. You and I can name people. Sam? We'll actually know people that have moved from, Hay or West Wyalong to Bathurst, Orange, Dubbo, for instance. What I'm trying to get a handle on here, is there a body of work that's looking at the migratory patterns within regional New South Wales so we better understand the infrastructure needs? Because, as the Narromine scenario, 250 people working where's the houses? Where are they going to live? What's the infrastructure supports that are required?
Yeah.
We actually need to have an idea about so I'm talking about the migratory patterns within, intra-regional New South Wales. Is there a body of work?
Absolutely. And Department of Regional New South Wales is already doing this work. So Simmons Global, and the answer is yes. So Simmons Global, for example, you asked me the question about the 250 jobs and housing and all that. That's part of their proposal, is to actually ensure that they are accommodating housing opportunities for those workers in that place. Not only is it the 250 jobs, what spins off the back of that. Now, we're staying with Narromine because it's a small community, right?
Yeah, right.
250 jobs from Simmons Global. They do drones, they do solar panels, they do mining equipment, all of that, right? But off the back of that, they're going to get manufacturing businesses that'll probably relocate off the back of them. So here's a small town.
Hope, right? That's
well,
jobs, quality jobs.
Absolutely, quality, high-paying jobs, living in a small regional centre. It's critical, and that's why the success of this program is important. The question is, yes, are we doing that work? Yes, we are. We are looking at where there is migration of jobs if they are going out of communities, where there are opportunities. And that changes all the time. I mean, you have a look at our unemployment rate. I think last year we were sitting around 5.7%. I think at the moment we're about 4.9%.
4.9.
4.9 in regional and rural areas right now.
Yeah,
so that's
not consistent across the board, but that's sort
of. But that is. I mean, no. And you know what? We'll and I won't say it's consistent because there will be variations to that.
Exactly
but that is, But we are leading the country when it comes to regional and rural parts of the state by having lower unemployment in our areas. And again, it's our programs that are creating those jobs. You know that we're investing in special activation precincts, special activation precincts. I mean, that's going to create thousands of jobs in those particular areas that have been identified as well. I mean, these are initiatives.
When we talk about those jobs, Minister, the thousands of jobs.
Thousands, yeah.
At what point is there ever a review? 5 years, 8 years down the track to review to see that the thousands of jobs actually materialise?
So I might answer that. One. And look, I'm happy to give you a briefing, Mr. Veach, on the updating of the REDS, which are the Regional Economic Development Strategies. We've recently updated REDS because of the bushfire impact and because of the 20-year vision with emerging technology. So we can sit down, and that absolutely looks at driver industries and where labour flows are. But growing local economies, which was a $500 million sort of cornerstone to the 1.6 and now $2 billion regional growth funds, is all committed. And we have worked with Treasury to look at the impact that's made in terms of jobs creation and economic benefit, because it underpinned the regional economic development strategies, which were 10-year strategies. It got a BCR of 1.6. It's probably the first time that a government department sat down and looked at the data about whether you're getting bang for the investment that you're putting in. And it is a bit of a benchmark, that piece of work. And again, with the Deputy Premier's concurrence, happy to walk you through that.
I'm pretty keen on the migratory patterns within the intra New South Wales migratory patterns. With regard to the REDS, so the Narromine, the Narromine example is probably one. I know of an example at Cootamundra where there's an abattoir there being refurbed. I think it's spent about $20 million to date. That's the last, anecdotally, I was advised. How does that fit with the REDS? And so when do we update the information we have in those in the REDS to accommodate that sort of activity? Because I know at Cootamundra, I know the Minister just spoke about, the Deputy Premier just spoke about Narromine, but at Cootamundra, housing to support the workforce that will be required is actually an issue, and they're struggling about how they can, in a timely enough fashion, have the accommodation available for a workforce that will be required. The housing is, we've had this discussion earlier, but it is another critical issue for regional New South Wales right now. Affordable housing, particularly for people who are going to relocate, work, and it's the rental market in a lot of the cases. But so how do we update the REDS to accommodate this?
So the REDS are a 10-year strategy. As you know, probably by listening to us bang on about this previously, we
had these discussions, I know.
We looked at the regions and divided them up into 37 functional economic regions. And that was about labour flow and connectivity between economies. And so usually they involve 2 or 3 and sometimes 4 LGAs. And those LGAs are the custodians of the REDS, but 2 things is that any 10-year document needs looking at after 3 or 4 years. which is what we exactly did for a big chunk of those reds in bushfire impacted communities, and we funded that. And part of the plan that we're bringing to the Deputy Premier is to do a refresh on those reds in light of COVID and in light of migratory patterns that are happening that are putting pressure on housing markets, to look at whether we've got the alignment of our various funding packages to be spot on with those. So, but it's got to, those reds have got to drive activity at the local level as well as at the state and federal level. The pleasing thing from our perspective is that we have a person embedded in the federal department to make sure that their programs are lined up. And they've actually taken on board the notion of functional economic regions so that they can get alignment as well.
I'd like to spend a bit more time in detail.
Yeah, happy to do that.
If that's possible. Minister, because the clock's rapidly running down on me, I just want to talk about, so you want the Department of Regional New South Wales locations in New South Wales. What was the rationale for selecting those cities? So, for instance, Armidale,
Coffs Harbour, Dubbo.
Dubbo, Queanbeyan, and Coffs Harbour. What was the rationale behind those to locate them there? Were they driven by purpose or function? I mean, how did that work?
So, remembering this was mainly about the staff that remained in and around the Greater Sydney area that could be relocated out into a regional setting, which was what the previous Deputy Premier wanted to see happen. Acknowledging that some of our people, like some of our food inspectors, some of the people that work in our research stations in the Greater Sydney area, Public Works Advisory, can't relocate because their work is immediately in this locale. But as the figures show in various reports, 76% of our workforce already in the regions, but the hope was to relocate those who could out into the regions. We were looking to places where we didn't have a huge footprint already, that we could bolster a presence. And so we had very few people in the south. Like I think 3 or 4 people at Queanbeyan. We had small numbers of people at Dubbo. Orange was the big base there. Similarly, Tamworth was a big base already, with Public Works Advisory establishing a big footprint as well as a research station at Tamworth through DPI. So Armidale made more sense, and we needed somewhere on the coast. We wanted to give people choice as they relocated from Sydney.
So can I just ask then, Mr. Barnes, so how many, through you,
You're right.
how many people from Sydney have subsequently taken up the offer to relocate? You might talk about it. Actually, take it on notice.
I'll take it on notice because it's...
Which of the centres they went to?
Yeah, it's a combination, Mr. Veach, of people that may have left their job in Sydney.
Yeah.
And as soon as they left their job, any new jobs in the Sydney area advertised in one of those 4 locations. So
take that on notice.
Some will have relocated, some will be new positions that have been taken up. I know in Queanbeyan, where I relocated to, I think we're fast approaching 100, 110 people. So I've grown from 4 or 5 to a big number.
Yep. Numbers up.
Ms. Hurst.
Thank you, Chair. Travel between Sydney and regional New South Wales, as you know, reopened on the 1st of November. And while obviously this is really good for tourism and reuniting families, there's always that balance with the serious concerns that are being raised about the potential risk of spreading COVID in rural and remote communities where vaccination rates still remain lower than Sydney. And obviously there's less access to healthcare. As the Minister for Regional New South Wales, are COVID cases in regional areas something that you'll be monitoring closely during these relaxations period?
Yeah, look, and it's a very good question. And as the Deputy Premier, I have an interest in all of New South Wales, but especially those areas across the state where we may see cases climb. So, I constantly get briefings as to where the vaccination rates are up to. I constantly get briefings as to where, where those cases may be popping up from time to time as well. As the Deputy Premier, and even in my previous role, I sit on the COVID committee, which has now become the COVID and Economic Recovery Committee. So I still sit on that. I still get weekly updates from Dr. Kerry Chant and Susan Pearce from Health. And I think you're right. I think it was important that we actually delayed regional travel as well for a couple of weeks, because if we opened up, say, 2 weeks ago, we would have only seen 36% of our regional local government areas being double vaxxed at that 80% level. By actually allowing the additional 2 weeks, we've now surpassed the 80% of regional local government areas being double vaxxed. So that's given a greater protection in those communities. That doesn't say that some of those communities, are still not nervous about people travelling into their areas, and I accept that. And I think, we've still got safeguards that are in place. We still want people to, do the right thing. If they're going into businesses, use the QR codes so that we're able to trace individuals as quickly as possible. But it is important that we do get the balance between keeping people safe, those safeguards in place, but also opening up the economy in a safe way.
The organisation People with Disability Australia in particular are concerned about the impact that opening up regional travel will have on people with disabilities in regional communities who are obviously at a greater risk. What is being done to protect these people in particular in regional areas? Yeah, look, I've spoken to a couple of organisations, and I've got an organisation in my area known as Glenray, that have actually done an amazing job. And I speak for a lot of those already in the disability sector. I think they've already got something like, and this is going back probably a month ago, I think they had something like 95% of their staff were already double vaxxed, and that was going back about a month ago. I think in their clientele, I think it was something very similar as well. I think they were over 95% as well. So they've already done an amazing job in actually coming forward, getting private providers to come in there and to vaccinate both staff and also their clients as well. I mean, they've used providers like Aspen that have come in and actually provided the vaccines. It's not Live Better. Vivability is another one in my area as well. And I think the disability sector have actually really stepped up to the plate, and actually they didn't wait for government to be able to provide, support through, they didn't wait, say, for the pharmacist or the GPs or even those walk-up clinics. They actually took the initiative up themselves to be able to ensure that they got their clients vaccinated. And I think that's important because you're right, it is a vulnerable sector. We need to make sure that we are protecting them. But really the initiative has been undertaken by the sector itself. So I get that there's concern because they are the vulnerable in our communities, but really they've done a pretty good job in most areas. And if there are any concerns of a certain section or an organisation, then we'd want to hear from them, because I know that New South Wales Health will actually want to make sure that they are vaccinated if that is possible as well. As the Minister for Regional New South Wales, would you be prepared to intervene if we see a sudden spike, particularly amongst the vulnerable, or we see more numbers of cases of people being hospitalised in regional New South Wales? And do you have any sort of foreshadowing as to what that intervention would be if you would intervene? So I'll always be guided by the advice from New South Wales Health. I think that's critical, and I've always said that once we reopen again, our last resort is to actually go back to a lockdown. I think that's been pretty tough on communities and tough on individuals as well. The best thing that we could do is actually have people double vaccinated to be safe. And to be double vaccinated means that you can still get the virus, but you've got way less chance of ending up in a hospital. So we'll make sure that, if there has to be a lockdown in any case, it is our last resort. But it will be looking at the factors around, how many cases are in that particular area, but also on top of that, how many people are being hospitalised, and that may then determine
what the decision might be. It may not even be an entire local government area. It might even be a smaller locality, smaller town, smaller village, just depending on where the case numbers are, where the virus is tracking at that particular time. So, yeah.
And this is something that we've done for the last 2 to 3 months with health. So we've got people on the ground. It's the advantage that the Deputy Premier has, is that a big network of people who live in these communities, and we have literally had our people with the Department of Health, as said, not just at the LGA level, but the village level and sometimes the street level.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms Boyd?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to start with the Royalties for Rejuvenation Fund that was announced during the Upper Hunter by-election. When can coal mining communities expect to see the money from the Royalties for Rejuvenation Fund?
So that was announced, and that was around having $25 million each year for the royalties for rejuvenation, and that's putting money aside each year to actually acknowledge that there are towns and communities that are going to be transitioning and moving out of coal. So it's about supporting them to look at what their future needs might be, what future growth, economic opportunities, employment may be in those local areas. That is something that I'm still committed to actually following up with, hoping to be able to introduce the bill to the Parliament this year, and then hopefully it'll be legislated early in 2022.
Okay, so that does answer some of my questions. You're aware that this was a Greens election platform position as well?
I wasn't aware of that. I don't really read the Greens policies very often.
No, fair enough. We love it when you take up our ideas.
Well, I presume you'll be...
Only unity.
Hang on.
Okay, so
Hang on, I've changed my mind now.
So the right, so that explains why the Hunter Valley Expert Panel hasn't been set up yet, because it's going to be introduced in legislation.
So in relation to the panel, I'll just get Mr. Barnes to just provide an update there.
Yes, please.
Well, you're quite right insofar as the ledge isn't there yet, but we've advanced the composition of a panel which includes both expertise in alternate economic development, as well as understanding the current state, as well as understanding community expectations. So that work has been advanced so that once the legislation becomes live, it can be stood up very quickly.
So who have we got lined up for the expert panel?
It's with it's a matter for the Deputy Premier to confirm. But as I said, we've been through an exhaustive process to put in front of the Deputy Premier options to sit on that panel.
Okay, so sorry, Minister, you were saying that will come next year to Parliament?
The bill, yeah, I'm hoping to read it in the next few weeks, and then obviously it'll just be a read into the Parliament. Then obviously hoping early 2022 it'll be passed through the Parliament.
Great. I look forward to having a look at that.
And not changing it.
Yeah, no
and leaving no amendments, okay?
I can't promise we won't suggest some amendments to improve the legislation.
So no need.
Well, unfortunately, we can't improve the amount. So, okay. I asked your predecessor about amendments to the Mining Act. Mr. Barilaro was very happy with the Mining Act in its current form, but it is quite a long time since it was properly reviewed and overhauled. Do you have plans to review the Mining Act and make it a little bit more modern in your term?
Well, let me put it this way. I mean, you know, I'm still just getting briefings and getting my feelings, and I'll be putting my stamp on a lot of things in this area as well. But I do note that the New South Wales government, and this has been to Cabinet, we have a whole of government approach, and that is our Future of Coal statement. We acknowledge that there are thousands of jobs that are involved in the mining sector. We know that it provides around 80% of supply of electricity here in the state. We also know it's an economic driver, and we also understand the importance of that. So I think our statement is very clear around the future of coal here in New South Wales. but we also state that, for future coal mining, it has to be in the appropriate place. We acknowledge that. But I also say that, mining is still going to be important here as we go forward in New South Wales. And as the Minister responsible for resources, it will be an important and significant player here in New South Wales.
I'll just see if Mr Barnes is able to give you an update on the actual answer to the question. Yep.
I've got Ms Beattie, who's the Head of Mining Exploration Geoscience.
Yep.
And if you don't mind, I'll just ask Georgina if she wants to answer the work that's been occurring around changes to the Mining
That
Act.
would be good. And just before you do, Ms Beattie, I know that you have been looking at the changes to the calculation of royalties for gas and some other things. I'm particularly interested in whether there's going to be a sort of an overhaul of the Act or if we're going to keep doing piecemeal changes.
Yeah, thank you. So look, we are looking at, as the Deputy Premier said, we're always looking to improve the regulatory framework for mining. And so as part of that, for some time we've been looking at amendments that could be introduced to improve the operation of the Mining Act. And so the proposal is that the bill that the Deputy Premier mentioned that would introduce the royalties for rejuvenation would also include some proposals to update the Mining Act, and it would be it's really a mix of a combination of small practical changes and incremental improvements.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Ms Beattie. I will take this back up with you this afternoon. My time has expired. Can I just on that point, ask you, Deputy Premier, does that mean that this bill that you will be giving us that does something good, i.e. giving money to coal communities, is also going to have some things in there that you would like us to pass in order to... Is this going to be another one of those bills that your government gives us where there's something nice wrapped with something terrible?
I think all our bills are wrapped beautifully, so I'll expect your support. So I look forward to you reading the bill, and very welcome to come and speak to me after you see it.
I'll take it as a yes. Thank you.
Go easy.
Excuse me, Mr Field.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Minister, I've got some questions about the Verdant Earth Technologies proposal to turn the Redbank Power Station in the Hunter Valley into a biomass plant. Have you met with Richard Toole, who's the CEO of Verdant Earth Technologies?
Not that I'm aware of, not in my last 4 weeks.
No. Mr Tim Summers or Mr Sean Nayland? You don't know them?
No.
No, okay. Have you had a brief from Department of Regional New South Wales about the Redbank proposal?
No.
The proposal is to turn an existing old coal-fired power station into a biomass plant. They're primarily wanting to source hardwood biomass from CFIOA operations, pulp logs and heads and the like. About 1 million tonnes per year, dry wood weight, is my understanding, the overwhelming majority coming from the forests. There's currently is not sufficient wood supply agreements available to be able to support a proposal like that. Have you received a briefing on that proposal?
Not at this point, but I know Mr Hanson can actually assist you in relation to this particular question you're asking.
And as you do, Mr Hanson, I would like to get into some of those issues we started on Monday. If in doing that, you could also explain exactly how the relationship between DPI forestry staff and reporting through to the Deputy Premier, just explain how that works and that delineation for DPI staff and their reporting roles.
All right, thanks. So I might start with that one and then work backwards. So obviously the allocation of acts when a minister gets given their portfolio, it specifies what pieces of legislation they have responsibility for, in this case Forestry Act and also the Reforestation and Plantations Act. So we have staff that are allocated within DPI to the deliverance of outcomes against those pieces of legislation, and therefore, which are loosely termed our forestry staff. I say loosely termed, they are our forestry staff. They work towards the delivery of outcomes of those pieces of legislation. and as the responsible minister for those pieces of legislation, they obviously report up through me, up through to the Secretary and up through to the Deputy Premier. Is that as much as you need?
That is useful. So just in the context of Verdant, I asked some questions on notice. I understand quite a number of DPI staff have been involved in site visits, briefings, and of course the role that Dr. Annette Cowie played in the conciliation hearing between Verdant and Singleton Council and the Land and Environment Court. So were those staff all DPI forestry staff?
So the DPI staff who attended, yes, they all sit within DPI forestry, and it was a visit to a number of the sites to actually have a look and hear what was being proposed out there. They were also accompanied, however, with staff from CSIRO, Life Cycle Strategies, UTS, University of Sydney, University of Newcastle, who also were part of the group that were visiting and looking at the facility.
9 staff seems like a lot. It seems like a bit of a full court press, really, from DPI Forestry in support of a proposal like this, which clearly has some challenges, given there's not even sufficient timber supply in the current wood supply agreements to service a proposal like that.
Yeah, and I guess obviously this area of biomass for bioenergy is a big policy space that's being discussed and debated. So, we typically like to make sure that the staff who are going to be involved in discussions around big policy areas that are emerging to think about where new technologies or where new measurement recording gaps might be in our current knowledge base. That's why there was probably a full court press in your language to get there, to make sure that we have staff who are hearing what it is the commercial sector are thinking about doing, ask some questions about where they're planning on going, what they see as opportunities or as risks, as part of the inputs into then deliberations about what do we need to be doing to make sure we get the balance right.
So Dr. Annette Cowie, is she a DPI forestry staff person? She effectively reports to Minister Toole, Deputy Premier?
No. So in fact, Annette sits within our agricultural team. She's an international expert in carbon footprints. And that was the basis on which she was asked to appear as an expert witness to handle this question about carbon cycles.
So it was about carbon cycles, it wasn't about available timber supply at all?
No.
No, okay. How do you know? Because the answer that you gave me back, and I assume it went through you, was that you don't vet what she says as part of providing expert advice in the court hearing.
Yes, so I don't vet what she says, but we did have the approach made through us about whether she could appear as an expert witness, and obviously we asked the question as to why do you want Dr. Cowie, apart from her...
You asked that question of Verdant?
Yes, well, in fact, I asked the question of her line managers who had been approached by Verdant, and obviously her international standing as a co-author in some of the UN papers on carbon footprint, carbon cycles, places her in a very elite field of scientists in this space, which is why they're keen for her to come and contribute to the discussion, which I think is going to be an important discussion going forward around what is the impact on carbon emissions or of the use of biomass for bioenergy.
All right, we'll come back to this one. Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Thank you, Minister.
Throw to Mr. Veitch.
Excellent. Thank you. Serendipity. Good. Deputy Premier, are you a supporter of uranium and uranium mining?
I've made it very clear, and I think my colleague in the upper house, the leader of the upper house, the Honourable Damien Tudor-Hope, did make a comment around that we would be looking at uranium through fresh eyes under the new leadership team. So there's no doubt when you have a look at New South Wales, there's a lot of precious minerals that I'm very keen to actually look at, exploring, and I've said that we'll have a look at that uranium as well.
Okay, and that sort of that bill you're talking about also looks at nuclear generation power. Do you support nuclear?
We've actually said that we'll look at it, Mr. Veitch. I'm not going to, preempt today as to what that might mean, but I've made it very clear through Mr. Tudor-Hope when he actually spoke about it in the Parliament that we would be looking at it, and I can tell you exactly what was said was the fact that at present there's a boom in exploration here in minerals exploration, and I understand that we want to have a debate on the issue about driving further investment in exploration. This government is eager to drive jobs and investment in the regions as we emerge from the COVID pandemic. And what Mr. Tudor-Hope also said, which is what I asked him to say, that we are prepared to actually, as a government, have another look at this bill with fresh eyes.
Okay, thank you. Previously, we were talking about job numbers. And it sort of begs the question, when we talk about, creates 8,000 jobs or whatever, are we talking about short-term jobs, long-term jobs? And I guess my colleague, Mr. Primrose, is much more articulate in this area than I am, but what's the multiplier that we use on these job numbers?
As in what's been put forward?
Yeah.
Well, let me first of all just say that, and there's a number of components. I mean, I'll start with fixing local roads, for example. I mean, that's a program that we spoke about in the previous estimates, and that's actually creating around 5,000 jobs. But that was actually about bringing those jobs forward and bringing that funding forward. So that was about.
So that's sort of the crux of the question.
So that's
they're short term. They're not permanent jobs. They're sort of short.
Well, they're about making sure that we're supporting subcontractors and contractors through what has been a difficult time, making sure that they have enough work on the ground. Whether it's fixing local roads, where it's been fixing country bridges, those projects through our investment and by bringing them forward has ensured that we've got that support for those contractors and subcontractors right now. So that's been important. It also helps councils with their workforce and continuing to have enough work for their workforce as well. When we talk about the Regional Jobs Creation Fund, the Regional Jobs Creation Fund, which, is around obviously applications that have been put forward by those individual applicants as to, how many jobs are going to be created. And obviously, again, if I go back to that Simmons Global, I mean, that's a $27 million investment, and the government is actually supporting it with an investment of about $4.8 million. But, when you're looking at, 250 jobs, that's not a small amount of numbers. I'm going to be making another announcement tomorrow. You're going to hear me in the next month just making announcements all around the state around new businesses that are actually either expanding or businesses that are actually relocating into regional New South Wales. Now, some of them have come from other states. But what's important is the fact that we are actually stimulating the economy. We are getting private investment here as well. We talk about manufacturing, not being here in New South Wales where there's a resurgence. It is actually being an attractive place for manufacturing to come back into New South Wales. And again, these are jobs that are being created here right now.
Can I ask how you actually count and calculate the number of new jobs that are being created?
Well, I'll get Mr. Barnes to actually explain, because I mean that's only one, and that's only one program. I mean,
understand.
Oh, no, don't yell. Don't calm
please,
down.
In the time,
calm,
very specific question.
Just calm down.
Very specific question.
Well,
how do you actually count?
Let me explain to you.
How do you actually count?
Well, I'll explain to you. I said I'll get Mr. Barnes to explain it as well. But we've got we could be here all day. We could be talking about regional. Reses, we can be talking about regional energy zones, we can talk about SAPs with jobs being created, we can talk about the Regional Jobs Creation
Fund. How do you calculate the number of jobs that you claim?
We can talk about all of those programs.
Tell me how you calculate.
And I'm happy to explain it to you because these are jobs in our regions. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, it is boom time, and it's going to continue to be a boom time in the bush.
So,
you can't tell me.
Okay. Mr. Primrose.
That's your mantra.
Yeah, because you won't tell me.
That's your mantra.
Just tell me.
I haven't seen you for years and you used to say that all the time, so...
Yeah, and it was true then and it's true now.
Oh, you didn't know
how
then.
do you calculate?
You didn't know then what was going on.
Well, some of the councils. Okay. How do you calculate the number of jobs that you keep claiming?
Mr. Primrose, the jobs numbers from the ABS are obviously looked at by the data analysts that sit within DPC, and they're disaggregated down to SA4 levels, which largely equates to LGAs, so local government areas. They're calculated in terms of full-time, part-time jobs. They're all publicly available. They're delivered to us on a monthly basis. If you want to talk about how we calculate...
What's that document called that's delivered to you on a monthly basis?
I'll just send
It's an interpretation of, and it's a standard set of data.
What's the document called? Because I'd like to have a look at it.
SO 52 it.
I'm happy to get you a copy of it. All right.
I'm happy to get one too. I just want to know what it's called.
Yeah, and as I said, it comes out. The jobs numbers come out very, very regularly, and the same set of data parameters are set on them, no matter which state you're in, because we need to compare how we're going.
Yeah.
Against other states and different jurisdictions. But I'm happy to get that. It will be an Australian Bureau of Statistics feed that comes through.
Okay, I'll ask more of these this afternoon.
Sure thing.
I mean, this is very interesting. Thank you.
Yep.
Jobs boom. It's great.
Just quick change of topic in the about 5 minutes I've got. Minister, you're aware that a Natural Resource Commission just released research into koala responses to harvesting in the North Coast state forests, and they found selective harvesting in state forests does not adversely affect koala numbers. You aware of that report?
I have read that. Yes.
So have I. Are you going to use this?
Logging.
Are you going to? It's forestry, not logging. Are you going to use this research to influence future SEPs in regards to koalas or private and state forestry operations?
I'll tell you what I actually am very much aware of, and this is even when I was the previous forestry minister. There used to be all these claims made that forestry operations impacted the koala numbers. What's clearly come out of various reports is the fact that koala numbers are equal or even higher in some cases in state forests, and that's because they are managed in such a way that it allows the koala habitat to be able to flourish in those areas. And I think at the end of the day, this is about striking the balance. And this is what we've always said about striking the balance between allowing forestry operations to take place, but also having safeguards in there to actually protect koalas. We've also said this around farmers in various SEPs that have come up previously for conversations or discussions out there, and that's what we'll continue to do, is to strike the balance.
Are we planning to do similar research in the state's South Coast forestry, or are we taking the North Coast
Others left down there, mate.
as gospel?
Look, I'd have to. Your question is, I don't know if there's any particular report right now underway, but all the time we're doing work in relation to koalas. I'll tell you right now, in the Blue Mountains, around that area at the moment, there's people like Brad Law, who's done a lot of work in relation to tracking and finding out the numbers of koalas in national parks, in forestry and all of that. They're doing some work right now to try and determine what the koala numbers might be within that particular part of the world because of, after the aftermath of the bushfires. So there is work that's undergoing right now in those areas. And I know that you sort of said the south, but I'm sure there'll be continual work that will happen in that part of the state as well.
Okay. If obviously this research has shown that multiple use state forests are delivering conservation values the same or higher than national parks. Why are we continuing to change land tenures and actually increase the national park estate when clearly there's also an issue in managing that, enlarging state? Look,
I think there is a place for both. I think there is a place for both, and there's no doubt when you have a look at some national parks, they're actually quite pristine, and I think they actually drive the economy. They bring a lot of visitors into those areas, and there's a lot of the natural environment that we need to look after and protect. But I've also got my views. We also need to make sure that we manage it in the right way. We need to make sure that if we are going to be creating areas of national parks, we've got to put mechanisms in place to actually still manage those parcels of land. And whilst it's not in my portfolio, it's something that I have expressed previously, and again, it's something probably really needs to direct the question to the Minister for the Environment as well.
Sure. Mr. Field, do you have any questions in the last minute?
I do, Chair. Thank you. Minister or Deputy Premier, as soon as you're so happy to talk about NRC reports, why don't you just release the other report that they've done into post-fire logging? Why is some of it kept cabinet in confidence,
Well,
and
I
some of
only
it is released and championed.
In 4 weeks, I think I've read a lot of documents, and I think
Let's release it. I'm not talking about reading it. Let's release it.
I've read a lot of documents, and the one that Mr. Benaziac.
You like the one where apparently koalas like logging?
Well, the one that Mr. Benaziac asked me about, I've actually seen that one.
But you're not going to release the other one.
Well, it'll be. We'll have a look in the future, Mr. Phil, but it'll obviously be a decision made by Cabinet in relation to that report.
Whether or not the evidence by the Independent Natural Resources Commissioner gets public is now a decision for Cabinet. Why would you hide scientific advice? Why would you hide it?
When I was the Forestry Minister, I was very happy to release reports.
So if you're happy to release it, and Minister Keen's happy to release it, and Minister Stokes happy to release it,
you've also got to
release it.
You've also got to be very happy when it's being reported. And when it is released from time to time, then you actually got to accept what's put forward. Don't go and actually then try and create your own facts and your own stories around it.
Are you happy to have it released?
I'll actually put it through the appropriate processes, like Minister Keane, and that'll be a decision that'll be made through Cabinet.
So why is the government keeping some scientific evidence secret and releasing others?
That is the bell, unfortunately.
Giving Dixis to the Nationals. I'm telling your friends about that. Unbelievable.
I have no friends. I have no friends. That's
a good call.
It's well established. Thank you, Minister, for your time today. You have taken some questions on notice, and the Secretary will be in touch with your office to let you know. We will be adjourning for lunch and coming back at 2:00 with the bureaucrats. So, thank you very much.
Public servants.
Okay, welcome back to this afternoon's session of Budget Estimates 2021-2022. We will throw straight over to the opposition for questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the drier, calmer session of the day. Bess has taken notes. He's over here ready to go. I just want to, if I could, just go back to the 55,000 Pacific Islanders that are projected. I just want to clarify. That's not 55,000 Pacific Islanders that are coming to New South Wales. That's 55,000 as a part of the program that are federal. Is that correct?
So yeah, that's my understanding. 55,000. Where I've heard that number utilised before is by the federal government talking about the potential pool of workers available.
Okay.
As I think the Minister on Monday and then the Deputy Premier today highlighted, in terms of those that we know that are coming to New South Wales, I think our forward chain through to the end of February is 600 and something. I think I used that number before. I'll have to find it again.
Yep.
But obviously the demand is what the industry requires. The available pool of suppliers at 55,000, that's generally used as the number. So they're the two connecting pieces there.
Are we expecting the majority of the 55,000 would? So I think that on Monday we looked at something like, I think from then it was 9,000 or something.
Yeah, so I think that's that would be the normal. That's the estimate of the number of normal seasonal workers that have been needed across New South Wales. Again, that number is very hard to get an absolute on.
Okay. And that includes, sorry to interrupt, but that includes like meat workers as well as the harvest, that 9,000?
Yeah. Sorry, it includes the seasonal worker program as well as the Pacific Island program, because they are two separate pieces.
Yeah. And was to start on, I think they were going to start arriving on Monday. Do we know how many's made it in the last couple of days?
No, I don't.
Okay.
In fact, I think the first flight was due on the 16th of November, but I think that might well be pushed out. It all comes down to the scheduling of planes and the availability of the transport.
Yep. And the article that I cited this morning, it was in the Daily Telegraph, that spoke about the 55,000 Pacific Islanders coming to Australia. Does the department ask for any, did you provide any advice to the Deputy Premier in the preparation for that article?
We certainly provided information about the ag workforce issues and challenges, but in terms of whether specifically for that article, I can't recall.
Okay, righto. And so the harvest leave program, now again, I know it's only a few days into this, but so how many leave applications under that program have we received since Monday?
I have to take that on notice. I haven't checked in with to get that number. I might be able to get it for you over the course of the afternoon. As we did talk about on Monday, however, the harvest that we're seeing at the moment is the northern grain harvest.
Yes, that's right. That's sort of where I was going. I want to see.
Yeah.
I'm just mindful of work programs and sort of assisting the department plan their work around the possibility of taking leave. I also just want to clarify with that. Is that harvest leave just available for DR NSW staff that reside in regional New South Wales, or is it also for metropolitan-based DR NSW staff?
For all DR New South Wales staff, yes.
Including executives?
Yes.
Okay. You got convince anyone, Mr. Hanson, to come out and shoot your sheep?
Scott and I are going to go and do a few days for sure.
There was a time, when you got 50 sheep, I reckon there was a time I could have done those in about 2 hours, but that is not the case anymore.
I'm not doing sheep.
The Honourable Member is offering to take you as an apprentice.
No.
Actually, just while we've got a chance, because there was another part of this morning that I think a combination of the questions from you and also from Mr. Shoebridge around hire conditions.
Oh, yes.
Now, as we flagged, they're not within our remit and not within our purview, and therefore didn't have that information to hand, but I've had people sort of over the lunch break digging into it for us. So obviously all labour hire providers that provide long or short-term workers are required to comply with existing state and federal employment laws and standards, so that picks up all the approved employers. That includes the Fair Work Act 2009. Now, that's the one that also sets the minimum obligations with regards to employee relations, awards, pay rates and so forth. And that's the Fair Work Ombudsman obviously polices and protects, enforces that. The Work Health and Safety Act, and there's actually also National Employment Standards that outlines 11 minimal employment entitlements. So they're the suite of existing instruments in place to ensure that workers that arrive here actually arrive here with provisions for protection around their rights. So I just wanted to make sure we picked that up because it was left hanging out of the last conversation.
Okay, thank you. And now, the other thing I want to tidy up from this morning, and probably from Monday as well, is to do with the mice bait program.
Yep.
Keep thinking of it's a plague of mice or a mice plague. I know the grammatical people over in Hansard like to get it correct, but it's the mice bait program. So RAA are responsible for the farmer-related aspect, and Service New South Wales, as I understand it, Mr. Barnes are responsible for the DRNSW side of that, which is the households and commercial.
Small business.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And Mr. Hanson, so one of the things that was raised with me subsequent to Monday was some people have raised some concerns about the complexity of the application process on the RAA website. So essentially, I was told anecdotally, it's a 12-step process. I haven't had a chance to check that. I'd be happy to be corrected on that one. But have we reviewed the RAA process so that it's not as complex as people are saying it is?
Yeah, so it'd be interesting and happy to follow up with you afterwards in terms of those individuals and where they're finding the complexity, because we're constantly reviewing it. In fact, the RAA regularly receives feedback, and we have regular dialogue with organisations about how we streamline and if people are finding something confusing or provision of information duplicative, it's constantly evolving that application process to make sure that they continue to be as streamlined as possible.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Barnes, the Service New South Wales side of it, so is the DRNSW sort of in constant dialogue with Service New South Wales around their interface and the way that they're rolling the money out?
Yes. Part of the contractual agreement that we've got with them is that they report to us regularly on money out the door, which is the most important thing. And whether there's any issue with the platform. That was a brand new platform that was stood up right in the middle of Services New South Wales also pushing money out, the equivalent of JobKeeper, the New South Wales version. So we did put the pressure on Services New South Wales to get that money out the door at the same time. And as I said to you, as is normal, a small amount of that money was allocated to dedicating additional staff and for the build of the platform itself.
Yeah. Okay. I suppose the other concern here is, I think this is in the CSIRO report too, but particularly the grain, bumper harvest usually means there's a bumper leftover on the ground, because that's just the way they go hand in hand. The bumper leftover on the ground is going to feed this the current mice population, and so therefore this is the potential to feed the another large mouse breeding event into autumn. Would that be a sort of a correct assessment of what we know on the ground at the moment?
Yeah, so that's correct. In fact, the key messaging from all agencies across the grain producing belt of the East Coast, West Coast and South Australia is consistent that it's about clean harvest. Up until then it had been about treat, use the available products to treat and knock down the populations. Now obviously with harvest either impending in some areas or underway in others, it's not so much about treat, but it's about clean harvest. So that's definitely the message that's being promoted out and about. We'll continue the monitoring that is led by CSIRO that we participate in for those sites in New South Wales to provide the reports back in for both the spring and then the summer.
Yep.
And they will give us a good guide as to what kind of challenges we'll be facing in the lead into the autumn.
Okay, righto, thank you. And Mr. Barnes, the household component of the Mice Rebate Program, or Mice Bait Program, the feedback that comes in, is it going into the people, if people have feedback on the application process or difficulties they may have or how good it was?
They've got Services New South Wales have a helpline.
Yep.
And our people would be monitoring that. If you've heard feedback that it needs, that something needs fixing, then certainly feed that through. We try to use all different avenues to get feedback on the programs that we've got, but the most immediate one is that Service offer that opportunity to give direct
People
feedback.
go to the helpline and you're provided with some sort of a brief or whatever about the nature of,
Yep.
if there's any themes coming in,
and,
I guess.
And if the feedback is such that it requires a rethink on the design of the program or the platform, that also is done, and in fact was done in the bushfire recovery program for small business.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave that one there. I think I'll leave that. No, I won't. I'll come back to that. I'm going to come back to that. The harvest leave. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to manage the time as well. So the harvest leave program we discussed on Monday. Work programming and the potential to backfill, and of course, currently, as you say, there's the Northern Harvest, but there is going to be cherries and young. There's other, the fruit will start coming in different over between now and post Christmas.
Yep.
Are you looking at winding back some of the work programs to assist in getting people out onto the ground with the harvest? I mean, this is the balancing act between getting the work of DRNSW completed at the same time as trying to complement what is, I wouldn't say dire, but certainly a critical issue around harvest.
To be honest with you, Mr. Beach, as a department, over the last, since we've been in existence, let's say the last 2 years or so, when things come along that are worthy of diverting effort to higher value things, we've always done it. So we've had people from Mr. Hanger's team, people from Scott's team, right across the board helping out with fodder drops and in command centres when we're responding to bushfires. And it is a balancing act, and we've got to make we've got to be sure that we don't drop the ball on the things that matter to do other things. But that's why I think, as Mr. Hanson said on Monday, the premise on this leave is that it will be negotiated with the line manager.
Yeah.
And from time to time, people go off for a week because they're ill or they've got family circumstances, and it's always that workforce planning's best done at the line manager level, and we feel pretty confident that we can help out in this regard, and I think it's the right thing to do as well, because we're in, as I said on Monday, atypical times. Like, I don't know, I've been around the public service for over 40 years, and this is the weirdest 2 years I've ever experienced. Rewarding 2 years in terms of being a public servant and trying to help people through things. But we thought, as an executive, that this was the right thing to do, and we thought we could balance it up with the competing priorities.
Okay. Can I wouldn't mind the East Coast Task Force that was announced. I'm keen to see what either Mr. Hanson, your department, or Mr. Barnes, what sort of secretarial departmental support is being provided to the East Coast Task Force, and how is that being provided?
Yep.
So this is being managed from within DPI. We have a staff member that is assisting on the secretariat components there, but they're working in partnership with their colleagues in Victoria, Queensland, Tasmania, and ACT.
Yep.
So it really is, I mean, it got brought together by the Minister in recognition of the fact that agencies had been working collaboratively for quite a while in terms of ensuring that we were working, either through our cross-border commissioners or independently between our different departments to make sure we're triaging the movement of ag workers. It became clear that it made sense for us to have a forum in which not only were the bureaucrats or the public servants coming together to have those discussions, but a forum in which the ministers could equally have that discussion. And so it was an extension of the work that had been being done, and the working group of officials who had been managing and meeting fortnightly on ensuring that we were, as I said, triaging and working collaboratively. It was a logical extension of that group, and that group is providing the secretariat support.
And we absorb these things. Like we've got as a central agency within government, it's quite unique to have us being a central agency, but when you talk to Ms. Stewart this afternoon, she chairs the across government Mice Advisory Committee, which has several other agencies because there were health concerns, there were messages that needed to be given to schools, there were small business commissioners needed to be involved, and when these things come along, you just stand these groups up and dedicate resources to them.
Okay, thank you. Can I just very quickly want to go on to the welfare of the staff of your respective agencies during COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Again, as you pick up your words, Mr. Barnes, a unique and atypical sort of an arrangement. But right across the state, different arrangements were in place as we worked through the last 4 or 5 months. What were the measures put in place to continually measure and monitor the welfare of your employees?
Yep.
And are you going to have a look at those to see if they work properly?
Yeah, look, we certainly came up with a whole of department plan, which included each of our work groups like DPI and LLS and MEG, and also modifying those plans because, you can't have one size fits all and everyone's slightly different. But we had some core themes that we looked at over that period through our corporate and people area. And they included, first and foremost, regular opportunities for people to engage with one another because, and we had targeted sessions and targeted programs for families because young families or workers that had young families that were grappling with how to do homeschooling and maintain a job. We had targeted programs that looked at people that were living by themselves or didn't have support. And look, I could furnish you with the full suite of things that we did, but we've just got our PMES results, which is a public sector employee survey, and they're outstanding. The level of engagement that our staff have with their work groups and with the department sets a benchmark across the sector. Their the what people think about the way in which we support them and make a flexible work environment work. I think it was 94%. These are figures that are 6 and 8% above the rest. Because we're a people-based business, like we don't sort of push bits of paper around. Mainly, we're working with people and interacting with people.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just throw to Mr. Field for questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hanson or Mr. Chowdhury, these might be for you. I want to ask some questions now about annuity and crop share hardwood plantations in New South Wales. Mr. Chowdhury, how many annuity or crop share agreements and what area of land is currently under plantations under annuity and crop share agreements?
Thank you, Mr. Field. Yes, I can take the question. Just to give you a little bit of background, I think back in the 90s, we started to with how to expand the hardwood plantations, and there were a number of programs. Annuity, as you rightly point out, was one of the points. Right now, we have 2 remaining annuity plantations. And so there were a number in the past. They've either, gradually come to an end, or the agreements have been negotiated out. Right now there are 2, and I believe stop here. They total about 230 hectares in total, as a combined. Yes. So. Is that okay?
That is. So when you say there were agreements reached, that relates to the project break-even, right, where you basically realised these weren't working and you came up with a mechanism to hand back a lot of those plantations to, effectively walk away from your joint venture agreement with the landholder. That's right. That was around 2014-15, correct?
Yeah, I think it was around about that time, maybe 13-14, where Forestry Corporation undertook a review of all the annuity plantations, and they were looked at from a number of perspectives. Financial was one, but also the volume output, types of species, and all of that was part of the assessment. And as a result of that, there was consolidation approach that was applied.
Consolidation, but effectively Forestry Corporation walked away from those. You entered in, you reached an agreement with the landholder. You no longer have an interest in those plantations, correct?
Correct, yes.
Yep.
So we reached agreements in cases, the commercial negotiations in line with the agreements.
Yep.
But those ones we don't have any further involvement in.
Okay. So in 2011, there was a yield forecast for hardwood plantations that looked specifically or included annuity and crop share. At that stage, it was about 10,000 hectares. So you've walked away from pretty much all of them. The yield assessment at that stage was from about next year or 2023, you're expecting 300,000 cubic metres a year to come out of those annuity and crop share plantations. I assume that yield forecast now has virtually dropped to zero, but what are you anticipating from the remaining 230 hectares?
Look, Mr. Phil, I don't have that data on hand. Happy to get that for you in terms of what the resource outlook looks like. But as you know, that complements our already existing hardwood plantations and the native forest resource. So when we look at available resources to meet wood supply commitments, we look at all of that available resource.
So when these were established around the mid-90s, particularly on the north coast, it was designed to supplement hardwood sawlog supplies from restructuring native forest resources. That comes straight from this yield forecast in the background. What percentage of timber that was harvested from any of the annuity or crop share plantations went to sawlogs?
Sorry, Mr. Phil, I will have the information. I just don't have it.
It's pretty much zero, though, isn't it? It's pretty much all gone to pulp.
I'm not across exactly what the output has been, but I can look at it.
Okay. Mr Hanson, for those areas of plantation that were subject to agreements that Forestry Corporation effectively walked away from as part of this project Break Even, cute name, but I think we all know what's happened here. What's the status of those in terms of potential harvestability? Are they now no longer subject to the Plantation Reforestation Code? They'd now be subject to, the private landholder could seek a PNF approval over them, I assume, or, how are they regulated now?
It would depend on the size. If they're over 30,000 hectares, then they'd obviously still need to be picked up under plantation regulations.
Sorry, if they're over
30 hectares.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a big property.
So over 30 hectares, they'd still need to be picked up under the plantation accreditation.
Right. Did they receive plantation accreditation at that time?
Don't know. That's something I've taken notice. That's a long way back.
Yeah, well, it's 2013, 14.
Yeah.
It's not that you were around. Were you not?
Actually, no.
No,
but it. We can find out for you.
I would appreciate that, but essentially, and some of this would have come from Forest New South Wales at the time. I think it was called, but essentially, those yield forecasts of 300,000 cubic metres a year, that's just gone. That is not available to Forestry Corporation any longer. So those yield forecasts, and this I guess is to you more, Mr. Chowdhury, and I appreciate you might have to take some of the specifics on notice. In 2011, you forecast, starting from next year, 300,000 tonnes or cubic metres a year out for 70 years. 3 years later, you walked away from the entire lot and basically are getting no timber at all. I'm just trying to understand, the evidence basis for the forecasting that Forestry Corporation does, because that seems like an extraordinary misunderstanding of the available resource and value of it if it was essentially worthless to Forestry Corporation and you walked away from it.
So, Mr. Field, I think I might have to take that one away.
Okay.
I mean, there's obviously a lot goes into that inventory analysis, and as you can appreciate, it's not so much just the tonnes, but it's the type of products that come out of those operations as well. And so that all would have been evaluated and analysed. Solutions were made to come out of those agreements. But I'm happy to, as I said, to take that away. I just didn't want to mislead the committee with any speculation there.
I appreciate that. So you've got very few of these left. One of those belonged to Mr. Todd Smith and Miss Samantha Morrows. Why were so few kept, and what was the reason for those few being those few joint venture arrangements between these landholders and Forestry Corporation kept when so many were dissolved?
I think they were all assessed on a case-by-case basis, where it's, from both our perspective as well as the landholder's perspective on the future viability of those agreements. The one that you just called out, yes, that was one that was retained.
And it's finished, harvesting's finished quite recently. And Mr. Chowdhury, are you aware of the substantial complaints that have been made by Mr. Smith and Ms. Morrows about Forestry Corporation's harvesting activities and how the site has been left since harvesting concluded?
Look, I'm aware of it, not across all the details, but you're right. We have completed the operations, and we also have rehabilitated the land in accordance with the agreement and with the regulation. So all of that has been achieved.
The information I have in front of me suggests that as many as 50,000 stumps, some as much as a metre high, have been left on this site, making it impossible to navigate the landscape and leaving the landholders with a multi-$100,000 clean-up bill to try and be able to even traverse the landscape with those stumps that are left. Are you really contending that you've complied with your obligations under the code in terms of rehabilitation?
Yes, Mr. Field, I believe we have. I understand there were a number of complaints, as I say, and Mr. Smith and Ms. Morrows exercised exercised their dispute resolution clauses in their contract. And there was also a mediation last year, which we have complied with, the recommendations from the mediation. And earlier, the Forestry Corporation has planned and carried out the operation in line with the requirements of the Plantations and Reforestation Act, and the operations were also independently audited. Just to also inform you that we took additional voluntary steps in consultation with the landowner that involved setting aside plantation area as koala habitat, and also donating quantities of seedlings to local koala care groups and to allow enrichment planting. So we've worked in line with the contract, Mr. Field, and I believe that we have met all our obligations.
One of the criticisms was that areas of forested land on their property that wasn't part of the plantation was harvested, and that this was enabled through some map changes that were made by DPI staff to expand essentially the footprint of the plantation to enable various creek crossings and access to easements and the like. Mr. Hanson, I'd like to get an explanation from you if I could, because I've got here emails that suggest that at the request of Forestry Corporation, changes were made to the mapping for the site that essentially made sure that areas that might questionably been under the Plantation and Reforestation Code were included into that code in order to avoid any regulatory oversight by the EPA or local council in terms of managing creek line crossings and erosion and the like. The emails suggest that the DPI staff very quickly responded and just simply made changes to the mapping at the request of Forestry Corporation. Can you explain? I'll ask the questions, thank you. Can you explain the role of DPI staff as it relates to that code, and particularly how the code operates with annuity plantations?
Yeah, sure. So, and there's two pieces to keep in mind here. One is compliance with the code, and second one is what conditions might have been caught up in the joint venture agreement between Forest Corp and the landowners. So we're not privy to, nor are we party to the relationship under that joint venture agreement and what is captured in terms of agreements between those two parties. We are, however, responsible for making sure it doesn't matter who the harvester is, whether it's Forestry Corp or others, a responsibility for ensuring that that harvesting is in compliance with the Reforestation Code.
Sure. So why would you change maps?
Because the maps were hard copy. And so we changed maps because we turned them into digital copy. We've had the same correspondence as no doubt you've had. We've had a look and ensured that in that transfer there was no modification, no change in the map areas. It was purely a process of, at the time, I think it was in 2014, the Forestry Corporation requested provision of an updated map, i.e. conversion from hard copy to the digital. Any of the, we would do that process for any plantation owners who asked for that service.
I think in this instance it wasn't the plantation owners, it was Forestry Corporation. It's done with the agreement of the landholder?
Well, the annuity agreement actually puts the ownership of those trees into the hands of the joint venture.
But that's the issue. What are the trees? Is it the planted area? Because in this email it says, and this is quite clear from...
Sorry, can I just finish? So all we did was transfer a hard copy to a digital copy. We provided that to the plantation manager, the partner to the joint venture who wanted it for the purposes of their planning of harvest activity. When the landowner, the other party to the joint venture, asked us for it, we provided it to them as well. We've gone back and checked to make sure that there was no error in that translation between hard copy and digital. We've communicated that back to the landowners. We've been in constant dialogue with them since, I think, June 2020, backwards and forwards. We've had numerous site inspections as well as numerous bits of correspondence going backwards and forwards. We didn't change a map for the purposes of Forestry Corp. What we did do was translate a hard copy that had been created into a digital copy, and that's available to both of the parties to that joint venture.
Well, the landholders seem pretty unhappy with the outcome, and explicitly in this email, when the request comes effectively to change the map, it says, I found the original hand-drawn map. Yes, it was mostly the plantable areas with some patches of native on the drainage lining, but here's the key point. The digitised map from 2014 used the stocked footprint only. Same old issue of areas that should fall under the code but won't if not included on the map somehow. The suggestion here is that the landholders don't think some of those areas were part of the plantation, and there's a real consequence here, right? Because there's a very different regulatory framework for rural land management of vegetation that's in a plantation versus not in a plantation. And you're effectively the regulator in a plantation, and there are other regulatory bodies. These staff also work to the forestry minister. So you've got basically no independent or sort of separate oversight of the regulatory environment here. Essentially, by changing that map, you've made it all a plantations issue, and essentially been able to do this without the agreement at the time of the landholder.
But we haven't changed the map. And that's a bit...
I think they contest that.
They do, and we've reviewed it, and we've looked back over it, and we've provided the feedbacks. So we can demonstrate that the map hasn't been changed. It's purely been converted from what was originally a hard copy, hand-drawn, to a digitised version.
Mr. Chowdhury, 20 years these landholders have been sitting on this land. I think they make a few $1,000s a year in annuity payments. This was promised to be sort of a hard replacement or supplement or complement the hardwood sector, particularly for the supply of milling timbers. All of this material has just been clear felled and has gone for export wood chip and to the biomass plant on the north coast. Isn't that correct? And they got nothing for it.
That is not my understanding, Mr. Pickles. I think there were from the actual operations, you get a variety of products, as you know. Soils is what we primarily aim for, but there's byproducts as well, pulpwood and other residues. But my understanding is that soil is part of this operation.
Well, I've got the expected yields here, and and I'll put this to you in questions on notice so that we can be really clear. But I'd like to see a comparison between the expected yields in the harvest plan and what actually came out. But Mr. Smith and Ms. Morrows have asked me to put to you directly: why does Forestry Corporation of New South Wales think it's all right to materially breach ours and other joint venture agreements in regards to proper forest management and silviculture?
So Mr. Field, Mr. Smith and Ms. Morrow have made numerous complaints, not only to ourselves but other bodies as well. We have looked into that very closely. As I explained earlier, there was a mediation process, that is a dispute resolution within the agreements that was followed, and we have been following the agreement, but we haven't been breaching that. And yes, so we as I said earlier, the harvesting operation is now over. We have remediated the land. We've actually gone over and above what was required in the agreement. And if Mr. Smith and Ms. Morrow still have concerns, then obviously they've got legal avenues that they can pursue.
They claim that there's been no silviculture practiced, there was no thinning done, and that I think they got one visit from DPI in terms of the management of the plantation over the life of the plantation. Given that these were supposed to try to complement milled timbers, and we'll see the actual details, but how could you possibly maximise the value for this property and take the pressure off our native forest hardwood sector without practicing any silviculture practices on the site at all?
Sorry, is that a question for me?
Well, yes, it is. I mean, you suggest that there's multiple. You talked about different silviculture practices and different approaches and things change and the like. I mean, they just contest that there's been any silviculture practiced on the site in the 20 odd years that they've had it.
And yes, so look, there's a lot of correspondence that has taken place between ourselves and the landholder. The landholder. I apologise for my dog barking in the back. We don't believe those allegations are true, and we have worked with the landholder on that. I must say that I think our forestry staff involved in this have been very professional and have worked with the landholder as best as possible to address their concerns.
Well, Mr. Hanson, this is one for you, but in these questions with regards to the maps and also the compliance with the code in terms of rehabilitation, erosion issues, I understand there's been no regrassing of the site as well, so the intention is to just allow invasive weeds to essentially stabilise the erosions. In correspondence, I think this is a quote, I think this has come from correspondence, I'm happy to be corrected, but from Nick Milham, saying to Mr. Smith, in a quote, "We are under no obligation to justify our regulatory decisions to you," end quote. I mean, is that the right approach here in terms of your role, your department's role, forestry, DPI forestry staff's role in regulating the plantation and reforestation code?
No, so a couple of things, and sorry, so we're going to have to disagree about the information you're provided by the landowner,
sure.
Right? Because 10th of August 2020, 11th of December 2020, 23rd of December 2020, 23rd of February 2021, all site visits to the plantation. So, the information you're providing or being provided...
20 years after it was planted, but yeah, right at the critical endpoint, correct?
Say one visit?
That's more than
I think we're talking... This is at the time that it's about to be harvested. I think that's their point. That's their point.
So, sorry, if I misheard you say that there was only one visit by DPI. So let me come to what Mr. Millam would have been reflecting was the fact that our relationship in terms of the regulatory obligation that we have is actually the owner of the plantation. The owner of the plantation is quite clearly Forestry Corp. These annuity arrangements, the owner of the plantation...
The owner of the timber.
The owner of the plantation is actually Forestry Corp. So our relationship on a regulatory front is with Forestry Corp. Now, going to your point about the separation of duties, Forestry Corp did not report to the Forestry Minister.
I don't think that I said they reported to the Forestry Minister.
Well, you were talking about our plantations unit and Forestry Corp being within the same ministerial portfolio. Was that the? Well,
I'm just
ended.
Yeah, I'm just conscious of that, and I did want to allow Mr. Hanson to finish his response, but we can't keep having this back and forth question into opposition's time. We might need to pick it up once we go back. Mr. Primrose.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this is probably a question for Mr. Barnes and Ms. Beattie. And it's a general question. Can you just give us an overview of the current status of mining for rare earth minerals in New South Wales? I'm interested in the current number of exploration licences that might be available, what investment, and whether things like the Dubbo Zirconia project is currently the only project that's operating at the moment, and what its status is. So please feel free to give us a general overview, or maybe take whatever you wish on notice. But
I'll throw to Ms. Beattie in a moment. But I think it's fair to say that New South Wales is blessed with resources in critical minerals and rare earth. We in fact think that coal is also very important, but that the extractive industries will transition to other metals, including rare earths and critical minerals. So Ms. Beattie's group has worked exhaustively with her federal colleagues around how we can position New South Wales to take advantage of what currently is almost a monopoly in terms of extracting and producing these things that China has. Yeah. And so we think there's been some very positive steps taken through the federal government recently through EFIC supporting one of the biggest and almost prospective mines that is just outside of Dubbo. But the other thing that Georgina will tell you is that with all the new technologies that rely on these, we also shouldn't forget the importance of things like copper, which we have an abundance of as well, which are critical to battery technology and even those switches you talked about at last estimates, Mr. Veach. But Ms. Beattie?
Yeah, look, as Mr. Barnes said, it's really very exciting, the opportunities that we have in New South Wales in the critical minerals area, which rare earth elements is part of that group, but also in high-tech metals, which captures copper and gold. So New South Wales has a lot of resources. We've got a well-established industry in gold and copper, and often those two resources are found together. We have a very large gold mine in Cadia out at Orange, which you're probably aware of. But the potential of an emerging industry in critical minerals is really, I think, a future focus, future industry development opportunity for New South Wales. A lot of these resources are located out in the central west of New South Wales. And we have 3 advanced projects at the moment in critical minerals. You mentioned the Dubbo Zirconia project that has planning approval. It's not yet operating, but we hope that soon that will happen. It's still getting finance sorted and a few other modification approvals. And as Mr. Barnes said, we've been working with the Commonwealth to help progress that project, and that is really positive. There's also the Sunrise project, which is also in the Central West, and that has planning approval as well to mine for nickel, cobalt and scandium. And scandium is one of those rare earths that you mentioned. And the other project at the advanced phase is Cobalt Blue, which is out in Broken Hill. So there's really good potential with those 3 projects, but there's also a lot of other exploration happening. We're in an exploration boom at the moment, and the great thing is that these projects are providing the metals that we need for advanced manufacturing, high technology, and of course renewable energy. So there's high global demand for these resources, and New South Wales is well placed to try and capture some of the demand, and I think with the opportunity to process some of those minerals within New South Wales means it's an excellent opportunity to create a new industry and new jobs as well.
Thank you. May I ask you, what would the New South Wales government need to do to further facilitate the exploration and mining of these minerals?
Look, we're working with the industry, regularly in discussions with the industry and with the Commonwealth Government about how we can support further investment in these areas. There is a lot of interest, a lot of exploration already occurring for these minerals, and I think the focus needs to be how we convert, when discoveries are made, how we can convert those to mines. So I mentioned those 3 advanced projects, and the difference with these projects compared to some of the more traditional metals is the cost of mining can be, the investment that's required can be much greater, and so the Commonwealth's recently announced a $2 billion debt funding initiative, and that really, we've been working closely with the Commonwealth on the opportunities for providing some support for finance to help get these projects up and running, but also connecting them with investors overseas. So there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of interest from countries such as Japan and Korea in investing in these projects. And so there's a role for the New South Wales Government to help make those linkages and to provide support, as well as assisting them through the development process. So we've recently established an industry development team to support the mineral sector in New South Wales, navigate the planning system, help provide fast answers about where they need to go, connect them to the right people across government. So they're all the things that we're doing, and we're very well connected with the projects and with the industry to support them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got to use the chair. So Mr. Chair, I've got just a couple of questions probably for Mr. Chowdhury. Mr. Chowdhury, it relates to the Hume Link corridor, which is a bit of an issue down my way through Yavin Creek, Ellerslie Valley, but also recently I was talking to some farmers up around Bannaby. Their suggestion, the farmers' suggestion, because this is pretty prime agricultural land we're talking about, the Hume Link corridor is proposed to go straight down through their farmland. They're proposing that there's large amounts of public land where this corridor could probably better fit. And in our part of the world, down around Tumut, they're talking about Forest Corp land. Mr. Chowdhury, have you had any conversations with Transgrid around their proposed Hume Link corridor? And if so, is it looking at traversing through Forest Corp land?
Look, Mr. I don't have. I haven't actually discussed anything with Transgrid myself, but I know that a staff in my organisation have, and I think you'll appreciate the with the 2019-20 bushfires that has significantly impacted the plantations, particularly in the Tumut-Tumbarumba area, where about 35% of our plantation area in that region has been impacted. So we're obviously very mindful of any further land not being available for timber plantation. And I think with my understanding with power lines or transmission lines are that the area of land below the transmission lines becomes sterilized for tree planting.
Yeah.
And so therefore it can probably operate or coexist with perhaps other land users, if you know what I mean. So our discussions taking place. I don't think we have actually reached an outcome as yet.
Okay, so just to be clear, there, as far as you're aware, there have been discussions with Transgrid through their Hume Link proposal, but those discussions have not completed as of yet.
That's my understanding, yes, Mr. Mitch.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go on to the bushfire impact, particularly on the softwood plantation around Tumut-Tumbarumba, if I can, Mr. Chowdhury. The last time you were here, we sort of explored some of the infrastructure, the hard infrastructure issues that arose because of the bushfire. They burnt out bridges, road reconstruction and the like. Now we're a fair way, some would say not far enough, but we're a fair way away from that event. Have you had a chance to review the fire trails through that large plantation in southern New South Wales and the expenditure that is put towards maintaining those fire trails?
So against my dog loves to bark around this time. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yep.
So yes, we have. In fact, I can say that last year we have done a significant amount of work in rebuilding the roads and repairing bridges across our estate, and I'm really pleased to advise the committee that about 5,000 kilometres of roads have been rebuilt in the state, and something like 80 bridges or crossings have been replaced. So that's really positive, and we've been also working with the Rural Fire Service in trying to get some additional funding on strategic fire trails, and we've been successful in getting those. These are going to be spent on upgrading and repairing the fire-impacted fire trails. Again, it's across the estate, Mr. Rich. So it's something we are very mindful of, and we're continuing to focus on that. Closer to the Tumut-Tumbarumba area, as you know, last time we spoke, we were trying to get the Blowering foreshore opened up, and we did for a period of time, and we found that there were other areas that, not the ones that we had rectified, but some other ones that actually needed some some urgent work, so we had to close it down again. And we have been, we've spent something like, I believe, $2.5 million in that region alone to repair the roads, and it's still going. So we are hopeful that for summer we'll have that all of that opened up.
Sorry, so that's the western foreshore of Blowering Dam you're now talking about?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, with regard to replanting the softwood plantation, is that on track? Or are we having trouble sourcing rootstock?
I'm actually pleased to advise the committee we are ahead of track.
Okay.
So we, as you, I'm not sure if I informed the committee last time or not, but we have now expanded both our production nurseries, one in Blowering and one up at Grafton, and we've increased their capacity by around 30 to 40%. And so last year, or this planting season that's just gone by, we have planted about 15 million trees. And that's a record. We've never done that before. We normally plant about 9 to 10 million trees, so that's 15 million trees. And we're going through what we call an accelerated planting program to have the Burn Fire estate fully restocked within the next 6 years.
Okay, and does that, Mr. Chowdhury, does that you don't want them all maturing at the same time, so obviously to meet supply contracts and the like, you need to stage this. So I understand and appreciate large planting taking place, but does the work program across the 6 years ensure that that Forest Corp can meet its supply contracts for softwood timber going forward beyond the 20 years?
Yes, look, it's a very good question. I think there's a real demand from our customers and a real realization that we have a timber shortage going forward. And I think if they would have it their way, they would ask for all of that estate to be replanted as quickly as possible. And so we are going as quickly as possible, Mr. Vitch. And as you know, our clear 4H is 28 to 30 years, so that's how long it takes for the trees to fully mature. And this impact of the bushfires, it obviously has a fairly large impact on the go-forward wood supply. And as you know, we have negotiated contracts with our major customers and also our contractors to realign the resources to the post-fire available wood supply. So we have done that, and as these fully stocked plantations will yield more timber we'll start having some wood flowing through in the thinning periods, the first and second thinning, and then of course at clear foliage you will start to have all of that, which will normalise our wood flow to pre-fire levels.
Okay, thank you. You broke up there a little bit at one point, and I think you said 28 to 30 years is sort of the maturation for harvest. Was that correct?
That's correct, yeah. Clear foliage is generally around the 28 to 30 year period.
Okay, thank you. Now, they're all going to roll their eyes, but I'd like to I raise this question every year, but the weeds and pest control on that very vast land holding that the state have, that is Forest Corp softwood plantation, when the fires went through and the woody weeds come back, the blackberries and briars, have we at all ramped up the expenditure to try to get on, because you've got a great opportunity to get on top of those weeds whilst there are limited trees?
Yes, Mr. Vitch, and you actually did raise it before with me as well, and I think I informed you that I had gone and visited those forests personally and found that the blackberries were really coming back with a vengeance. And with all that intent, it is something that we are grappling with. We have certainly invested more money on weed control, and what we are doing is we are putting down what we call holding sprays to keep the weeds at bay, and really concentrating near the neighbours and the boundaries. As you can appreciate, we have to be very careful of the runoffs of chemicals into waterways, especially due to less ground cover in some places. So we'd like to go faster. So there are other constraints, not just financials, that we have to be mindful of.
Yeah. So can I, one of the issues, and one of the reasons why I keep pursuing this with you around blackberries in particular, people talk about fuel load, and I don't think they actually understand or appreciate that one of the major contributors to fuel load in a forest or our bushscape is in fact blackberry. And so if you've got a large softwood plantation with an understory of blackberry, I don't know, I'm thinking that's starting to be quite problematic. And hence we should be getting on top of our blackberry control measures now. This is the best opportunity. So could you just take on notice, because time's about to run out, I think, but if you could just take on notice from Mr. Chowdhury, how much you spent last year on weed control in the softwood plantations and how much you spent this year, I'd really would appreciate that. But the same question also goes then to pest control. So, you know, again, down my way, they'll talk about the wild dogs, the deer, pigs coming out of Forest Corp land. State government should aim to be a good neighbour of our farming fraternity, our farming sector. Just what are we spending last year and this year on pest control? And have we really? No, I'll just leave it at that. I think if you could take those on notice and get back, that would be very good.
I will do that, Mr. Bisham. I think your comment also on the blackberry fuel is a very good one because it can act as ladder. So we're very much awake to that, and our fire engagement branch has certainly included that as part of the
3:30.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury. I think I've got 1 minute. Okay, very quickly, one question, 1 minute. Mr. Barnes,
Yes.
Hydrogen is an area of substantial interest to a number of people around this table. I'm just wondering whether you've done any work at all in your department at the fleet of vehicles and looking at converting those at some stage towards a hydrogen fleet.
Yeah, look, we obviously are very interested in the economic opportunities that green hydrogen presents. And in fact, you would have seen Twiggy Forrest standing with the Deputy Premier and the Premier a couple of weeks ago talking about the opportunities that it presents in New South Wales. We've done a lot of work about how hydrogen can be an enabler to economic outcomes, particularly in the Wagga SAP, but not just that SAP. Now, as far as fleet vehicles go, the government has a whole of government approach to fleet, but we certainly already prioritise green vehicles in our fleet. There are occasionally times when those vehicles are not fit for purpose. Mr. Hanson had to go outside of the regular things to get a ram truck to tow one of the boats that so importantly monitor the waters on our northern coastline. But we are committed to making sure that we align our fleet, to keep in touch with what's happening. Mr. Veach, 214 people or positions have been created across those 4 areas. I'll get you a breakdown on those.
Thank you.
And Mr. Primrose, Georgina Beattie has asked me to mention to you that as well as all the work that she outlined in the critical minerals space, she's also got a team of people that provide pre-competitive data around to potential explorers so that they, can focus in and hone in on the areas that might make most sense.
Good, thank you.
That's good. That's good, thank you.
So, Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. We might go back quickly, Mr. Hanson. We won't labour on this one too long, but just so I'm clear, there's joint venture agreements between Forestry Corporation and a landholder for the establishment, maintenance and eventual harvesting of the plantation on that site. The landholder, if they've got any disputes with Forestry Corporation, can come to you essentially because the regulatory response to the Plantation and Reforestation Code. Is that correct?
So if the landholder believes that Forestry Corp or whoever the plantation owner is, but Forestry Corp is not meeting the requirements of the code, then they can come to us and we can carry out investigations.
Right.
If they believe, however, that the owner of the plantation, in this case Forestry Corp, is not meeting the conditions of the joint venture agreement, then they have civil dispute mechanisms that they utilise.
And that's up to them. But I think the key frustration here is that the code has been misapplied or has not been complied with, and the landholder's not satisfied with DPI's response to that.
So, and I get that from the correspondence exchanges, but again, here's where it comes down to so the code requires, for example, stabilisation of soil post-harvesting.
Sure.
That does not specify that needs to be regrassed, that it doesn't need to be returned to pastures, because, a weed is actually just the wrong plant in the wrong place, right? So, if you're growing a wheat crop, a canola plant is a weed. So weed cover is actually a form of stabilisation of the soil. So the landowner might not be happy with that as the outcome, but when our inspectors inspect it and look and go, does it meet the requirements of the code? Has the ground cover been stabilised? The answer is yes.
Sure,
So
but I'm just looking at the
down
harvest plan, for example, and it talks about weeds, or ground cover, and it sort of shows as an example spreading grass seed. And I don't think that's what they're relying on, but you can appreciate that the outcome for the landholder is very different here.
But that might be what is included in the JVA about what Forestry Corp were undertaking to do.
But you're not administering that, so
no, that's right. So we can only look
at
it from a point of view of have what they done meet the requirements of the code.
Sure. 50,000 stumps left on. I mean, for them to be able to use that block at all, they're going to have to go and push those out. And I understand that one of the options for rehabilitating the site is for Forestry Corporation to push them out, windrow them, and have them removed. So, I mean, that's essentially the cost has just been delivered on the landholder here.
So again, our guys will have conducted those audits and those inspections based on has the plantation owner met their responsibility under the code? Sure. From what I understand, out of all the inspections that were for corrective actions that were placed on Forestry Corp as the plantation owner, that those have been closed out. We understand the fact that the landowner is not happy with the outcome. There's no more that we can do under the code than ensure compliance with the code. There is civil options available if they're unhappy about Forestry Corp's actions in meeting the requirements under the JVA.
Just with regards to that comment, from one of your staff, we're not required to explain our regulatory, that's... it sounds like it's been a frustrating experience from both sides, but I mean, that's not the way to... You do have a responsibility to explain your regulatory responses, right?
Yeah, but when that regulatory response is a regulatory response we're taking on Party A, our necessity to go into detail on it to Party B, we don't have at times, in fact, we need not to be sharing data.
Well, this is difficult when it's their land and they live with the consequences of that.
Well, again, we're not the...
Sure.
In terms of the...
We're not doing this anymore, right? There are no more annuity and crop share agreements being struck, is that right?
I think as Mr. Anshaw
Sounds like a disaster.
I think there's two... Mr. Chowdhury, sorry, pointed out, I think there's two agreements left, and I think that might be the one landowner.
Yeah, right. Okay. Mr. Chowdhury, how much money has Forestry Corporation lost in the 25-odd years that this thing ran? I mean, it's in the order of millions, right?
When you say lost, are you saying how much you spent in the land rentals? When
you subtract from the amount of money you made selling whatever timber came off the properties, when you subtract from that the amount that you've spent harvesting them and maintaining them and entering into agreements and managing disputes and rehabilitating sites, what's left?
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't have the details in front of me on that one, Mr. Field.
Could you come back to us on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I've taken that on notice and I can give you the relevant information.
I suspect it's a shocking number. How much... I think we'll see who wants to take this one. How much private native forestry timber by volume was harvested last financial year? How much?
I think the fact that you spent a fair bit of time both on Monday
No one
and
knows.
the Wednesday before with the two agencies that are responsible for it, and neither of them report to the Forestry Minister, I'm not going to hazard a guess.
Sure. No one seems to know. But it is true, is it not, that the private private forest estate is factored into the sustainable yield review. I mean, under the RFA, the whole point of the sustainable yield review, you're looking at all tenure, all forest types. So that is part of the analysis, right? It just is. I mean, I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. It's not just about state forest.
No, I believe it is just about public land.
Oh, we'll need to contest that. Still, no one knows. Mr. Chowdhury, does Forestry Corporation staff assist forestry contractors, Forestry Corporation harvesting contractors, in identifying or accessing private native forestry sites?
Mr. Field, I'm not 100% sure, and I wouldn't want to misspeak the committee.
Do you share information about, potential P&F holder and say you should go and knock on their door and see if they want to do some harvesting while you've got a lay period here?
Well, look, I mean, we work with our customers as well as our contractors to, particularly when we are, we don't have sufficient resources or availability of wood supply from native forests. But I'm not sure what sort of.
Well, what does that mean? Sorry, that sounds exactly what we're talking about. What does that mean when you help your, wood supply agreement holders when they don't have enough access from native forests? What are you talking about there?
Well, it's more about looking for other sources like the private native forestry to obtain timber.
Well, that'd be the only other source, right?
Responsibility. Normally the customer would make that arrangement, and I think the local land services actually looks at that, not ourselves.
Sorry, so LLS engages with your customers to assist them to identify potential private native forestry opportunities to fulfil any gap. Is that what you're saying?
No. LLS looks after the private native forestry, as I understand. We don't. So it depends on, I guess, which customer you're talking about. But there are customers who would approach private native forestry if we are able to supply timber from state forests.
Yeah, but you said before you sometimes help your customers to identify. Sorry, I think you said you help your customers to identify other sources. There isn't really another source other than P&F. You wouldn't necessarily have a list of potential P&F licence holders to be able to point your customers to. So what do you mean by that?
No, we don't. The LLS does, and I think they work with the landholders. Right,
okay. Mr. Hanson, does DPI forestry staff have, are you involved here in trying to smooth out the, supply-demand cycle here by helping Forestry New South Wales contractors identify P&F opportunities?
No, we don't. We do obviously have close working relationship with LLS on a whole range of fronts, but we don't play a role in trying to find supply for those who are seeking it. I will just confirm, though, that the RFAs, or regional forestry agreements we have, do require us to do sustainable yield calculations from state forests.
Only?
So the supply outside of state forests, the sustainable supply is done through P&F.
It's factored into the sustainable yield assessment, though, right?
No, that's only state forests.
Okay. Well, I'll come back on this. I
know.
I thought we had this discussion last time, but okay, because I'm trying to understand. Given that no one seems to know how much timber's coming out of P&F, we know your customers are not getting what they were contracted to get, and there's been some suggestions you could be 30% down on contracts. Force majeure, I believe, is still in place. I'm happy to be corrected on that. So I'm trying to work out how you are making judgments about renegotiating future contracts when you don't know how much P&F is coming out or is even out there. That's pretty clear now.
Well,
it seems very difficult.
Well, so again, the wood supply agreements are to ensure that Forestry Corporation are harvesting at a sustainable level across the state forestry estate, right? So those sustainable yield calculations are based off that state forestry estate, and then allow a safety margin for then Forestry Corporation to say this is what we can sustainably supply out of the state forest. P&F supply, and with all of these, whether it's sustainable yield or the P&F regime, is all about ensuring sustainable harvest. Those ones are actually done through that LLS and EPA relationship that you interrogated on Monday and last week. So our sustainable yield calculations are about what is able to be sustainably harvested out of the state's forestry estate to ensure that the same volume of timber is available for the next generation.
I think I might come back with some questions on notice about that, because, you know, the RFA is based on a more complicated understanding of the entire landscape. But I'm happy to be corrected on that. But I'm not sure that's entirely the case. I'm trying to understand, and I know it's not necessarily all about regional New South Wales and Forestry Corporation. There's definitely an interplay here. Mr. Chowdhury, the 300,000 tonnes or cubic metres that you're expecting to come from these annuity plantations, starting from 2022, according to the 2011 yield forecast, to run for 70 years, you don't have any of that anymore. How is that factored in to the current contracts that that Forestry Corporation has? You were planning to sell that stuff that you no longer have, and it's not a small volume.
So as I was saying at the end, Mr. Field, as those contracts have come to an end, or we've negotiated out of those agreements.
No, I mean the contracts. Sorry, Mr. Chowdhury, we don't want to go down the wrong path. You would have factored in getting 300,000 cubic metres a year starting in 2022 and running for 70 years. You would have contracts with timber mills to sell that timber, or with biomass plants, or with pulp purchasers to sell that timber. Would you not? You would have factored that supply into the current wood supply agreements that you have with mills and other purchasers.
So if I understand your question correctly, Mr. Field, our contracted volumes over the time has not really changed, and the volumes from annuities and JV plantations would be supplementing our native forest supply. The base load volume comes out of a native forest supply. And in the latest sustainable yield that we have carried out this year, obviously those 300,000 cubic metres that you are quoting would not be there, because they would have been coming out of those JV plantations. And so the sustainable yield, as Mr. Hansen was saying, is based on our public native forests.
Are you saying that the supply you're expecting from these annuity and crop share plantations, you had not already contracted that timber to a purchaser in advance of it being able to be harvested? This was just it was going to be supplemental. It was going to be additional. It was just cream on the top.
Well, that's my understanding, because we haven't substantially changed any wood supply agreements over the period of time. As you know, the native forest wood supply agreements run for 20 years, and so that hasn't substantially changed in that period there.
Well, no, but that's what I mean, Mr. Chowdhury. That's what I mean. Those wood supply agreements have been running for 20 years. I mean, it's 300,000 from 2022 for 70 years is what you forecast, but it was supposed to be about 30,000 a year in pulp through the thinning operations starting from about 2011. You clearly haven't been getting any of that either. So I'm just wondering if you were then supplementing, commitments you'd made to meet wood supply agreements from native forests as a result of these annuity plantations absolutely abysmally failing.
No, as I was saying earlier, Mr. Phil, I think the annuities and joint venture plantations were designed there to supplement the volume that was going to come out of our native forests, and the base load volume comes out of native forests. all the impact of not having that many joint venture or annuity plantations have now been accounted for in our latest sustainable yield resource.
Okay, no worries. We might move on to something else then. What is the status of the current wood supply agreements in terms of the force majeure provisions that were in place after the fires? Is there still force majeure in place on these contracts?
Yes, I believe they are still in place, but that so for just to again explain, force majeure is obviously a legal terminology in a contract which is based on a force majeure event, and so once the event happens, we notify the customer, but it doesn't absolve us of not or taking reasonable endeavours to meet the contractual obligations.
We've heard those legal arguments, and we'll all dispute the reasonable measures to a degree, and so does the EPA, I note. But in terms of actual timber that's being delivered to wood supply agreement holders, and let's separate it between South Coast and North Coast, can you give us an idea of the percentage of agreements that are being delivered?
So I can tell you last year, the financial year just ended, we were supplying in the South Coast and Eden areas. So in Eden, I think it was, let me go combine, I think it was about 30%. Now this confirm those figures, if I have them wrong, I'll correct that. But it was about roughly 30% of pre-fire levels is what we were supplying. And up in the North Coast, Mr. Field, immediately after the fires, we moved predominantly our operations into the plantations extent. So we were able to still meet not full levels of supply because one first factor was that it was affected by the fires, and secondly we had other events like floods and so forth, heavy rain events last year as well.
Has anything changed since the end of the financial year just gone in terms of delivering? You're still about 30% on the South Coast and near 100% on the North Coast?
I think we might have achieved a higher rate in Eden. South Coast has been unchanged though, and North Coast is pretty much the same level.
Okay, so given that, and you indicated before that you had just started, or you reached out to wood supply agreement holders to renegotiate or to consider extending the existing non-boreal agreements on the North Coast out to 2028 at the same supply level as the current agreements. Given you've sort of still got force majeure in place, there's still some questions around wood supply and yield. Are you confident that you could meet those volumes based on the fact that you've gone into plantations, you've hit them hard, and obviously, you don't have this supplementary annuity supply that's available to help fill the gap? What confidence have you got you can actually meet those levels?
That's a very good question. Look, I think we take that inventory analysis, obviously, as an important part of our process to advise us of what contractual commitments we can make, which is why the yield review is a real important piece of work, and it's a long-term horizon. It gives you that 100-year outlook, and it's based on this frames methodology, Mr. Field, which is quite a well-trusted methodology in forestry space. Plus, it gets peer reviewed and independent peer reviewed. So we rely on that information. And as you know, and I mentioned before, that the Sustainable Yield Review showed us that the impact from the 2019-20 bushfires on long-term yield was about 4% decline. So that number is quite manageable in terms of our ability to continue to meet supply.
Is that the same system methodology for assessing potential yield that was used when you came up with the 300,000 cubic metres a year in the annuity plantations? Because that was just wrong.
For the plantations, that was a while back, Mr. Field, and I'm not sure exactly what the methodology was utilized for that.
Okay.
I can check.
If you could take that on notice, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just pass to the opposition for 5 minutes. Unless,
just one piece. Earlier, Ms. Field asked a question about were all the DPI staff who attended the Verdant site visit forestry staff. There were 2 ag staff as well there that I should have said. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Veach.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask, in the couple of minutes I've got before we break for our COVID break, budget paper number 4 for this financial year, page 6-2, it's regional New South Wales. If you go down to grants and subsidies, you might have to take it on notice, Mr. Barnes, but there's a substantial difference between the 2020-2021 budget amount of 1.1 billion, I suspect. Revised amount was 608 million. And then budget 2021-2022 goes to 1316081. 081. Sort of bounces around a bit there. If you could just take on notice what that. So it's to do with grants and subsidies. So I dare say projected income grant didn't come in.
No, grants would be money going out.
Going out? Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So I think I mentioned this when we had our last, but I can provide this on notice to you. But we did a mid-year revision with Treasury based on the fact that a lot of our grants go through local government authorities, and we had, I think well over 40% of all LGAs had come to us to ask for an extension in terms of planned expenditure, which would have impacted on when the money was going out. And it was just as a result of the fact that they're getting money from everywhere at the moment. So since 2011, the amount of money per year that's on average gone out to LGAs, I think, is over double the amount. But so they're getting this money. They've had trouble with getting their workforces stood up with COVID and the like, and this will be a consequence of the fact that some of the things hitting the ground are happening more slowly than we predicted. And if you have a look at, and we get this data from INSW, who monitor all programs and grants programs where there's infrastructure involved. But look, I'll get you that. I'll take that on notice, and I'll get you a complete answer back on that one.
Fantastic. And as you're doing that, because you'll have to do the same thing with this next question, it just goes down to the revenue section, investment revenue. So 1.9 million budget revised was 8.8. Clearly,
I'll also get you that.
You've backed a good horse, that looks like. So that's a good return.
It also may be a timing variation
but if you
about when things...
get that, that would be good.
Yep.
And then, if I could, you're also responsible for the Regional Growth New South Wales Development Corporation. Does that come under you?
Yes, it does.
So the same thing, under expenses, other operating expenses, 21,948,000. Budget revised was 1.8, like quite a substantial change. And then the 2021-22 budget is 14.3. So again, sort of not consistent.
I'll get you an explanation on those things. I think I've just received a draft report on all of our from the Auditor General on all of our sort of various budget parcels, and I believe it will be an unqualified support.
Always good, unqualified. And so if you take on notice, same thing for the Regional Growth New South Wales Development Corporation. In the revenue section, grants and contributions, quite a substantial fluctuation there as well. So if you could just provide
all
some
those
detail.
on notice for you. That
would be
and
good.
For Mr. Primrose, the various data sources that we draw down on from the ABS to look at our jobs data. One is based on geographies, so that does go to comparing regions versus regions across the country, and there's definitions around what constitutes regions, and that goes down also to SA4 level, so that is that. We also look at female labour market data, youth labour market data, and we look at internet vacancy analysis data as well as industry data. So we can tell you, using the ABS employment categories, which what the take-up of jobs in a particular sector have been in a particular area, which helps us with all of that planning work that we'd previously talked about. Likewise, we can also predict where things are going to end up being tight, because if there are more vacancies in a particular industry group advertised month on month, we know that, it's difficult to get hold of that sort of skilled labour. But all of those data sets come straight out of the ABS. They're updated on a monthly basis using annualised rolling averages. And we get that analysis of the previous month's data typically a month after it's happened. But
thank you, Mr. Barnes. I'm a subscriber to the ABS data sets.
Perfect.
And it's an interesting and good segue for some questions I may have for you about SA4s after we...
Happy to take those questions.
Okay, well, that takes us to our next COVID safe break. So we bid farewell to Mr. Chowdhury and Ms. Beattie, but thank you both for your time.
Thank you.
You both took some questions on notice, so the committee secretary will be in touch with those, and you'll have 21 days to get back to us, and we'll have a fresh set of reserves coming in at 3:45.
The pinch hitters will be here.
3. Mr. Hanger, Ms.
Yes, 3.
Fox.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the final afternoon session of Budget Estimates 2021-2022 for Regional New South Wales. We have with us joining this afternoon Commissioner Shane Fitzsimmons, Mr Chris Hanger, Miss Fiona Dewar and Miss Rebecca Fox. We'll start swearing in the witnesses with Mr Hanger. So you should state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation. Mr Hanger, can you hear us?
Christopher Hanger, Deputy Secretary for Public Works Advisory and Regional Development. I can hear you.
Yeah, can you swear either the oath or affirmation for us, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yep.
All right, sorry. So I am getting a bit of feedback, but I'll take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given
that.
Yeah. So there's quite a significant delay.
Go back to the reading.
This happened the other night when I did.
Mr Hanger or all of them? Mr Hanger, can you try hanging up or rejoining again? And that might assist with the delay we seem to be having.
Maybe I'll log out and dial back in.
We can, Mr. We've lost both. While we're sorting out Mr. Fitzsimmons and Mr. Hanger, we might try you, Miss Fox. Can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Yes, Rebecca Fox. I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Regional Precincts Group in the Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms Dewar?
Thank you. Fiona Dewar, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Delivery and Performance for the Department of Regional New South Wales. I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We now have.
What was that microphone on the Commissioner?
We now have the Commissioner back on, and you are coming through quite clearly. Can you now state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Thank you, Shane Fitzsimmons, Commissioner, Resilience New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Hanger, we'll try this again. Can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Thank you. Chris Hanger, Deputy Secretary, Public Works Advisory and Regional Development. I'll take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Excellent. That's all coming through perfectly now. So I will throw to the opposition for questioning. Mr. Primrose?
Thank you. I might direct all of these to Mr. Barnes, and if you could please refer it to whoever you think may be appropriate.
Not a problem, Mr. Primrose.
The other thing is that if, I say at the outset, if you feel free to take any of these on notice. First question is it correct that $2.8 billion has been allocated to regional New South Wales in this year's budget?
Look, I believe that, and I'll look up my notes, but I think across all of the various areas within the cluster, that number seems to be correct, yes.
Okay. There was a claim in the media release by the former Deputy Premier on the 22nd of June that this amount would bring with it thousands of new jobs. Can you tell me how many new jobs this $2.8 billion is expected to create in regional New South Wales?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Now, given this claim by the Deputy Premier, how is the department expected to count the number of new jobs that will be created?
Look, as I previously talked about this morning, and the new Deputy Premier would have mentioned this as well.
Yep.
There are various programs that we administer in partnership, for example, with local government. We regularly go back and check that things like the provision of common user infrastructure through growing local economies and other programs such as Stronger Country Communities, actually that investment materialises into job numbers, and that's done for the regional growth funds, for example, in respect to working with Treasury to make sure that those conversions are realised. So depending on the nature of the programs, if you're looking at, and Mr. Hanger could talk more about this, but regional jobs creation fund will have, I believe, within the way in which deeds of agreement are drawn up, a requirement to fulfil various component parts of that infrastructure provision. For example, the infrastructure itself, and we both measure jobs in two ways, and it's fairly standard across government. The jobs that are created through the provision of capital works and infrastructure, and then the jobs that might be there that are new jobs that are ongoing. Typically, the way in which governments characterise jobs is that we are looking for jobs that are not just transferred from one part of New South Wales to another part of New South Wales, but in fact have a net overall impact on the number of people.
Mr. Barnes, can I ask that I'm not talking about looking at the past. This is a predictive thing, that it will create X number of jobs. How is there a method that you use to actually make those predictions? That I would also ask a method that is able to say that this is causative, not a correlation, given the role of the private sector in creating jobs. How do you know, and what calculation, what method do you use to say that this petite piece of government investment will lead to the creation of this number of jobs?
Well, as I've just pointed out to you, if you know that there's about to be a X $1 million factory constructed, and we'll take the one at Narromine as an example, you do have an appreciation for the extra work that will be created to complete a piece of capital works. That CapEx will evidence itself in jobs that weren't there previously. And the other thing is that with any of these projects that create new business, not business that's transferred from one place to another within the state, but this one, for example, is manufacturing that is new manufacturing, and the jobs that are transferred are being transferred out of WA. And we can look at what the proponents are telling us, and then most governments anywhere across the OECD have rough figures for looking at what level of government investment would be appropriate to create new jobs. And
I will be, if I can be even more specific, yes, if we're talking about direct jobs, I can appreciate that, but are these figures also suggesting a multiplier is operating in regional New South Wales?
typically there will be a downstream effect if direct jobs, particularly in what we call driver industries, and driver industries do create a downstream effect, so not just population-serving industries.
Yep, so what multiplier?
Well, we don't take that multiplier typically into account when we make decisions about allocating government money. And look, that may be a factor in some jobs programs in other jurisdictions, but in the main, the unit that we trade with is direct jobs creation.
So that's interesting. So you're saying that you're not using the New South Wales Treasury Employment Calculator. These are all the claims in these media releases are for direct jobs and you're saying that they'll all be in regional New South Wales.
Sorry, which media release are you referring to?
Well, there are numerous media releases, and one that I've quoted already from the former Premier dated 22nd of June 2021. I'm trying to get, when you make a claim...
Premier Berejiklian?
No, it's former Deputy Premier Barilaro.
Yep.
I remember him.
Good bloke.
Yeah, well...
Made great lasagna.
What I'm simply trying to get is it your evidence that when the claims are made about jobs, that all those claims relate to direct jobs that are being created?
It will be different for different programs.
Yep.
And I might just flick to Mr. Hanger, who actually runs each of our jobs creation programs or enabling programs to get his input on this. But as I said this morning, not only do we invest money to support jobs creation through a whole range of things like common user infrastructure provision and the like, but we actually then go back and check to see whether these programs work, and to see whether they have the cost that government has incurred derives a benefit that exceeds the costs. And that's something that Mr. Hanger could talk about, the work that he's done with Treasury to prove that the money that has been expended, for example, in the regional growth funds has actually delivered a benefit. Chris?
And can you please clarify whether or not, just two things for me if I can. One, as to whether you're using the New South Wales Treasury Employment Calculator to determine the multiplier, and secondly, whether all these claims are direct jobs.
So to deal with the first one, yes, we would be using Treasury's approved multipliers and or guidelines in regards to cost-benefit analysis of projects, and those multipliers will feed in obviously in terms of the employment benefits generated through those investments.
Yep.
So for, and Mr. Barnes has described it correctly, so for some types of infrastructure, clearly you can measure the construction jobs associated with the building of the infrastructure, but many of the associated benefits that are going to accrue, you will potentially need to use a multiplier to be able to estimate what that is going to be. For the programs that we typically run, where we are looking at direct job creation, like the Regional Job Creation Fund,
Yep.
they are performance-based agreements with businesses that are based on what the businesses tell us, and the funding does not go to the business unless those employment outcomes are met. And so they go directly to the jobs created by that business as a result of the investment that has occurred through the Regional Job Creation Fund. I think the Deputy Premier earlier today outlined some announcements at the start of this week in regards to that fund. based on the metrics we have seen to date, assuming that as a maximum we would invest $20,000 per job created, we would assume that additional 30 million will lead to another at least 1,500 jobs in regional New South Wales.
And you're confident, and I ask how you're confident that they're actually created in regional New South Wales?
Because before we will pay the organisation for the delivery of those jobs, they need to provide evidence. That will typically come in regards to sort of where the facility is located and payroll data to show that those new employees have been employed in the business as that organisation has signed up to under their funding agreement.
Okay. Let's look, if I can, now at the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund. Is it correct that $878 million was allocated in this year's budget alone?
I might just, for that one, pass to Rebecca Fox. Rebecca?
Thanks, Gary. I've got a figure in front of me that says 816, so I'll take that on notice and work out what the discrepancy is.
Okay, thank you. I'm just looking at the media release, so that's my source of it. Given what the former Deputy Premier mentioned, my understanding is what I'm trying to get at was what this money would be spent on, excluding $48 million for an expanded Farms for the Future, $50 million for the mobile coverage project, and $462 million for the special activation precincts. And that leaves me, on my calculations, about an extra $380 million to be allocated. Can you maybe tell us what that was spent on?
Yes, so I've got about just under $25 million for regional water strategies and some water pipeline business cases.
Yep.
A little bit for freight and fast rail. And then I have, did you mention the Parks and Wagga Special Activation Precinct?
Yes, I mentioned the Special Activation Precincts, yep.
Yes, so if you've covered the digital program, the other initiatives, which are
mobile coverage projects, 50 million. Yep.
Yes.
So I'm looking at there still being, as I said, about $380 million, and I'm just trying to work out what that would be allocated to.
So I can run through the ones that I've got approved budget here. So if I start with the digital program, I've got 10.2 million for digital studies. 117.4 million for gig state, 44.9 million for the mobile, close 45 million. Farms of the Future is not funded out of the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund. I've got a balance there for the Digital Connectivity Fund of 52 million. I've just been through the water strategies, the pipeline strategies, freight and fast rail.
Okay.
Then I've got some special activation precinct early studies of 63.5 million. I've got some small amount of money, 5 million for the regional job precincts. Then I go to 185.4 million for Parks Special Activation Precinct, 193.2 for the Wagga Special Activation Precinct, and there is 75 million for early delivery of the other special activation precincts, early land acquisition and some pre-delivery work. So that gives me a total of about 820.
Yeah, why don't we give you that breakdown so that you've got that there?
Please, no, I'd appreciate that, and that'd be great, and I'll compare it to Mr. Barilaro's release. But what I'm...
Some of the discrepancy will relate to depreciation, which is a non-cash expense that can't be funded out of the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, and also there is a little bit of con fund money that's included in our budgets, so that's potentially the difference.
You mentioned the Farms for the Future Fund. Where is that actually allocated from?
I'll have to take that on notice. I think it's out of a con fund allocation that was given to the department, but I'll take that on notice and confirm.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barnes, I might direct my questions through you to Mr. Hayner, because they're all...
Go directly to Mr. Hayner.
You're happy with that?
Yeah,
Feel free to jump in.
I will, Chair.
So, Mr. Hayner, earlier on today we were talking or asking questions around the Tamworth intermodal freight facility. which I'm been informed that you might have all the answers for me. So do we have a total figure in terms of how much was funded from the state government? Because I cited a 7.418 million figure that was announced in 2017, and then there was a second tranche of 27,833,000. Is that those two combined? Is that the total figure, or am I missing some funding?
No, that's the combined figure. The work, as you may know, is sort of at final stages but not yet fully complete. So Transport for New South Wales were leading that project. Obviously, we'll come in with final project costings once all of the work is done.
Okay, sure. And I asked questions around the business case, and the Minister did take it on notice to get back to me, but are you able to clarify as to whether the business case included that total expenditure, or was it just the 27 million? Just noting that if figures are under 10 million, they don't necessarily trigger a business case.
This project, I'll talk through the timeline a bit, which might help sort of clarify some of these issues. So the project that we are talking about is the Barrabas Spur Line reactivation. So it's really a rail line reactivation.
Yes.
The project was submitted initially through the Fixing Country Rail program run by Transport for New South Wales. They would have put in an application that would have included sort of the required details of the business case, technical details for that to be assessed. Ultimately, that first $7.5 million was funded under growing local economies. But both of those projects or programs are part of the Restart New South Wales Fund, and so they'll need to meet a range of sort of affordability, deliverability requirements. So a business case has been prepared for the work. The work is now being led by Transport for New South Wales. The critical thing here is these are public assets. They are going to be part of the country rail network. So the investments that are being made are investments into assets owned by the state. As I indicated, the project is almost complete. I think there is some minor work still to be done, but the vast majority of the work, from what I understand, and the updates that I've received this morning after the questions were initially tabled, is that the project is getting very close to completion.
Okay. So when did your department, and maybe through you, Mr. Barnes, when did your department first become engaged in this process, noting that it's Transport for New South Wales largely has the chief role in this?
I'd have to again defer to Mr. Hanger on that, but I'd imagine being a good council as they are, they would have been looking at multiple funding sources for this project, and so it would have been about the time that there was an interest or that they brought forward something under Fixing Country Rail, I'd imagine, Chris.
But more specifically, your department, Mr. Barnes, so would have been 20...
My department, I don't think, existed at the time.
Exactly.
But we would have still been looking at this from maybe a work group called Regional New South Wales, based in DPC, something like that. So we would have had an awareness of it.
Okay.
Chris?
So just to help with timelines, the first funding announcement was 2017, and there would have been work and awareness of this project before then. Earlier today, you heard reference to the regional economic development strategies and work that is underway in what is now Regional New South Wales to understand the key projects and sort of programs and investments required to help regional communities continue to grow. It is fair to say that, as Gary's indicated, this rail spur line, as well as the broader work that Tamworth Council is doing around industrial land associated with the rail line, is something that has been sort of on our radar and something that we would have been aware of. But that initial funding announcement was September 2017, and then November 2017, and then subsequently the additional funding was September 2020.
Did you have any vision over the EOI that was done through council? I can't imagine you would have, but
Is this to get a operator engaged?
yes.
Chris?
No, that was the council's responsibility. They, as a requirement, given that this is going to support an intermodal as well as the activation of further industrial land, we had as a requirement that there was an operator. It was the responsibility of council to undertake the process to sort of identify and secure that operator.
Okay, thank you. In the morning session, I'm not too sure whether it was you, Mr. Barnes, or it might have been the Deputy Premier, but there was a mention of some money being spent at Werris Creek for a flyover. Having spoken to the people at Werris Creek, they want to know where this flyover is because they don't believe it exists. So
Chris can like I've actually visited Werris Creek before.
Yep.
What it may not be a flyover, it may be a level crossing or smoothing out a road alignment or whatever, but
there was some work done.
One of the things that council were particularly concerned about was the safety element of trucks coming in and out of that facility. And Chris, did we do something out there?
We did, and I'll just dig up the information. I think you are correct. It's more in regards to safety around the rail crossing. Wasn't a flyover per se.
Yep.
I'll find those details and I'll provide those hopefully before we finish estimates today.
Yep, no problems. Or even
so that was me, and I'm confusing it with something that's happening out at the Parks precinct.
Yeah, no, that's
so much going on.
Yeah, there is. Thank you for that clarification. I tabled some documents with the Deputy Premier, Mr. Hanger, and I believe that's been emailed to you. It sort of goes to the economic viability of this project, given that there already is a intermodal of sorts at Werris Creek. And just looking at the projected forecast of freight going through Port Botany into 2056, do you have any comments about the potential economic viability, and given that for these intermodals to be commercially viable, you need at least 60 wagons going through on a train, and given that we've got an intermodal 40 kilometres away from this one, how is it going to be economically viable? To me, it's sort of like putting two McDonald's next to each other. Like how are they both going to fill 60 wagons each?
So a couple of observations or comments in regards to that. Firstly, they are private providers who are delivering the intermodal services at both locations, and we, as general rule, would say it is up to the private sector to work out where they should be investing. And as you can see, there are two private firms that have done the numbers and worked out that they can run these facilities in those locations. They believe it is viable. The second observation I'd make is that the way in which sort of the intermodal, particularly at Tamworth, is going to operate, it's going to activate significant other industrial land in that location, which makes it a different sort of type of intermodal in some senses to what is being delivered out of Werris Creek. So we are putting the enabling infrastructure in. The enabling infrastructure will remain a state-owned asset. The private sector has committed to running those facilities. It's generally our view that they will be best placed, given they already operate in the sector. Cube is a very significant operator in the freight and logistics sector. They will have assessed the project at Tamworth, and they have committed to that project.
Okay, so you mentioned the industrial. You mentioned the industrial business park as sort of making this as a different, a different type of intermodal. So is it your view or the department's view that that industrial business park will essentially provide a lot of what will go on those wagons to be then exported through Botany or elsewhere?
So you go first, Chris.
So that is the vision of the council. The work that we are doing, as it is in many of the projects that we invest in, is to put that enabling infrastructure. In this case, it is a rail line spur, but you can, we'll see if I can table, but you will see the council's plans for developing that industrial precinct that can be activated, obviously, by having intermodal facilities as the starting point. We are aware, I think the Deputy Prime Minister may even have been up in Tamworth recently, looking at the demand for industrial land in that location. So there does appear to be strong demand that would underpin this enabling infrastructure that we're investing into.
Yeah. Okay, and just...
I don't know if you want to add anything else.
Mr. Lyons?
No, just mentioned earlier today that Cube would have worked sort of closely with Tamworth Regional Council to, and with existing local businesses that weren't taking their freight out of the Werris Creek establishment to determine whether they believed it would be economically viable for them to, operate that intermodal. And we don't have full visibility, but as I mentioned this morning, there's a big road freight network that happens out of Tamworth. There's a lot of boxed beef and cold storage that comes out of the 3 or 4 different abattoirs, all of which I believe are still doing well. And there may also have been an assumption that that getting things to market on rail for at least some of those might add volume. And they certainly wouldn't double handle that sort of product, take it out to Werris Creek and then get it away. They'd want to do it closer at hand. But this is all something that would have been taken into account.
And probably just finally picking up on your comments, Mr. Hayner, about the ownership you're putting in the infrastructure, and it's up to Tube to run it. And you said, but it's still owned by the state. So my comments this morning about that Tube will essentially have it for 15 years and then give it back to the council. That's not correct, or am I maybe talking about a lease that Tube might have on the intermodal, and then it would have to be renegotiated?
This is one of those projects where sort of if we could show diagrams and sort of who is responsible for building what, would make it a lot easier. And if you've got diagrams, I'm happy for you to table them. Yeah, sure, that'd be great, just so we can get a clear picture. Yeah. But essentially, the investment the state government is making is into an asset that will remain a state asset. Obviously, it provides benefits to Cube and to others who may choose to invest there. Cube themselves will need to invest further on their site, but the spur line extension is going to remain a state asset.
Has your department done any investigations or research into what this may bring to the economy in terms of economic benefit? Obviously, aside from the benefit to Tube, what will it deliver in terms of economic benefit?
So there would have been because it was a restart, there would have been a benefit cost ratio above 1 to receive the initial grant of funding.
Because Mr. Toole sort of indicated that this morning that it may or may not have, and to take that into account.
But both of the funding streams that they sought money from, and eventually money was provided through growing local economies, has to go through INSW's restart process, and economic viability has to be determined through a BCR. So that is at least my understanding that this would have got a BCR of 1, that initial grant, Chris?
Yeah, that's correct. The other thing I would add in, and again it was mentioned this morning in regards to those regional economic development strategies and the broader work that Council is doing. So we absolutely do look to see what are the economic sort of impacts and obviously benefits of projects like this. As Gary mentioned, the funding source started as Exton Country Rail and ultimately was funded through growing local economies, both of which are restart funds, and therefore, as Gary's indicated, do need to achieve a benefit cost ratio above 1. But this is a piece of infrastructure that essentially unlocks a larger industrial and or economic opportunity in Tamworth that we are working sort of closely with the council on, because we do see potential in that region for further investment. And as I've indicated, I might even see if I can get the team to dig up. I understand the Deputy Prime Minister and the Commonwealth are also investing in that industrial precinct up there in Tamworth.
Perhaps on notice, could you give us the figure of what the BCR was for those 2 fundings, if you have it or you're able to dig it up on notice?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I think that exhausts my questions, so I'll throw to opposition.
My next series of questions are for Commissioner Fitzsimmons. So if he can, hopefully he can hear. Yep, good-o. Commissioner, it relates to the COVID outbreak in far western New South Wales and the regional plans and the rescue and emergency management plans, the regional plans, the subsets that are regional plans. What are the lessons we've learnt out of the COVID scenario in far western New South Wales? I'm sort of really thinking about Wilcannia, but I know it's broader than that. What are the lessons we've learnt, and how are we going to upgrade our regional plans to accommodate those lessons?
Thank you for that question, and I think it's fair to say the lessons learned out of COVID broadly, and particularly across remote and rural New South Wales and Western New South Wales, the lessons being learned are still a work in progress. There's a lot of case study work, a lot of engagement occurring with local communities and local community leaders in that regard. What we have been doing under the auspices and the connectedness with the CEACOM, the State Emergency Operations Controller, and the Department of Health, is actually start doing case studies and modelling examples. So some of the work we did in focus LGR areas, learnings from there were then rapidly deployed and enabled and nuanced in a different way to be deployed in remote communities. There's no doubt that Wilcannia itself experienced a rapid increase in COVID-19 cases with many positive cases and close contacts. The EM arrangements, or the emergency management arrangements, certainly kicked in under the auspices of the REMC, the Regional Emergency Management Committee structure, principally run out of the Dubbo EM facilities, but then also engaging with what we call the LEOCs, or the Local Emergency Operations Centres, to get targeted and nuanced needs and priorities identified for deployment into local communities. And for example, in Wilcannia, within the first week, there were literally hundreds of hampers being deployed, semi-trailer loads being moved from case supplies that had been built up with our partner organisations in government and non-government community partner organisations to have them mobilised and deployed. The good thing about the EM arrangements is that it does pull together the full spectrum of lead or combat agencies, as well as the whole of government architecture, but importantly, the local council, the local government, and non-government partners at that community level, and leadership organisations that work together. We established under those arrangements wellbeing groups, resilience and wellbeing groups that focused on the immediacy of the need for relief and support arrangements to complement or augment the effort that was going on in relation to the medical response or the health response around things like testing, around vaccinations, around caring for positive cases and close contacts, and things like interventions around temporary accommodation through resources such as camper vans and motorhomes and those sorts of things coming in to provide options to local communities was really important. The supply of food and other materials and using a range of local mechanisms to ensure that we got to individual households, individuals themselves, to give them the support and the assistance they need. And then more broadly, of course, the EM arrangements then worked on targeted strategies to ensure that things like vaccination rates were lifted so that we could get to the people in need, overcome fears and concerns associated with misinformation, and be able to get those vaccination rates up in a speedy sense. There is no doubt, like we do after every disaster, after every major event, that local, regional and state lessons will be compiled and worked through, lessons that capture things that work well and how do we emulate and integrate those arrangements into future operating parameters, but then equally, where were the limitations, where were the opportunities to improve, and how do we factor those in? You may be aware that recently out of the Royal Commission, the new organisation, Resilience New South Wales, also took on the responsibility through the State Emergency Management Committee to formalise and capture a lessons learned methodology after events and incidents and disaster seasons to compile those lessons, aggregate them and then understand where they best apply and how we change the policy architecture or indeed the operating parameters at different levels. So it's still a work in progress because we need to be conscious that we're still responding to and dealing with support and assistance in relation to the COVID response and the body of work that's going on to see growing and increased rates of vaccination, albeit that they're remarkably good in many areas. There's still pockets where we need to continue to achieve higher rates.
Yeah, thank you. So as I understand it, the Far West Regional Emergency Plan was signed in February 2021, or became active the most current one became active in February 2021. I guess I'm keen to know essentially the activation triggers in a rapid escalation of something like COVID that occurred in Wilcannia, whether or not when we tested those activation triggers, were they robust enough? Was it a timely enough arrangement? And did the plan, the relatively new plan, actually hold up?
I think the simple answer to that is that Mr. Veach.
Yes, it is. Sorry. Yes.
Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Veach. My understanding. Look, I think the benefit of hindsight. I think earlier movement on a number of actions would have been desirable with the benefit of hindsight. The plan itself provides for that flexibility and for those local triggers to be identified and enacted. There is no doubt that we will factor in activations and local assessments and triggers to support that activation up through LEMCs and then to REMCs, depending on the hazard type and depending on the particular circumstances. So that will certainly be factored into the lessons learned.
Okay, and the escalation triggers. So did we again? Let's just look at the Wilcannia scenario. I mean, I know there was others in Dubbo, Broken Hill, etc., Burke, but the Wilcannia scenario. If you look at the escalation triggers, did we move this from a local emergency plan to a regional to the regional level, or do we maintain it, the emergency operation at a local level?
The simple way to answer that question, Mr. Veach, is given the scale of COVID, it was never entirely a local, regional or state level. So you have a range of leadership actions. So there was a Leacon deployed and dedicated to the Wilcannia area. That Leacon, through the command and control arrangements, tied back into the Reacon, who was based out of the Dubbo control centre. And there were other Leacons reporting into that regional centre. And then, of course, there were multiple regional centres reporting into the state emergency operations centre. So when those triggers, and depending on the scalability and the level of resourcing and other infrastructure or support systems that might be required, you actually effectively activate and operate all three levels of those emergency management arrangements, because you've got capacity to move and mobilise resources, materials, produce and what have you. So, for example, a lot of our partnerships in providing relief to communities like Wilcannia and plenty of others that were remote, we engage very closely with Aboriginal Affairs, local representative community leaders and bodies. We connected up with regional New South Wales Public Works. We also partnered with non-government organisations, charity organisations like Food Bank and Oz Harvest, where we were packaging up semi-trailer loads of goods and materials and dispatching them and freighting them right around to distribution hubs around New South Wales in support of local emergency management committees and coordinated through regional distribution centres out to local distribution centres under REMC and LEMC arrangements, and then they could get out to particular localised communities and then individuals and family members in those local communities. So it's an integrated system of operation that by necessity, as we've seen with the geographic spread, required active work of local, regional and state committees working together as the arrangements are designed to do, if that makes sense.
It does. Commissioner, the Far West Region emergency plan has a test and review process, so every 3 years. I know it's a relatively new iteration of their plan. In light of what's occurred with COVID, where this plan was implemented and tested pretty rigorously, I would suggest, are you bringing forward that 3-year review in light of these lessons?
Well, we're not necessarily bringing forward the 3-year periodic review, which is kind of attached to any of the plans, the local, the lead plans or the supporting plans that compile the operating policy architecture of emergency management arrangements in the state. But I think the simple answer to your question, Mr. Veach, is absolutely as a result of this response effort, this COVID event, there will be lessons learned for local communities, local committees, regional committees and the state effort as we reflect on the COVID experience, as we did with the bushfires, as we did with the floods, as we do after any major event. And there's no reason to wait for the 3-year review, for example, of the Far West plan, as you've mentioned, before we would make any amendments or adjustments if that was considered appropriate.
And Commissioner, the process for making the adjustments, is it a lengthy bureaucratic process, or are we able to make these changes in a common sense manner?
You know, it is about common sense, absolutely. But like a lot of these local plans are developed by local stakeholders. So the lessons learned process identifies what those lessons are, what the solutions or the options to capture good practice and emulate it, what the practices are to identify gaps or limitations and how we might address those. We then work out its best application or its best relevance, whether that be local, state or regional, and then we work with those local committees to ensure that they integrate those lessons as it's applicable to their local circumstances and their local settings, and indeed their local capacities and capabilities. So it really is about the consultation and collaboration, ensuring that we've got the ownership and the buy-in from those local committees or the committees at different levels to make sure that it's what's going into those plans, what's being amended in those plans, is owned and developed and reviewed by those relative levels, and then ultimately signed off through the state system. So it shouldn't take too long at all, but we just need to make sure that the lessons are identified and then understood and applied in a way that's beneficial and relevant to each respective area.
And Commissioner, do the lessons include the impact on personnel? I reflect upon the Wilcannia circumstance and some of the people I spoke to, and there was quite clearly an impact on individuals in Wilcannia. Do we look at that as well?
Yes, we do, and so not necessarily in the plan sense is more about arrangements and the coordinated efforts. There is no doubt, and particularly over more recent decades, and particularly over the last couple of years, with the compounding and successive nature of disasters that have been impacting particularly rural and regional areas of New South Wales, but COVID's been the level of its effect everybody, no matter where you are. So if you just reflect on the last little while, we've seen the worst drought in centuries. We've seen that providing the precursor to our worst bushfire season the state's experienced. We then saw storms and floods when the weather broke. We then went into COVID. Let's throw a mouse plague in the middle there as well. Let's look at increased cyber activity in the intervening period. We turn into 21, we've seen more significant scale flood events around the Sydney Basin and North Coast. And then, of course, the Delta variant really getting in and impacting communities. So the learnings and the lessons, and indeed the fragility of people, the compounding effects of successive disasters and displacement and uncertainty, it means that we are all at organisational levels and at community levels very much advocating, and the government, as part of a lot of the recovery packages, has provided in there workaround supports and assistance to the emotional and psychological well-being, the mental health and well-being programs that are being targeted into local communities. And there's focus work going on right now through organisations like Aboriginal Affairs and others in the local community circumstances, and what are the best ways of providing the supports and the assistance, particularly around the impact and the toll on people, because it's real. And despite how strong and capable people might appear, a very real aspect of resilience, of recovery, rebuilding and healing is the emotional and psychological toll that's been occasioned, given the enormity and complexity of what we've experienced over the last couple of years particularly, and COVID has been no exception to that. So the welfare and interest of workforces, of communities, I should say in plural, is certainly part of the consideration for review, for lessons, but also for recovery, rebuilding and healing.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Now, I want to move from the far west of the state to the far south coast, if I could, going back to the bushfires and the bushfire recovery. A part of the highway duplication arrangements from the south coast, and I'm thinking sort of from Nowra south, the communities there, a lot of those communities, as you would be well aware, a lot of the communities on the coast there have one road in, and it's the same road out, which was really heightened. The problems with that were really heightened during the bushfire in a couple of years ago. As a part of the road construction, is Resilience New South Wales involved in any way with the road construction authorities around looking at how we can take this opportunity to maybe create more than one way in and the same way out to some of these villages?
In terms of designing those road networks, I mean, we do get involved in terms of funding and support assistance, administering and coordinating support assistance that might come for restoration and repair of road networks and what have you. Design of roads is probably best placed with the transport portfolio, and depending on the road network, it may even be local government. But yes, there is at the local committee levels discussions that often occur around options. But new roads are not necessarily the answer. It could actually be communities that are accessible by one road in, one road out. It might actually be about safer places and safer arrangements in better mitigation and prevention activities in those local communities.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, I'm not sure whether it's Mr. Barnes or it may well be Commissioner Fitzsimmons, but sticking to the far south coast and the bushfire recovery, there are still people who haven't had their houses rebuilt. And recently I had reason to be talking to someone from Bega who was quite frustrated by what it means. So I guess, are we on track to be rebuilding all of the dwellings that were lost during that summer on the far south coast? And if not, what are we doing to try to rectify that? I mean, they just want their houses, but just want new houses built.
So this is private residences?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, not within my department's remit, but Shane might, if you were telling me that destroyed buildings hadn't been adequately cleared away, then that was certainly something through Public Works Advisory that we did. But Shane, did you want to make a comment on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thanks, Gary. And look, this is a very complex area, Mr. Barnes, and what I mean by that is the rebuilding of homes is a very personal and circumstantial situation with the individuals affected and their particular circumstances. And by way of context, what I mean by that is for some people, we've had people come forward despite our efforts to provide assistance or offer assistance, it may be 12 or 18 months before they're ready to contemplate what support and assistance actually means and how to access it. So we've got to be very mindful that people process healing and decision making in different ways. They are the smaller number or the exception to the rule. There is a significant amount of reconstruction occurring, and we are in regular contact with councils across the state in terms of processing of DAs and rebuild requirements. We put a significant amount of support into place. The government embarked on the biggest ever property clean-up program, where at no cost to the homeowner, we cleared more than 3,600 properties of the debris and the damage to give them clean blocks to help them with that decision-making process and the cost of rebuilding. We've also provided a significant amount of temporary accommodation, particularly to those people that wanted to stay attached to their property, to their land, and oversee the rebuilding process. So we entered into partnerships around the provision of temporary accommodation pods, and off the top of my head, it was about 210 of those temporary accommodation facilities that allowed people to stay with their home and rebuild. I have visited families that have rebuilt their home. It also depends on people's levels of insurance and their access and arrangements with their insurance provider. There's no doubt that there's been some real challenges, some of which have been exacerbated or compounded through the global implications of COVID and supply chains around accessing materials and locally accessing tradespeople and builders to actually get works underway. So there's been a range of different examples. We've also got particular programs in place for the most vulnerable and the most needy in our community that don't have the wherewithal or don't have insurance arrangements to be supported and assisted with repairs and rebuilding, and a considerable amount of work is going on in that area. I'd be more than happy to follow up on any example that you might have. We might and chase it up. But I also need to add that whether it was the northern areas of New South Wales or indeed southern areas of New South Wales, some people's homes, as modest as they were, might actually not have been an authorised dwelling in the first place, and sometimes very few people even knew that they were residing in these locations, and some people deliberately chose a life of solitude and isolation away from mainstream. So it varies enormously. But if there is any example where we are seeing people frustrated with the process, I'd be more than happy to hear that and follow up directly with them.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Commissioner. Can I, Mr. Barnes, might help me here with some of my questions. Can I just get a better understanding or appreciation for the role of Ms. Fiona Dewar and Ms. Rebecca Fox? I know what their titles are.
Yep.
But I actually just want to know, what do the titles mean?
All right. So they can obviously answer that themselves. If
maybe Ms. Dewar can go first.
Yeah. Fiona?
Thank you. So I'm the Deputy Secretary of Strategy, Delivery and Performance. I look after a couple of primary functions for the Department of Regional New South Wales, chief of which is the Policy and Strategy team. So we have a central policy team which tackles a number of issues that impact our stakeholders and both across the Department of Regional New South Wales but also across government. So, for example, there's been a lot of discussion this morning around the mouse plague and the Mouse Plague Advisory Committee and the programs that sit within that. I also look after the data and performance team, the regional delivery team, which is driving a lot of the localised responses to housing shortages, as well as a regional insights team.
Okay, that's not a lot of spare time in that effort.
So one of the things, Mr. Veitch, about being classified as a central agency, Fiona also gets to work alongside of other delivery agencies on and provide regional insights. And so Fiona's been working carefully with the Ministry for Health in terms of service delivery of health services in the bush, and also with actively engaged with education at the moment around issues about school attendance in some Aboriginal communities and converting kids into jobs in some of those regional areas. So we get to work alongside of other agencies as well as the things that are within our own remit.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Fox.
Yes, so I'm the Deputy Secretary of Regional Precincts, and I'm responsible for everything that's funded by the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund that the department delivers. So that's primarily the Special Activation Precinct Program, the Regional Job Precinct Program, the Regional Digital Connectivity Program are the three big programs, and then we play a sort of program sponsor role on the other priorities from the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, like water. So we would sit on some of the dams, steering committees, and we work with the other teams that are delivering that. And could I take this opportunity to correct my earlier answer about Farms of the Future? So that program is funded by the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund, but it's not part of the $400 million allocation for regional digital connectivity. So that was my mistake, sorry.
Yep, and Fiona is also the Chief Executive Officer of the Regional Growth Development.
Rebecca.
Sorry, what did I say?
Rebecca.
Rebecca is also the CEO of the Regional Growth Development Corporation. So she wears two hats.
Okay, thank you for that. That does help. It does help. So that means my next series of questions then, with greater clarity, will be directed towards Ms. Fox.
Yes,
on that
good.
basis. They're actually to do, I'm very keen on how the special activation precincts interact with the RESs, with the regional strategies. In response to my colleague, Mr. Primrose's question, you listed a range of SAPs and the funds allocated to each, and I think you've undertaken to provide us with the full list for clarity, so that's beneficial for me as well. But can I understand that there's a SEP in place. Do all of the SAPs then, are they created through that regulatory mechanism, the State Environmental Planning Policy? Is that how it works?
That's right, with activation precincts in brackets at the end of it, and each of the SAPs, as the master planning is approved, has its own schedule effectively to that step.
Okay.
And the only one that's slightly different is the Snowy Mountains, because there's different instruments that govern the different parts of the Snowy. So two different planning approvals, effectively, or pathways through the Jindabyne, and that's different from the Kosciuszko National Park.
And so how did you navigate that?
More detail.
Yeah, I was going to say. So how did you navigate that process for that particular SAP? Because if you have, as I understand it, you've got a SEP in place. The others all work from that. That one had a couple of instruments that you had to navigate. So and across different departments, as I undertake it. So how does that work?
That's right. So that's done by the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment team, working for us and funded by us. And those discussion papers are still out, just on exhibition, or they've just been on exhibition with the master plan. So there's still some detail to work through. But there's effectively the master plan that gives us the 40-year vision overall for the three different parts. So we've got Jindabyne catalyst precincts, which are effectively governed, or the planning control is that SEP, activation precinct SEP, and then the Development Corporation runs the delivery mechanism for that is the delivery plan, and that's similar delivery plan that we would do, say, for parks. The second area of precincts is the Jindabyne Growth Precincts, and the planning control there is the Snowy River LEP, and the delivery mechanism there will be a development control plan, and that's again different from the area in the national park, and the Alpine Precinct SEP remains there, and then they have the Alpine Precinct, they have an Alpine SEP, and then the Kosciuszko plan of management and a development control plan will be the delivery mechanism there. So we're running 3 different streams to deal with the complexity of that SAP.
Yep.
And that's much more complicated.
All the other SAPs have just one SEP. And
this one's different.
This one's different because government didn't feel that it was appropriate to withdraw responsibilities from a local government authority for everything that happened in a town. So we've selectively worked through those parts of Jindabyne that need development, as well as things at the resorts and within the park. But for parks, for example, or for Moree, for Williamtown, for Wagga, they're usually defined areas that are typically outside of town precincts, and it's much easier to have a SEP that sits across that unique contiguous piece of land.
Can I ask? So the SEP's in place, other than the COSI one. Let's leave it to one side. So for the others, parks, whatever, Wagga. So you've got a SEP in place. What consultation takes place around the creation of the SAP in light of the fact that there is already a SEP in place in New South Wales? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes, so I think I can answer that clearly enough. So there's a significant amount of studies and work that goes on for the master planning. So we run inquiry by design processes with a lot of community consultation, significant 12 months worth of studies, and there's a significant amount of consultation through that process, and that is approved by the Minister for Planning, and then that becomes a schedule for the next special activation precinct. So we've done that now for parks and Wagga. Yep. We're doing that for Moree, but that hasn't been finalised. And the step after that special activation precinct is added to the schedule of the SEP is a delivery plan. And again, that's consulted and worked through with a lot of stakeholders and exhibited again.
Okay, so thank you. So at what point do we start attributing dollars to this process? Is it at the point of the delivery plan?
No, we attribute dollars through a business case process. So we've done that for parks and Wagga, and we're just at the final stages of that business case process for Moree.
Okay, so let's talk about the one at Wagga then, just as an example, so we can work through that. So you've got the delivery plans in place. Is the business case a part of the delivery plan, or does it come before the delivery plan?
It comes before the delivery plan.
So
Okay.
for all of these, Mr. Beach, because government is going to attach public dollars for infrastructure, it goes through the INSW assurance process, and there are many gates to get through. All of them require strategic business cases, and then if it gets through that gate, it requires then a final business case to attach the dollars. So there's that process is occurring to determine whether government expenditure is going to generate benefit. And at the same time that is happening, typically once we've got through the first gate, so that we know that we're not doing something that will cost us money but not derive benefit in terms of jobs and good outcomes, we start the concurrent planning process, because one of the biggest things about this approach to strategic planning up front is that time is money for investors, and some investors who wanted to commit to working or setting up businesses in regional New South Wales, it was a bit hit and miss depending on which local government authority they happened to come across, and depending if it was a state significant project, it could then take potentially a number of years after that before they could really work out whether they had a going concern. So what government has done in these areas, and each of these areas is catalysed by an event, so Parks, Wagga and Moree, it's inland rail that has really catalysed those precincts. Obviously, Williamtown, it's a defence play with the Joint Strike Fighters and so forth and so on. But the biggest thing here is that government is investing in the planning up front, strategic planning up front, so that eventually once the delivery plan is settled, after the master plan, the delivery plan's settled, an investor comes in and says to the Development Corporation, I'd like to either lease or purchase a block of land, and typically, all things being equal, the Development Corporation, because all of that consultation has happened right up front, can issue a construction certificate and an environment certificate, again because the planning is being done up front. So we've been working with the EPA, for example, in each of the precincts, and all of the other planning folk, as Rebecca pointed out. We've got a dedicated team of people within the planning department that work within Rebecca's team to do this. It's turning the planning system, if you like, for these selected precincts into a much more secure complying development type approach to doing business. So if someone comes in and reads the master plan and the delivery plan and says, I've got a project that would fit with that, I'm prepared to operate under the rules that have been established, then they can make a decision, and typically within a month or two, they can get the approvals rather than it taking a protracted and long time with some uncertainty at the end of it. So we're doing the work up front.
Okay, so two questions. First one is, Ms Fox, we spoke earlier about the benefit of a schematic. The chair wanted a schematic for whatever his questions were around Werris Creek. Is there a schematic or some sort of a diagram flow chart that just clearly shows the process from start to finish for these SAPs? I acknowledge that would be different for the Alpine, so I'm, at this point I'm not worried about that. The other ones, though, if we could just have a schematic, if you could present it to the committee at some stage on notice, that would be wonderful.
Or again, we could give you a briefing.
Yeah, I think I'd probably...
Oh, I'm happy to give it to the whole committee.
If we could get a schematic, I think it might actually help all of us get our head around how this works. And the second thing, so community consultation on these matters, I mean, most communities want to be consulted, and often post this process, they'll start coming to members of the crossbench of the opposition saying they haven't been consulted.
Some do.
So I'd like to know, at the very start of this process, when is the community and particularly impacted landholders consulted about what is proposed or what is likely to occur?
So I haven't been around for any of these right from the very start, so Chris or Gary may be able to give a better answer, but I do know that, I am at the start of Narrabri. Narrabri is just starting, so that DeFi planning team starts with the studies, and that community engagement starts right up front as we start thinking about where the SAP might go. There's an investigation area declared, and the community's engaged right from the very start. Formal meetings, I think there's one from Narrabri happening in December, and it goes from there, a very sort of formal program that's quite visible to the community. Gary can talk knowledgeably about the process that's happened in the Snowy. I think Gary's been down more than 13 times to meet with the community down there. So very structured engagement right from that very first announcement that we're investigating and doing that sort of master planning work up front.
And we've encouraged the public to reach out and talk to us because, like, if government's going to spend quite a lot of money, we want to know that it largely balances up, all of the relative views that a community holds. It's never going to please every single one, but for example, I think when the parks master plan went up for public a period of public feedback, I think there was probably less than 50 applications that were made, maybe even fewer than that, which
20, Gary.
20. Like if you put other planning applications up, and I can think of ones that have gone up recently, which are private sector driven, probably quite close to parks, in smaller community than parks, maybe 700 responses. So, which tells me that at least part of the process is working. As Rebecca said, I'll be up there next week on the mountain again. That will be the 14th time I've been up there. People are not frightened of coming forward and letting us know what they think. And it is a balancing act, but government has an opportunity to turn that particular area up there into a year-round economy.
Very few disgruntled people in
No, I'm just going to get my head around the process.
But we can show you that process and map it out because your advocacy for SAPs would be welcomed.
Yeah. So so the next part of my questions here is, you got the SAPs. How do they interact with the RESs? We probably should tell Hans, RES, Regional Economic Strategies. But
no, the RESs are not regional economic; they're regional energy zones.
Sorry. So isn't one of these SAPs an energy activation precinct? Aren't we looking at an activation precinct for energy?
No, but energy.
Gas at Narrabri.
Oh, gas at Narrabri.
Gas at Narrabri.
Okay, so then.
And they're renewable energy zones, not regional energy zones, is what I think you'll find.
Renewable energy. Okay.
Yeah, power for all of our, like, for all of the special activation precincts. Now we'll leave the sort of snowy one aside, but for all the rest, what government typically will be looking to do is to make sure that the road infrastructure is there, that drainage is taken care of, that there's access to affordable power and water that's fit for purpose for the complying industries that have been identified as having a jobs generation work. And we have experts that come in to map out what they believe investors and the nature of jobs that can be created, given the geolocation and existing infrastructure of the existing SAPs. So parks, for example, I think we've identified 6 general areas of complying development, including waste for energy, and it also is well placed as a hub, one of those hubs that could value add to critical minerals processing on shore, given the proximity, the close proximity to where some of those prospective mines are. We've got some animal value add in there as well.
That's new, isn't it? The pet food place.
That was one of the very first ones, Master Pet, that is that we're talking to some very substantial investors at the moment, and it's all commercial in confidence, but it does make a difference when government can say to an investor, we can find you a faster way to getting the approvals that you need as long as you're prepared to comply with the master plan and the delivery plan.
Have you seen it, Mick?
Yeah.
The SAPs?
Yes, no, I've seen the one at Parks. I've been at.
Yeah, I was there last week. They're all prepped, all the blocks. Most of them.
I think Mr. Primrose has got a couple of questions, and you probably all have noticed at 5 o'clock the aircon just shuts down.
So COVID is no longer an issue.
So COVID's okay now. It's all right.
Look, given the time, if I could ask just three of the sheets I've got, and please again feel free to take them on notice. Mr. Barnes, Western Sydney International Airport is due to open December 2026. As you know, the initial expectation is that there'll be about 220,000 tonnes of cargo go through it every year. That's the initial part. But there'll be no freight rail line for many years. Will that adversely affect jobs and employment and investment in regional New South Wales?
It is a question I will take on notice, because I'm catching up with one of the people that works with both Rebecca and I. Got your name right this time, Rebecca. Ian Smith, and Ian's done a lot of work in this space around freight forwarding and the like. There are ways to get freight away at the moment, and there are some underutilised existing freight ports. We believe that, and I know that this might be sacrosanct, but we almost, from a primary producer freight perspective, would see Canberra as a part of New South Wales. And
it's just a big local government area.
It is, and I live quite close to it, so I need to be careful what I say, but there is a greater capacity to utilise Canberra, particularly in the Riverina, to take freight out of there, and that's at the moment, like as you know, the flights haven't fully restarted up to Singapore, and but when they were going, we had started to put both stone fruit as well as crustaceans out of the south coast on a daily basis, both oysters, lobsters, and abalone, etc., on those planes to a ready market there. So Ian would be able to tell me more, and he will in this about. I know that Western Sydney Airport have some, or that corporation have some aspirations around what they think that freight volume might be. But I think, and I'm not sure of the infrastructure going in and out of that when it's due to be completed. But certainly, I know this is something that Ian's had discussions, and also people in Rebecca's team that have looked at this, because one of the early pieces of work we did was, did it make sense to have another airport across regional New South Wales that we could open up as a freight forwarding airport, and that study, which was done by KPMG, sort of said that the case for it wasn't there given the volumes at the time and the capacity to get freight away. But look, I'll come back to you on that, Mr. Primrose, and no doubt Brendan Cook and Ian Smith, who work across Mr. Hanger and Miss Fox's team, will be able to give you their insights.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Just two others. One is hopefully a simple one. Looking at the Regional Jobs Creation Fund, it says that there'll be $100 million in that, but I note on your website it says that $130 million.
So just last week, as a package of additional COVID-related stimulus measures, the Deputy Premier and the Premier announced a range of additional things, including some top-ups, and there was a $30 million top-up to that fund, so to take it from $100 million to 130, and it is that will be welcome because we've had good projects that won't be able to fit within the existing envelope. So I think that's right, isn't it, Mr. Hanger?
That's correct, Mr. Barnes. Yes, there was an additional $30 million top-up on the original $100 million for the Regional Job Creation Fund.
Thank you. And my final question is, again, relating to the same fund, and I'm really pleased for the additional $30 million because given that the healthcare and social assistance industry is one of the biggest industries creating jobs and growing in regional New South Wales, please feel free to take this on notice, but how many aged care, disability support, home care and early childhood businesses have applied for these funds?
Yeah, I will have to take that on notice, but we sort of do know, and I was actually looking up some of those jobs-related statistics over lunchtime. We do know that there is growth in that sector, and in fact, in some of our regional towns like Port Macquarie, it's actually become a driver industry, not a population-serving industry. Again, Mr. Hanger, you can take that on notice and find out how many we've gotten that have applied.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you would, as part of that same examination on notice, if you could just give us any projections as to where you think this growth may occur over the next, say, 5 years, and what do you expect that will be?
Yeah, look, I would. We'll ask our colleagues at DPC that do that work for us.
Yep.
And I'm sure they've been tracking demand in that space, and yep, we're happy to give that.
Good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I now look to government for questions. No?
Got plenty.
You do?
Thank you. No.
Fantastic bureaucrats done a fantastic job, answered all the questions.
Excellent. All right. Well, you have taken some questions on notice this afternoon, so the committee secretary will be in touch. But I do thank you on behalf of the committee for your time this afternoon, but particularly you, Mr. Barnes, for lasting with us the whole day.
No, that's fine. And
so thank you.
I'd just reiterate Mr. Hanson's earlier comments that it was good to get some budget questions too.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Here to help.
Thank you. All right, that concludes today, but we'll just stick around.